quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom! Freedom!
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. You can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there is a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam! It gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything, mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan, hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.
And queen takes f3. Oh! What is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Let's not just look at openings move by move, but let's try to understand a little something and look at a few typical structures that can arise out of a bunch of main openings. and hopefully understanding these structures and the typical plans and the ideas will help you a little bit in your own practice. Laurent, what structures will we cover?
So first of all, we'll cover one very famous structure, Carlsbad structure, which can arise from the Queen's Gambit mainly, but from other openings as well, like the London system or the Caro-Kann.
So, fond childhood memories of the Carlsbad. Thank you. It's important for everyone to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. Then we'll have a look at some Ruy Lopez, actually, which is the classical line, not the Marshall or the Berlin, but this classical position where white plays d4 and sometimes even goes like with the pawn on d5, or even sometimes taking on c5. We'll see some nice game of Bobby Fischer here, and some nice cup of game after d5.
Here you will share your Russian upbringing with us. You have all the classical education in the Ruy Lopez. Some nice examples there, hopefully. Then we move on to the French structure, which I don't understand particularly well, but this position has always intrigued me. Who's better and why? What are the plans? Why can white hope for an advantage? Is a space advantage such a big deal? And the French structure can of course arise mainly via the French after moves like knight c3, knight d2 or e5, but we also have a small detour into the Caro-Kann, which is very similar but not quite the same. I've always been intrigued by this
because the bishop can go out here, bishop f5, and it's of course assist trumps for black, but it's not. Life is not that simple, as we will see. And the last topic will be the symmetrical positions, which can arise basically from different move order, like the French exchange French or Petrov, which I'm showing right now, or even the Berlin Rook e1, where we will see an unfinished masterpiece from the current world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Right. Symmetrical positions here, we mean these positions where either side is missing an e-pawn that are very common in today's practice. So this series is not intending to cover every pawn structure imaginable, but we hope we show some that are instructive and relevant, and we hope that you'll enjoy it. Maybe even learn something.
Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive.
Play live online against the world's top chess players while they stream their thoughts live. As a Chess24 Premium member, seize the chance to have your moment of fame. Get a peek inside their lives with question and answer sessions, in-depth teaching, analysis and interviews. The Champions Chess Tour, with countless accompanying events, is happening now. Tune in on Chess24.
Nice little username there in Fischer Firuzia. The third best and 136th best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some of the challenge here. Ocean Storm is a grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take a grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. d4, knight f6.
Yeah, stop playing with my rating, guys. That's becoming a bit embarrassing. I mean, what is this stream if not an opportunity for my mods to roast me? Like, there's really no other reason for me to stream apart from that.
Bishop h3. Rook a2 back. Yeah, I'm not going to accept a draw, of course. We're not in a charity business here.
And a queen check comes. Another queen check. Okay, now you are pre-moving. This is very smart, but I can also pre-move a mate in 2. Okay, thank you for the game, and it wasn't rated. I mean, okay, I'm done. Sorry guys, I'm not going to banter anymore. This wasn't rated. This was freaking unrated. No, I mean, okay. Most chickenish way to play. I mean. Unrated. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed. Okay, if anyone can replace me in this banter, sorry. Okay, let's play against Julia Brazil. It's 3+2, but this will be my revenge, so I'll make this game last forever.
Ay. Such a beast. Yeah, okay, this is pointless. Okay. Good game. Whatever we're saying. There. Okay.
Let's briefly see if Frenchman has challenged me. It's hard to find. Probably should go to his account and see. Ooh, h6, h3. Hello, g5. Didn't see it coming, eh? Mate? Who's funny now, eh, Harigiri? Oh, knight h2. Like this. Knight h2. Please don't hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Boom.
You don't accept my challenge.
Ah, okay, I will accept. I didn't see a challenge.
You're too afraid.
I'm not afraid. I didn't see your challenge. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you go, please? I'm shy.
I'm
can you
gonna
please
sit next to you.
No, can you
while
please
you're
go?
playing.
No, please. Can you go somewhere else?
Okay, no Frenchman. Next is me.
Yeah. Okay.
And you challenge.
Okay. No Frenchman. Being tossed around here by my wife.
Hello, Miss Tactics. Hello there. So, Pico, we gotta play before my manager is back in the office. Ooh. That's, I think your manager should understand and challenge me as well.
I've also been told many a time, Jan, just fix the shit. Stop asking the audience if they can hear or see you. And also, stop cursing. I believe that type of feedback has been given to me. More than once. Probably like thrice.
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ears to the ground.
Talking about freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom!
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ears to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom!
Let's not just look at openings move by move, but let's try to understand a little something and look at a few typical structures that can arise out of a bunch of main openings. And hopefully, understanding these structures and the typical plans and the ideas will help you a little bit in your own practice. Laurent, what structures will we cover?
So first of all, we'll cover one very famous structure.
Hello and welcome everyone to the final day of the qualifiers. We are in for an absolute ride and a total thriller. We've seen it in the past. Day 3 of the preliminaries, anything can happen, things can shuffle around. 8 players at the end of 5 rounds today will go through to the quarterfinals. It will be the end of the road for the bottom 8. And before we begin, let's take a look what the current standings are. Who has to do what to make it to the top 8. Currently, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura all looking very good on their way into the quarterfinals. Magnus and Anish are definitely in. In fact, Anish scoring 4 out of 5 on 2 days of the preliminaries has been super impressive. Absolutely on fire. Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura also had a good day too, which saw them at 6.5. And then we've got Ali Reza and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 6 points. Levon, Daniel, and Sergey already sharing 5 points each, which means that one of them, Sergey Karyakin, in 9th place. He is in the dropout zone currently if these were the 8 that went through. But take a look at the big heavyweights that we've got. Yan Nepomniachtchi, Temur Rajabov, Mamedov, Shakhriyar, all facing elimination currently. But we've got 5 rounds coming up. Once again, the field is wide open. Everything to fight for here at the Champions Chess Tour. This is the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Now, the tour features 10 tournaments in all. The Magnus Invitational is the 4th event, our 2nd major. We're going to have 3 majors in all, 6 regular, culminating in a tour final in September. The 3 major winners, we've already got one, Temur Rajabov from the Air Things Masters. The 3 major winners get a guaranteed spot into the finals. Besides that, 7 players qualify based on their tour points. Now that is the key here. It's not just about finishing in top 8, but a complete bloodbath, because it also matters where you end up. The higher you end up in those rankings, the more tour points, the more chances of making it to the finals in September. Let's also take a look at the format for the Magnus Invitational. This is day 3 of our preliminaries, and after this, we're going to go into the knockout stages. We're going to witness 5 rounds today, played with 15 minutes and a 10-second increment. In the knockout stages, we'll have 2 sets of 4 rapid games, each set consisting of a mini match with 4 rapid games. And if it is a tie after set 2, we are going to go into a playoff. There's just so much excitement and drama, and to really enjoy all of it, we recommend that you get the Opera browser, the official browsing partners of the Champions Chess Tour. I have it in front of me, and I have to say it is a very, very cool browser. It's lightweight. It's got all these features which are built in. You can have WhatsApp and Messenger. Besides that, it's got a VPN, a built-in VPN. I definitely check that out. That's what the players are getting ready with. That's the one that they are using to participate in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Now, besides the activity going on with the Opera browser and of course the Air Things devices, which are telling them what is the air quality in the space that they're playing, there's a lot of action going on the Twitter sphere as well. Let's take a look at what some of the players had to say on Twitter. Niels Grandelis saying it is comeback time. Indeed, it is now or never for these players. Niels needs to score a +2 today to be able to make it into the knockout stages. He's got a tough day ahead because take a look at this. He's got Sergei Karyakin followed by Temur Rajabov. Then he plays Alan Pichot. After that, Wesley So and Levon Aronian. Quite an action-packed day for Niels, but he needs to do it today. Otherwise, it's going to be goodbye. Let's move on to the next one. Alan Pichot. I'm not going to be able to pronounce the first half, but it does translate into, at times, I wonder if I am playing against human beings, because the star cast of the Magnus Invitational is just out of the world. I mean, what is this field? And imagine playing 5 hours of chess, 5 games back to back against these guys. Just, it's unimaginable. And that's why sometimes we see these epic hits and misses on the chessboard. But as chess fans, as audience, as commentators, we love all the drama that this format brings in. Let's move on. Levon Aronian. Now, what a scare Lev had on day 2. Day 1 looked pretty solid for him. Things were under control. He found himself in the middle of the table. But day 2, he was on half out of 4, not winning a single game. And that last round against Jordan Van Foreest, it looked like the nightmare was just continuing, the train wreck for Levon. But just at the very last moment, Jordan blundered, walked into a mate into, and with that, some saving for Levon there, who finds himself having to play a decent day 3 to qualify into the knockouts. And he says last day of preliminaries, trust the process and the luck. With this field, I think everybody needs a lot more than the luck. Let's see what happens. Let's move on. Mamadou Shakriar hoping to make a comeback today. One of the heavyweights who finds himself at the bottom half currently. Definitely like Niels, it is all about making a comeback for Shak. He had 4 losses in a row on day 2. That narrative has to turn around completely. Let's see what else we have. And Jan Nepomniachtchi assigned a 5-round Galaxy Patrol. The bold crew of a giant starship explores the excitement of strange new worlds, uncharted civilizations, and exotic people. You know what? Somebody translate that for me. And for that, I see Peter's joined us. And of course, we're going to bring him on. He's smiling as well at Jan's tweet. We can always expect entertainment, not just on the chessboard, but also on Twitter, Peter.
Yeah, hello Tania, hello everybody. Very nice to be here. Yeah, that last tweet by Jan Nepomniachtchi, that was a stunner. I mean, I wonder what are we expecting from him today, because he also needs comeback, and he will play against Shakriar Mamadou in the very first game today. So that's a very special game because both players need a comeback. We also have an incredible big pairing, Hikaru Nakamura against Anish Giri. I mean, the big question is who will stop Anish? I mean, it's not only that he's leading the field, but he's so far undefeated and he has played some tremendous chess. Now the big question is, will Hikaru try to play the hero, or will he just say, you know what, I want to beat Anish in the knockout stages. For the moment, it's just important that I secure my place in the knockout stages. So that's kind of also one of the things that I'm speculating about, that whether it will be some fireworks or will it be something more of a calm affair. And of course, the game Magnus Carlsen, Alan Pichot, I'm pretty sure that whole Latin America is now going crazy, going wild for this game. I mean, Alan Pichot will get a chance to face the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, is trying to catch Anish Giri, try to win the preliminaries. So yes, so many excitements. Basically, we could go through all the pairings. All of them really seem to lead to some incredible fights.
100%. And I think Hikaru is very, very determined in this event, Peter. In the last one, in the Opera Rapid, he did not even make it into the knockout stages. He's still healing from that, but he's shown what he's capable of and that he's ready to change that narrative completely. He's been the only undefeated player so far besides Anish Giri in this field. Speaking of Magnus Carlsen, he made it very clear to Kaya yesterday in his interview that he is definitely going for the first spot. It is about prestige, but it's also about tour points. It is about finishing ahead of Anish. What I really liked, speaking of Anish now, is that how he mentioned in his interview that Magnus is playing really well, which actually makes his victory against him yesterday that much sweeter, because it means that he beat Magnus when he's in his A game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have been seeing from Magnus sometimes, that he's experimenting with some complete craziness. I mean, just he wants to enjoy the moment when he feels that it's not such a decisive stage of the tournament. But I mean, so far in this tournament, I feel like Magnus is very composed. I mean, he really wants to play good chess, doesn't want to experiment that much. And we also saw one of the very first games, I think it was the second round, when he played the move c2, c3, which we felt like, wow, so Magnus is in really experimental mood. When later Magnus himself revealed that it was a mouse slip. So yeah, it really means that Magnus means business in his own invitational. And I think that's very good news for all of us.
Absolutely. We love it when the players want to fight it out. And speaking of surprises in openings, who can forget Amriel's choice of going a5? We've seen Leko employ b3. Today, the players really need to come up with some great prep, because a lot of them face elimination currently. Let's bring up our standings, our current standings one more time on the screen. We're going to have liftoff in just under a minute. Peter, what is your feeling about the shuffle around that we're probably going to see? Because take a look at this. Already Levon, Daniel, and Sergey are at 5 points each, and one of them is currently out of the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like, only the first 4 players are really, really safe. They seem to be in a very good position, but everyone from place 5 is already in danger zone. We have seen these crazy dramas on the last day with incredible comeback, somebody falling out from nice positions. So nobody can really feel safe from place 8. We see all these heavyweights not being in right now, so they will be very, very determined to change all this. I'm also really hoping for Alireza that he will manage, because he had a wonderful finish yesterday. And we all still remember, I think, this Skilling Open when it was a heartbreak for all the chess fans, that it seemed like he's a sure qualifier, and finally at the very last moment he was out of the qualifying spots. So I'm really rooting for him. And we already have liftoff. Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri. It goes down to Berlin. How will Hikaru deal? I hope not Rook E1 or not this. No, this is bad news. Yeah, this is really bad news for us. We're gonna see this drawish line continue. Yeah. The only good thing, what I feel about it, that now we can focus on the other games. Now we know that this game, Hikaru takes the practical approach. It's also early in the morning in the United States, so he just wants to settle in the tournament. He doesn't want to take big risk against Anish. And let's go to the Magnus game. I mean, let's go to the Magnus game. Let's see how Magnus will deal with Ellen's Pausen, probably Pausen, because for the moment I see that Magnus is thinking. I mean, he often plays also third move G3 in this position. I mean, if he feels like I don't want to enter all those complications, then a move like third move G3 here could be also expected for Magnus.
And Peter, you're on the money. Hikaru deciding not to take any risk against the very, very in-form Anish Giri. That game has already ended in a draw. I think it makes absolute sense. You start the day, it's early in the morning. Although that said, we do know Hikaru is one of the few chess players who is an early bird. He rises up pretty early every day and streams a lot. Well, currently he's playing the event, but waking up, he's mentioned, has not been such an issue for him. But I think the bigger thing is he knows that Anish is playing really well. He's on his way into the top 8 as well, and that's the important thing. So this understandably ends in a draw very quickly.
Yeah, that's actually also the point, that when you are facing Anish Giri, you know that Anish is such an incredible theoretician. So it's not like, let's just play some kind of a game. If you really want to pose some problems to Anish, you have to come incredibly well prepared, and actually it might take a lot of energy from you. And we know that there are 5 games a day. So yeah, it was a practical choice from Hikaru. I think it was quite a clever one. It's another thing that we are a little bit disappointed, because we would have loved to see how Hikaru would try to put Anish under pressure. But we have enough other action, and Magnus finally did play the move third d4. So we see an open Sicilian. It's the time of Pausen. And the big question is, how Magnus will react now, because, okay, bishop e3, I think it's his main move, but he has also experimented with moves like a3 here, and even maybe f4 as well. So I'm curious to see how Magnus will approach this. And why is he taking so much time? I mean, it was clear that, and he goes g3, okay, so he plays the most positional system. Actually, it makes a lot of sense because we know that Alan is a very, very aggressive player. So getting a very nice, stable structure and try to squeeze the opponent might be a very, very logical choice from Magnus.
And also, we've been talking about Alan's style of play. He is a very aggressive player. He likes positions with complications. So I like that Magnus has decided to play stylistically against his opponent, choosing a very, very solid line with g3, the fianchetto. And after knight f6 going short castle. I think it's a lot to do with, in these rapid formats, we've seen Raja employ this strategy, a lot to do with playing not just the position, but also the opponent and his style of play, playing against that.
Exactly, and we immediately see that Alan plays one of the sharpest lines. I mean, takes bishop c5. This used to be the classical main line in the 90s. I remember when I was taught this opening by Zoltán Ribli, the big expert in Hungarian chess school, then it was also this line that he suggested, but later on it turned out that it was a little bit more unpleasant. But the big question is that will Alan try to play? No, he goes for h6. This is, yeah, this is still the line. How does this go? I mean, I do remember this pawn sacrifice by Fabiano Caruana against Arjan Tari in Stavanger when he sacrificed this pawn. I think it's coming like this, but yeah, rook a d1, e5, bishop e3, and Fabi took on e3. Yeah, that's what I'm now really curious about. That will we see bishop takes e3, f takes e3, bishop e6, the pawn sacrifice, or will Alan play the old classical line, which was something like king? What was it? I mean, I know now this bishop takes e3. Yeah, bishop e3, f e3, bishop e6. That's exactly the point. And this pawn sacrifice, this was kind of a shocker there, because usually when people took on e3, let's just very quickly go back to explain what is happening. I mean, the reason why people had not been taking on e3 earlier, because after f takes e3, now there is simply no way of defending the pawn on d6, because any kind of king e7 will be met by rook takes f6 followed by knight d5 check, winning the queen. So basically the move bishop takes e3 was considered to be a mistake, but Fabi has brought new ideas into this position, and bishop e6, queen takes d6, rook c8 is one of those dynamic ideas. Magnus was there in the tournament. I'm pretty sure that Magnus knows about this idea. The big question is, did he really study the position and he knows how to deal with it? Or is he just trying, okay, it's a pawn up, I will find the way over the board how to shuffle my pieces around.
And we're definitely going to see how the world champion finds his way forward. But Peter, we do know that Magnus is very safe in his qualification. So let's continue the opening tour and take a look at some of the players who faced danger today of elimination. And the first one I want to go to is Niels Grandelis versus Sergei Karyakin. Niels, it does seem, according to the standings, that he needs a +2 score today. Meanwhile, Sergei also finds himself on the ninth spot currently. And this is a closed royal pairs the game has started with. Now, generally, in my understanding in these positions, when black does get this b5, b4 break, striking into the c3 pawn, it's good news for black. Meanwhile, white wants to play d4 in these positions eventually. But I like that black already has the rook on d8, because that means if white would play d4, he could always take and try and get d5 in, especially as we see the knight on c4 as well will be attacked.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very classical position, but still with very, very few games. I mean, one of the games that comes to mind is this very, very important game from the candidates in London 2013, Peter Svidler versus Magnus Carlsen. I think it was one of those very first moments when in this classical position, because this is kind of a classical position, that after rook d8, white employed this idea of bishop c2, basically not fearing any kind of bishop takes c4 moves, because bishop takes c4, d takes c4, yes, you destroy the white's pawn structure, but white gets the light squares, and white will also have some really nice ideas, bringing this knight from f3 to e3, or, I mean, if you get a chance to go knight h4, knight f5, then even better. But in general, if white knights gets to e3, then all the ideas like knight d5, knight f5 are in the air. So this is a typical very nice square for white's knight in this structure. So black is not really interested about this offer, and continues with the natural move bishop f8. I mean, this was one of the main ideas in Ruy Lopez always, that you move the rook and then get the bishop to f8. We also see that the pawn on h6 is very, very important, covering the g5 square, both from white's knight or from white's bishop. Now also Niels playing the move queen e2, and it's Sergei who is thinking now. I mean, one thing we should mention, that Sergei lately has been exclusively playing the Berlin defense. So basically, by going for the open Ruy Lopez, he was kind of surprising Niels. But knowing Niels, you know, he everywhere has his little systems, and Niels goes for a very, very complicated line, because this is quite a complex position. Definitely not those things that should be underestimated. Black should be fine, but it's a very rich game, so I understand both sides are probably happy at the moment.
You know, in this kind of a position, Peter, I've faced it with white and with black, and in these structures, often the question comes to mind, and this was going to be my question, whether to commit b3 or not, because it just feels like such a committal move. It does cramp white's position, but you're also potentially making b3 a target, one, and getting rid of any ideas with opening up the b file. Sergei says he wants to go in with this plan.
Yeah, this is always a very, very interesting moment. I mean, usually from white side, you are kind of afraid of it. From the black side, you are also maybe hoping that your opponent will not give you a chance to think about this move. And we see that it's only possible because Niels' last move had been queen d1 to e2, abandoning the b3 square. And now finally, Sergei gives in to this provocation. It's a very tough question. I mean, I don't dare to judge. We do see that the engine bar suddenly jumped towards believing that this might benefit white. Believe me, in a practical game, whatever engine says right now doesn't make any difference, because it will be such a complicated fight. The big question is, and I wonder if Niels has not prepared it, then how do you decide? Do you go bishop b1 or do you go bishop d1? I mean, on one side, bishop b1 looks so much more natural, but as you mentioned, pushing d3, d4 isn't so easy in these positions. But okay, now that actually black is not able to capture b takes c3 anymore, the c3 pawn is kind of stable, because one of those things that happen in these structures often, that when black pushes d5 at the right time, then after the kind of forced sequence like e d5, knight d5, often the pawn on c3 becomes vulnerable. Okay, pushing d5 exactly now with the rook on d8 is very, very difficult, because the pawn on e5 needs to be protected. I believe that Niels will play the move bishop b1. I mean, bishop b1 looks like the most natural move. And then does Sergei wants to go directly for rook b5 and trying to target the e5 pawn? Is that his justification? Probably
and
yes.
That's definitely... Sorry, go on, Peter.
Yeah, no, I just said that probably, definitely yes.
Yeah, I think it's one of the very thematic ideas, especially when you've managed to successfully get rook b8 and b4 in, and white has put that pawn on a5 to plant your rook on b5, and then suddenly the threat of bishop takes c4, getting rid of one of the defenders of the a5 pawn becomes a reality, and white will have to deal with these ideas, which also means that maybe the bishop on d1 could be tempting, because then if imagine the same bishop is on d1, you have a counterattack on the b3 pawn as well. Peter, big question to Niels where he wants to place his bishop. Let's continue our little tour, and the next game I'm going to draw your attention to is also a very important one for our standings. That's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Both these players need to have, especially Shak, need to have a really strong showing on day 3.
Wow, and this is a very, very sharp position, because look at this. Black actually got his queen to a8. This is wonderful. However, black's knight is a little bit in trouble. The big question is, how to combine the idea of jumping to b3, because it might look like a suicide. However, combined with the idea of bishop takes f3. So that's why I'm asking, like, what is the right timing? Do you first take on f3 and then try to jump in with the knight? However, if this jump backfires, then it's going to be terrible news for black. So it's perfectly understandable that Jan is not taking his time. But if his last move had been, I think his last move had been, okay, so he first played knight a5. Okay, that's why it was very important to step back few moves. Yeah, knight a5, queen e2, queen a8. So before he takes bishop takes f3, that was clearly his main point. And actually, maybe after g takes f3, can he also come back with the knight on c6? But it's running into some d5 ideas. I mean, I don't know exactly. It's very, very sharp, but all right, yeah. Okay, I believe that white should take g takes f3. And how would you react here?
So after g takes f3, the knight on a5 is hanging, which needs to be moved. So knight c6 or knight b3 are the two moves that come to my mind. I also want to ask you, Peter, how is white planning to defend the d4 pawn after a move? Let's point this line out. What happens after knight b3 could be a move like bishop e5?
Yeah, bishop e5 is one possibility, because then the d4 pawn is kind of protected due to the bishop takes h7 trick. But also some ideas like d4 d5. I mean, this d4 d5 idea is hanging there. But for the moment, yeah, I would also prefer to play bishop e5.
And let's point out, Peter, that after bishop e5, if knight takes d4, there is a discover check on h7, which wins the rook. So the pawn is not hanging. Regardless of how black picks up the bishop, white goes rook takes d4, wins material. Not just that, once you've made the move knight b3, you have to be so careful. Yes, it looks super aggressive, but take a look at that knight. It has nowhere to run. And then suddenly after bishop e5, white can also threaten to play queen c2, attacking the b3 knight as well as the h7 pawn. It could be big problems if you play a move like knight b3. So that's maybe not the choice that you want to go for.
Yes, at least you have to really make sure that you have everything under control. But the other question is that after g takes f3, is there any way that black would try to include some rook c8 move just to target this knight? Because how do you defend it? Maybe actually it's quite an interesting move. So g takes f3, let me try to make this move rook c8.
Is there an option like knight b5 here?
Knight b5, but one of my ideas was actually, but maybe it's not working, to include some knight d5, but then you play queen e4 and I might lose a piece, yeah? Knight d5, queen e4, attacking my pawn on h7 and also my knight on a5 hanging. So yeah, this would be too much, but look at this. I mean, Shakhriyar, I did not expect him, to be honest, to take with the queen, because he's usually always going for the most sharper choice. But probably he has calculated it that he prefers to. So what is, I mean, I see this d4 d5 idea, yeah?
Okay, so now black has a direct threat of capturing the d4 pawn. He needs to find a way out. d5.
Yeah, let me try d5.
So let's see the most obvious line. Let's just bring that up, that if black takes, knight takes d5 here.
Yeah, I take.
And rook d5.
Rook d5, and then I play bishop e4.
I have to trade on d1. There's no way for me to keep everything under control.
Yes, takes, and I felt like, you know, your knight has really a problem, but maybe the move e5 followed by knight d4 jump, but e5 I have bishop g3. So, okay, then I still insist in this line, because I feel like this knight on c6 is kind of a big target.
And it's unfortunate that after rook c8, you have rook c1, and that pin is quite a devastating one, because there's no way for the knight. After rook c8, let's just first show rook c8, rook c1, and there's no knight e7 or knight a7, so white actually ends up winning that knight. Rook d8, Peter, you were pointing out, and that move I like a lot.
Yes, exactly. I think it all comes down to this rook d8 move, but I mean, even these things are very tricky, that, for example, rook takes d8, knight takes d8, and then my two bishops are very strong, but bishop b8, a5, bishop c7, I mean, it still goes on, but probably black is just in time to survive this. I don't know, it's still, just to illustrate, it's quite scary with all these stuck pieces, but probably black is in time to play something like f5 and then jump out with his knight to c6. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, d5 on the board.
Does have an extra pawn in all these endgames. d5 on the board. We might be seeing this line, and currently, let me just bring that up. Jan Nepomniachtchi is at 4.5 on 10th place, while Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with 4 points at 12th place. If Shak wins, then he does overtake Jan Nepomniachtchi. But currently, I think Jan's going to be fine. And Peter, the line that we were just discussing is going to happen on the board. The trade on d1 now is forced. You need to make that move, otherwise you lose material. And I really like rook d8, and he goes for it.
Yes, rook d8. I mean, that's the move, because e5 would have been very, very nice, but then white just sidesteps with the bishop back to g3. And if the knight jumps to d4, which was the desired idea behind e5, then suddenly the e5 pawn is hanging. So that's why the idea e5 was not possible. But rook d8, very nice move. It still looks scary, but it seems like thanks to this timely f5 move, black will be able to kick the bishop away and black should be fine. I believe that it's thanks to the two bishops, white is not running any risk, but I mean, black seems to be doing fine.
All right, now that the waters have calmed down here, and these are our players, 8 of them will qualify, 8 will be eliminated. We don't see Hikaru and Anish on the screen because their game ended very, very quickly in a line in this line that we see the players employ often when they want. Anish is there, well, not Hikaru, in the line where we see them go for a quick draw very often in these formats. Yes, there you have it. And today is the last day when we'll have all 16 of us. 16 of them with us, Peter. And yes, Rajabov, another heavyweight who finds himself in the bottom half of the table after a disappointing day 2. Let's take a look at what's going on, and this position looks completely crazy.
Yeah, well, I think that Rajabov will say a big thank you to David Anton. I mean, this opening, the handling of this opening from the white side, I mean, this was more than welcome. I mean, Temur needs to score wins. And basically, David Anton has provoked him. I mean, just very, very quickly, I think after the third, fourth move, it was clear, because look at this, what happened, that suddenly Rajabov was given a chance to push e5. And he
also, let's just point out that that is not Raja's new look. That is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We will switch the cameras around. But yes, go on, Peter.
Yeah, that black suddenly grabbed the opportunity. It seemed like, it's going to be a slow maneuvering opening, but after e7, e5, black is getting the initiative immediately. And white got into some really serious problems right from the beginning. I mean, look at this, black is just so active. And when you already start doing all these brilliances, yeah, this is like some artistic dance, this king f1, trying to reach king to g1. But Rajabov says, no, my friend, you are not getting there. He implements this knight f3 strike, because white cannot capture on f3, because after e takes f3, his bishop on g2 is trapped. Yeah, that's why it would be very, very important for white to get his king to g1, because then he could take and get the bishop back to f1. But he was just not in time. And if knight f3 has to be met by knight b1, it means that this position is almost completely lost, because white is still not threatening to take on f3. So black has one extra move to build up the attack. He goes for bishop a6. He pins this pawn. g4 is blitzed out immediately. I can imagine that right now, David Anton is a state of shock. I mean, we know that he's a very aggressive player. He likes initiative, and all of a sudden having this terrible trouble with his king on f1. I mean, this is really looking awful.
And Peter, whenever we see king f1 in these formats, the first question that comes to me, wait a second, is that a mouse slip? But I think this time it really wasn't a mouse slip, because let's just back up to that moment. It's not the kind of move that you want to make. Like you mentioned, a king dance is not what you want. But I wonder if after shot castle, there were tactics around knight f3 check, something that if it works looks absolutely devastating. But I'm not really sure if it's working. After you have to take on f3 because the d2 pawn is hanging, and you take on f3, bishop has to move to h1, you pick up the pawn on h3. It does look very scary for white.
Yeah, but thanks to queen f5, I mean, at least I'm in the game. I'm not losing immediately. I mean, if not for queen f5, I could have just resigned on the spot. So I wonder if maybe could you, of course you don't want to take on e3, but is maybe taking and then taking on h3 an option, and it might be very, very dangerous for white. Because
very dangerous, because imagine you get this pawn on h3 and then you're suddenly also threatening rook e5, rook h5 on the board. G3 pawn is hanging, knight g4 is coming in, just looks super scary for white. And I wonder if this is what provoked David to make king f1 and it was not really a mouse slip.
Yeah, I think it was not a mouse slip, because king f1 is actually a high class move, because you know, I mean, Karpov was doing this often in different Caro-Kans and Panov structures, that he just walked with his king from e8, you know, to f8, g8, and then to h7, and then everybody said, wow, yeah, Karpov, the incredible artist with all these feelings. But here, unfortunately, this is a different position, and this knight f3 move kind of devastating. Now, white is going for b4, and Rajov even goes bishop takes e3. I mean, that's kind of a move which usually you play if you are sure that you are winning. But look at this also. We have some very interesting game some positional exchange sacrifice in Magnus Carlsen Ellen Pichot game. I mean, usually if we would think about these two players, I would say that, you know, it's a flipboard situation. Like Ellen is playing as if he would be Magnus Carlsen, you know, that I find very, very amusing. This positional pawn sacrifice, then positional exchange sacrifice. I mean, look at this. Wow, rook takes c3, b takes c3, knight d7. The legendary world champion Tigran Petrosyan would be very, very happy and very proud of what Ellen is doing. Bishop f1, a5, bishop a6, rook takes c3, and Magnus is trying to activate his bishop with bishop b7, trying to get to d5. I mean, I'm pretty sure that somehow I have the feeling that black cannot be worse. I don't know exactly if he can be any better, but definitely it's such a pleasant feeling for Ellen, I believe, that he gets a chance to play like this against Magnus. Wow, wow. I'm saying wow because I see here something like in the Niels Grandelius, this very, very important game. We see some exactly this line happen that we speculated about. And look at this, after takes, Sergei hits bishop takes h3. He wants
amazing.
Yeah, he wants to give checkmate, but Niels uses the moment to destroy black's pawn structure with bishop takes f6, covering the g5 square, so black is not able to make the attacking move rook g5, so black has to take g takes f6. And now it's the big question that how would white react? Probably you cannot take the piece, but you also have some strategical ideas like bringing the knight, because now that black's pawn structure is damaged, it's not obligatory that you have to take this bishop. I mean, you might be able to take it, but you have alternatives.
But Peter, let's just show the dangers that happen if you become very greedy and get careless with your king side. We of course don't know, maybe the computers can defend this position, but take a look at this. The pawn shield in front of the king completely destroyed. Rook g5 is a big threat. Rook h5 threatening mate on the h file is another threat. How do you fight against these two threats? Just I don't think white can take gh3 and take this chance of opening up his king right now.
Exactly, and the good thing is that he doesn't need to, because he already has this very, very nice pawn structure. Also, his bishop from b1 is doing an excellent job, because now it can always reach back into the game. I mean, the question is there, how do you combine this knight e3? Because knight e3 heading then later to d5 square, to f5 square, you always have a chance to play just g3 against something like rook g5. I'm actually understanding why Engine is not panicking despite this dangerously looking attack, because white has many possibilities dealing with it.
Yes, that's the good news for white, that he doesn't need to recapture the bishop on h3. And I also want to point out that this move rook b5, we're always thinking and connecting it with the ideas of attacking the a5 pawn, but also to keep in mind these sacrifices on the king side. You know, suddenly bishop h3 becomes possible exactly because of the rook on b5. Suddenly it's able to transfer itself onto the king side to assist the queen in the attack. So a very unexpected role by the queen side rook.
Yeah, what I feel that Niels is facing some trouble with his clock, and I believe that throughout this whole tournament, Niels had been a little bit slow, and we already know that all the experts are really putting a lot of pressure on the clock as well, not just with the possession. Maybe this is also the reason why. And what Niels goes G takes H3. He believes he can defend this. I mean, wow, what a
the
choice.
evaluation bar, Peter, seems to agree with him. It hasn't dropped down, which it would have if it was checkmate. Is the idea connected to the move E5, trying to block the rook on B5 from coming into the attack?
Yeah, probably because the move the other move is F4, but I mean, after F4, he goes F4. I was really afraid of some D5 and then Bishop C5 check. That was kind of the reason why I did not even mention F4, because I saw that Rook H5 is met by Queen G2 check. That's very, very nice. You are covering the G5 square, but what happens if I play the move D6, D5?
Knight E3 now?
You go Knight E3, and you can, thanks to the B1 bishop, we again see that this bishop on B1 is now so important, covering the E4 pawn. So black is not able to capture it with the rook, and white can't on Queen G2 check. Wow.
And also, if black goes Queen G3 check, anyways Queen G2, because the rook on E1 isn't hanging anymore because there's a pin along, it's a mutual pin along the G file.
Exactly. I mean, this is some brilliant calculation by Niels. I mean, not being scared of ghosts, because it was very easy to be scared. I mean, it looks like, Karyakin took bishop takes H3. He knows what he's doing. That's why my also natural reaction was, okay, let me just ignore capturing this bishop and try to basically stabilize my position. But no, Niels is not believing and calculates going for the maximum. I mean, as you mentioned, he tweeted that he needs to come back. He needs a big comeback, and it seems like he takes it seriously. Those were not just words, yeah? I'm always skeptical a little bit of this is tweeting, because of course, just tweeting, you can always mention that, I'm gonna strike back, I'm gonna do a comeback and like this. I'm a big fan, when tweet and the action at the chessboard, they collide. This is always very, very nice, because it means that Niels really means business here.
It is go big or go home for some of these players, and Neil showing that he is ready to take his chances. But Peter, if this sacrifice doesn't work and Sergey finds himself in a lot of trouble, it actually is a big blow to him. Currently on the 9th position with 5 points, that would put his qualification in major danger.
Yeah, definitely. But okay, we know that ever since Maxim Vachier-Lagrave qualified in the moment when we saw that this is just even mathematically not possible anymore. I mean, after that, I'm not daring to give any predictions anymore in the preliminaries. I mean, he was dead at least 100 times during that tournament and ended up qualifying. So yeah, I'm much more careful now.
Peter, after all this time with you, getting a prediction out of you is a dead cause, and I'm just not championing it anymore.
Yeah.
All right, meanwhile, good news for Rajabov, because he definitely needed the win, which he's managed to score against David Anton. Peter, you were talking about this idea of King F1. We've seen great players like Karpov employed. We've seen it at the highest level, but I think that position was just bad news for White. Something had gone terribly wrong in the opening already, and Rajabov just never gave David a chance to recover from it.
Exactly. I mean, that was really a very, very important, crucial win for Temur. I mean, very, very important win. But hang on, so one of the most important games, because the other game, Shakrian Mamedov against Jan Nepomniachtchi, seems to be quite, hang on, is this really so drawish, or does black have some ideas of, because look at this, apparently the engine bar says that black is completely winning, guy. I mean, wow. He has some G4 ideas, just to break through.
And I think the point, sorry, go on, Peter.
Yeah, wow, but if this is really the case, then this is one of the most impressive opposite colored bishop endgames that I have ever seen, because we all know that those positions are very, very drawish, but this breaks through with G5, G4. If white takes HG, then black will go H4, and if you take F takes G4, then black wants to go F3, F2. And let's not forget that the A7 pawn is the right corner. that's actually one of the key moments, that if white takes everything and sacrifices his bishop for the f pawn, then the a7 pawn still remains, and this could be, wow, what a big news for Jan fans.
This is actually a beautiful opposite color bishop ending, because conventionally in these kind of endgames, when it's just one extra pawn for one side, especially with the king and the bishop controlling the side, or at least being around it where the extra pawn exists, very, very often it's just a very simple draw. But just the way Jan has built this, you know, placing the 3 pawns here, the king has entered, the white bishop on e6 can't go to d5 anymore to defend against the idea of g4, because he has to protect the h3 pawn, which means that g4 is an unstoppable force. And like you pointed out, whichever direction white takes it from, the pawn in front of that advances towards queening.
Yeah, I think, you know, because we had this position for quite some time, it looked very, very drawish, but yeah, and we are seeing first Jan is now also putting bishop on c5. I mean, if white's last move was bishop e6 to f5, it means that he's just waiting. Then there is no reason not to try to enforce your position as well. So Jan goes bishop c5 and really getting ready for this g5, g4 break.
But Peter, I'm just wondering what it was, why g4 was not immediately possible. Is there a reason that bishop c5 had to be included in this idea?
Well, I just feel like, okay, why do you hurry? Because probably if white has played bishop f5, his next move will be bishop e6 anyway. And then you have bishop on c5, and just in case, when you push g4 and white wants to maybe try to run with his king active, yeah, then it's not possible. And now we see Jan plays the move g4 with the bishop on c5 beautifully positioned. F take g4, f3 check will be even stronger. So this is some terrible news for Shakri. I mean, if he loses this game, then he really needs a miracle to come back.
I'm not even sure if a miracle is going to be enough for that. He did have 4 losses in a row yesterday, and starting this day with a loss, it's going to be a tough road. We are getting lots of updates, Peter. This game, we can call it Jan Nepomniachtchi win. Let's move on and see what is going on the Magnus board here.
Yeah, actually, Magnus is just winning now. I mean, Ellen had a wonderful exchange sacrifice, but somehow Magnus managed to outplay him finally, and now he's just winning, and Ellen resigned. Yeah, that's it. We have to go back to the Niels Grandelius, Sergei Karyakin position. I mean, look at this now. So we see the engine bar. Niels is down to 27 seconds, and the engine bar says that his position about to collapse. Black did get this d6, d5 in. How was this really happening? So f4, king h8, queen g2, queen h4. And after rook e3, d5, this was a very nicely timed d5, rook h3, and this is the current position. Now black has all kinds of bishop c5 checks, queen e1 checks, all kinds of possibilities.
Also, a quick update, Maxime Vacher-Legrand versus Levon Aronian has ended in a draw. Both these players still somewhere in the middle of the table, so no harm done. And pretty much an uneventful game. I think both can be pleased with this result.
Yeah, I mean, Levon playing with the black pieces, it's kind of fine, of course. Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi had won, so the breakthrough was successful, and all eyes now on this position. I do see that also we have some craziness in Alireza Firuza Wesley, so but we're gonna stick to this at the moment. Wow, and look at this. E5, rook takes e5. Getting the dark square, so sacrificing the rook. Let's also not forget that white's rook on ace is completely out of the game. This is a terrible pin. After f takes e5, black has all kinds of passive, but let's not forget, if you take rook e5, I have bishop h7. Contrast like, so you have to take with the queen. Yeah, just very quickly to show this, because this was beautiful. It looked like black is about to win with rook e2, but white has this stunner bishop h7 hitting the queen and threatening checkmate on g8, and no checks are possible.
Brutal. This is such a brutal idea, Peter.
Yeah, but of course, I mean, it's even more brutal that black takes queen e5 check, and now, okay, now queen e2 check, and it's game over. I mean, now bishop d6 is joining the party. And yeah, I mean, what a brilliant win by Sergey. I mean, we have seen the engine bar was not approving some moves, but I mean, the general picture and the bravery there to sacrifice. I mean, it's really stunning.
And we often think about Sergey as this very solid positional player, but here it was all about these attacking possibilities and taking that chance. I think it's a very intuitive sacrifice, bishop takes h3, because you don't have a direct line in it, but you feel the dangers that exist. And from a practical standpoint, seeing how difficult these positions are, it was a brilliant choice. Now, if black was to take on b2, is it still so clear, Peter? How is white? Is it rook h6, rook h1? What are the ideas here?
Yeah, well, I think rook h6, king g7 is just game over. So white would need to play the move rook g1 to threaten king something. H7. But okay, then black will just play king h7, protecting the pawn from h6. And in the worst case scenarios, you always have even bishop f8. But I even don't see. Yeah, Niels goes rook h6, but king g7. This is basically capitulation. Black has just too many pawns.
Yeah, just so many pawns, and that b3 pawn is worth way more than just one pawn, and way more than an exchange. Completely, what a game by Sergey, and with that, it's exactly the start that he needed. Peter, we can call this a Sergey win. Do you want to quickly jump to the Ali Reza game?
Exactly, I want to see, because I have kept an eye on it. It was just so complicated that I didn't know what to say if we are not really getting into the position. So what we are having here, white sacrificed the exchange for attack, but the problem is that it seems like black is in time to... But hang on, what were the last two moves? Because I feel that maybe we are seeing some repetition of moves. So king h2, queen d1, rook e1, queen d2, rook e2, queen d1 had been played. And the big question is now, after rook e1, will Wesley repeat with queen d2 or will he go queen g4? I mean, usually you would love to play the move queen g4, but actually it's very dangerous, because after queen g4, white might just take, and then open up the h5 with h5, and then king gc, rook h1. Your king might be in some terrible mating net. I'm not sure if that's a good idea to go for queen g4. Maybe just settle on queen d2. Yeah, and Wesley settles on queen d2. Rook e2, so this is gonna be a draw by 3-4 repetition now.
I'm always amazed by Wesley. Whenever we hear these interviews of his, he just is so humble about his expectations, and that's it. Ali Reza and Wesley ends in a draw. I think we still have one more game remaining, the Dubov one, which we actually haven't had a chance to look at.
Yeah, that's yeah, so much excitement was there. And Jordan Van Forest, I mean, Jordan Van Forest seems to be winning. Wow, I mean, Jordan is actually playing a wonderful event. If I know that his score right now is not that optimal, but if we take into account that he basically presented this game yesterday in the last round against Levon Aronyan, so he could at least have one extra point more. And now he's about to deliver a big loss to Daniel Dubov.
And black couldn't come forward with the king to e5. Rook e6 would have been actually checkmate on the spot. So he needs to fall back further on the board. And with that's 2 extra pawns, the king just advances. It's not even an opposite color bishop. This is just Daniel hoping for a miracle here.
Yeah, and look at the clock situation. I mean, Jordan is up on the clock. He's 3.5 minutes versus 37 seconds. I mean, this doesn't look like black has any chances of surviving. But, I mean, you remember what happened in Alan Pichot game against Daniel Dubov. There also we saw that that's it. I mean, there is no Daniel's magic that can save that game, and that game ended in a draw. But, okay, here there are just no practical chances whatsoever. White is more active, white dominates, and white is 2 pawns up. Look at this lovely bishop on d5, beautifully protected by the pawn on e4. The bishop protects the b3 pawn. You have all kinds of king e5 ideas, and then going after black's king. And I think the move rook g6 is connected that, yeah, he doesn't want to go after the h5 pawn. He wants activity, wants to go king e5 and try to mate black.
Makes a lot of sense. The king on e5 would be absolutely safe. No checks there. And we also have an update that Niels Grandelis did resign, and Sergey Karyakin wins the first game of the day. Jordan Van Foreest looking like he's on his way to a win, which would mean very bad news for Daniel Dubov. I think Jordan's score currently definitely doesn't reflect the quality that he's shown in this tournament so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, this tournament is just so difficult, so tough. I mean, and really anything can happen. Just one loss, and we have also seen these streaks, yeah, that if you have some winning streak, you can keep on going, and if suddenly you lose, you can end up losing a couple of games in a row, and then you need so much energy and so much extra, you know, to win even one game, and losing it's always so easy. That's kind of the situation that the players are facing here. I mean,
and look at him, Peter. Sorry,
yeah?
Go on.
Yeah, no, I just wanted that basically the best strategy, what I like, the best strategy is what usually the players who are undefeated, that's what you should try to achieve. Once you get into this mess that you start losing, I think it's very, very difficult in this field.
Yeah, 100%. We saw that happen with somebody like Shakhriyar Mamadiyarov, one of the finest players in the world. Felt like there was a tilt there, as well as Levon. Levon actually mentioned it in his interview on day 2 that he was on complete tilt as well. Jordan, that last game would have been such a disaster for Shak, but that very, very last moment where he blundered into a mate. Understandably, after 5 hours of chess, these things happen. And I see Jordan on the camera, he's completely focused. He knows the kind of things that this format can do in completely winning positions. I think he's going to be extra careful right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, okay, it helps that it's the first game of the day. So basically one cannot really speak about tiredness, but yeah, we have seen those 4th and 5th games are just brutal. I mean, it's really very, very tough to keep up this incredible level of concentration. Believe me, playing 5 rapid games is so much more difficult than playing one classical, because in the classical game, you have all those moments where you can a little bit relax and get ready for the next phase of the game. But here, the opening phase is coming. You face different opponents. You have to deal with many different openings. You cannot really prepare for any of the games. And then all these terrible intensive middle games and then time trouble phases, so on. It's a very big challenge for all the players.
Very, very demanding. And I think it's not just about that day playing 5 rounds, but also the accumulative effect of it. Playing 5 rounds day after day, eventually that also brings in the fatigue, something that we often don't realize. Just the whole format is just so challenging. And I think that's what makes it so exciting, because it's a true test of not just your onboard skills, but your athletic skills as well, getting your stamina into it, getting your nerves, keeping calm, time, just so many different factors when it comes to online rapid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now also we are seeing Jordan. This is a lovely idea, because if he gets his king to d6, then, and probably now he can just give up the g3 pawn. I mean, just go king d6, and then e5 check, also the a5 pawn. So it's not like you are giving up the g3 pawn for nothing. You activate your king, and then collecting the a5 pawn, you are still 2 pawns up. And once you get the dark squares with your king and black king, he even goes e5 check immediately. Okay, this nice little tactics works as well, because king takes e5 would have been met by rook e7 check. So okay, nothing really happens, but this means that white will push e6, just push e6, or what exactly? Or is he trying to? Yeah, he goes e6. I mean, no need to try to trick something. It looks good enough. I mean, black's bishop on e8 is suddenly also in some danger. I mean, black goes rook a8, and where do you put this? Where do you move this bishop? Bishop c4, rook g3 played.
There's also e7 possible now, because after rook g7, you have the move bishop b5.
Yeah, but somehow this rook a8, yeah, this was the most logical move. I mean, everything that was connected, you just want to ask this bishop. I mean, my friend, where are you planning to go? It doesn't really seem like you can go anywhere, because if you go to g6, then I can push e7 and already my pawn queens. You cannot really play rook g8 as well, because then white plays e7 as well. And then you have to go rook h8, then you are pinned. I can win with bishop b5 or with bishop f7. Yeah, bishop g6 on the board, e7, and I think now it's time to resign, because white just wins the bishop for nothing, and the pawn on a5 is also about to fall. So it's
and we
not
have
like,
seen Daniel setting up a stalemate with the king in the center, but I think this is not the kind of position where that's possible to make happen at all.
yeah, exactly. No, this is not definitely not possible. The reason why Jordan is thinking exactly that he even has this very stylish rook g8, which puts an end to the game immediately.
On the spot, just getting rid, instead of winning a piece, he just makes sure that he can queen on the next move, getting rid of the only defender, and bishop f7 is impossible because of the bishop on c4, no squares. And with that, Daniel Dubov resigns. A big win for Jordan. I think there's still a very, very outside chance. He needs to score very, very big and probably perhaps needs some other results to go his way. But if there was any chance, it was to do with him starting with a win, and he's done it. Let's take a look at how round one went. And this is what it was. Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, a quick draw, very understandable. Both players find themselves at the top of the rankings in after day 2. Hikaru not wanting to take any chances with the white pieces against the very infirm Anish Giri. Jordan Van Four's Daniel Dubov, a brilliant win by Jordan. We just saw that game. Beautiful technique there, just going for the most precise play. Maxime Levon also decided to have a peaceful start to the day. It's a long one ahead. Alireza Firouzja, Wesley So ended in a draw, but a very, very exciting game. We saw that it was full of fireworks. Eventually, Wesley decided it was time to bail out and agreed for a draw. Magnus Carlsen starts the day with a win. He's made his intentions clear. It's not about qualifying for him. He wants to overtake Anish and finish at the top of the table in the preliminaries. David Anton Temur Raja needed this win, and he did it. An absolute disaster from the word go for David with the white pieces. Just the opening did not go at all well for him. And after that, there was no middle game to start with. Niels Grandelis, Sergei Karyakin also ended well for the Russian Grandmaster. Sergei, who was on 5 points, has moved on to 6 points. He was at the bottom half, and I think with this win, that means he will find himself in the top 8 going into the second game of the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi won a very, very important round against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Peter, what did you think about our start of the final day?
Well, I mean, we again had 5 wins. I mean, I feel like, you know, it's somehow averaging out that in every round we have 5 wins, which I think is truly stunning. I mean, I don't recall ever something like this happen, you know. Okay, there are some days when this happened, we already call it like a miracle, but it becomes regular. I mean, really incredible, showing this fantastic fighting spirit. Magnus has also talked about it, that it's just lovely to see all these guys fighting like crazy. And I fully agree, because just, you know, this whole format of 16 players fighting for 8 spots, it just forces everyone to give their maximum. And yeah, we are just getting thrilling fights.
And the day has just started. Fire on board all around, which actually reminds me, Peter, there's some amazing news for all our viewers on Keep Yourself Free on the next weekend, because on the 20th and 21st, there is a masterclass on CoChess by none other than Alexei Shirov. That's one that you definitely don't want to miss. 4 more games coming up. You also don't want to miss that. Peter, we'll be back. Let's get some fresh air and come right back.
Well, hello, viewers. You may recognize my face by now. Grandmaster Simon Williams here, bringing you your puzzle of the day. Now, this one is historically quite a brilliant puzzle and moment in history. It's taken from the last round and even the last move of the 2016 World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin. Now, the move that Magnus played in this position, which I'm hoping some of you might find, is a tremendous way to become world champion. It's the best ever end to a World Championship match ever. A really sparkling and brilliant move. A lot of commentators actually at the time, I'm not going to name any names, were a bit worried about Magnus's position here, because if white doesn't find a good move in this position, black is ready to pounce himself with a number of checkmates. Look at the white king, it's very exposed. So it's a very fine line between victory and defeat. But what move did Magnus now play? And remember, you can look at these solutions over on the Chessball site. if you want to sort of cheat and go there quickly. I'll be bringing you the answer live in the show later on, and this must have felt so good to have played this move and also become world champion. I can only dream of such things, but maybe some of you out there who are watching this could even be a future world champion. Now, let's have a look at the solution. Well, I'm sure a lot of you know it. You have to play aggressively here, otherwise black is going to checkmate you, so you've got to play quickly, and the move is this fantastic queen to h6 check. A brilliant queen sacrifice, and whatever way black captures this queen is checkmate next move. King takes, rook to h8, checkmate, and if pawn takes, then there's rook takes f7, checkmate. So a stunning way to, like I mentioned, become world champion. We now come back to the Hastings competition, and a game again from the famous 1895 big international event in windy, rainy, but very adorable Hastings in the southern part of England. And this was a famous game, Steinitz versus Kurt von Bardelben. And the story goes with this game that Steinitz, after his next series of moves, and they're quite phenomenal, and again, do have a think about this position here. Not just the first move, but I want you to try and see the sequence of moves. Again, first move, great, but you've got to calculate it. The story goes that rather than resigning, Kurt left the table and he never came back. He might have hit some of those bars in the old town, drinking his sorrows away. But what a bad loser. Imagine that. You know, you're waiting for your opponent to resign and he just walks off, never to come back. Rude. So what is the finish? Rook takes e7. Again, the kind of move you should be looking for. A check, a capture, a forcing move. Now, the queen can't take this one because c8 does drop and white is simply a piece up here, the extra knight. And after king takes here, well, this is also very bad. And can you see how here? Can you see the way? Well, we can go rook here, check. If the king leaves the support of the queen, we simply win the queen. If the king comes backwards at all, then we have this very strong check. And if the king goes back to the e-file, this double check, and now we can take that queen because of the ambush on the king. And if the king goes to d6, we can now chase the king in a number of ways here to its finish. Can you see the best way of doing this? Well, queen b4 check is one way, or queen f4 check is another way of finishing this king off. And again, I'll let you look at some of these lines yourselves. I don't want to give everything away. You can have a look at this position and try to find the easiest win yourselves. Also, let's remind you, this rook can come in, a couple of moves there. And I want you to, this is a good training exercise for you to look at each of these moves and work out which one you prefer. But let's go back to the actual game. Black instead played king to f8, relying on a back rank idea. And this is where we see a beautiful concept, and that I can't remember being repeated again. It's kind of a windmill concept. White to play and now to win. We can't take the queen because of the rook. Rook f7 check, and again, this rook can't be taken because of the rook there. And now, what is the killer move here? Rook g7 check. Phenomenal. Because what we're trying to do is put the king in a position where we take the queen with check, so we don't allow this one. For example, if we took the queen here, the tide is changed, and we lose the game after that one. And after rook g7, that rook, as we've seen, cannot be captured. And after this one, rook h7, this is where black just disappeared. He didn't even resign, the rude bastard. And the point being, if the king goes back, you know now why this rook can't be taken, because either the rook there drops or the queen drops. And if he does go back, the queen can now get into the position like this. And again, I'm going to let you guys just work this one out. I'll give you a little clue. It involves some queen checks there. But a beautiful combination there from Steinitz. And if you saw all of that, congratulations. Well, it was Philidor who said pawns are the soul of chess. And this next example is really using the pawns to devastating effect. a match played in 1834 between Alexander MacDonald and Louis Charles Mahay de la Borde. And yeah, nice long name. And here, Louis Charles Mahay de la Borde finished in some style. Now, try to think how you'd play this position as black. And again, it's the sequence of moves, not just the first moves. Well, we start with Queen E1, the most forcing move. This queen cannot be captured because obviously this is checkmate. I'll get a rook because it looks more flash. So the only move is Rook C1, and I was hoping you saw this position. And now the pawns, D2. Look how devastating these beautiful pawns are. Again, if the queen is captured, I'll get a queen this time. This is clearly winning. So after the move D2, white now try to counterattack with this one. And the rook just slipped away. And here, rook to D1, and now E3. And this is very beautiful, very picturesque. And if you got this far, well done. That queen can't be taken, a bizarre position. And after queen C3, there's a number of ways to do this, but I really like what black did. He took on D1 and now E2. And this is one of the most amusing final positions you'll ever see in a game of chess, and fantastic pawn power. It would be complete if there was another pawn on C2, but alas, that didn't occur. But fantastic play from Lewis there.
Welcome back to the final day of the qualifiers. Round 1 is done. 4 more games remain, after which we will have our 8 quarter-finalists. I'm already getting the chills, Peter, because I'm looking at the current standings and it is a complete turnaround already. This is the round that's coming up. We've got Anish Giri up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Definitely a very exciting one because Anish, very, very placed. He's confirmed his spot in the quarters, but Jan needs to have a good showing today. He started off well. I think my prediction for this one, Peter, is that against Anish, Jan might just decide to take it a little easy. What do you think? Do you think he's going to go all out and try and get that point in, or will he play it safe like Hikaru did in the previous round?
No, I think this is a very big prestige duel. It's also the very first round of the candidates. There, of course, it will, I think, Jan Nepomniachtchi will have the white pieces, but definitely knowing Anish, I mean, he wants to use his white color. I mean, the big question is also how Jan will approach the game, but Jan can only play his entertaining, very, very exciting chess. And this is often, and there we go. The game started already. It's e4, c5, knight f3, e6. Wow, big surprise. I mean, what is this? Usually, if Jan goes for the Sicilian, then he always plays the knight off, but he just plays e6. That's very, very interesting. It's the Taimanov. No, it's a6. Okay, so it's gonna be some strategic battle. I believe Anish will go for knight c6, b takes c6, bishop d3 setup. And it's no, queen d3. Anish goes for queen d3. This is kind of actually the Russian system, I believe, because the Russian player Sergei Karyakin was one of the very first who invented this queen d3, queen g3 idea. I think in the candidates 2014 in Hanti-Mansiysk against Dmitry Andreyakin, I think that is one of the very first game that comes to my mind when I see this queen d3, queen g3 regrouping.
Wow.
And
That
h5.
just looks like h5 on the board. I mean, a lot of pawn moves there, Peter, by Jan. Not really, and take a look at that. These are all our 16 participants of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. It's just such an all-star cast, absolute A-listers of the chess world. The best players here fighting it out at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Peter, that position that we had on the board, I mean, take a look at that. h5, e6, d4, c6, a6, everything that we've learned growing up, or the conventional way of approaching chess, develop your pieces, castle, and then think about stuff, thrown out of the window here.
Yeah, but also look at white's position. Only the white queen on g3 is kind of developed, and we are also knowing the truth about this, that usually the queen should be one of the last pieces to be developed. However, here there is a very important strategical detail to the position that white kind of forced or provoked black to play d5, d4, weakening the c4 square. So if white gets now an easy development, like white gets knight d2, bishop d3, knight c4 in, then basically we'll be talking about complete disaster from black side. White will be just strategically winning. So that's the whole justification of black, including h5. He wants to harass white's queen with h4, and after the move h4, knight f6, now black gets some really nice squares as well. So knight g4 black wants to play knight g4, and after e5, knight e5. Look at this, Jan, the so-called Najdorf expert is blitzing out everything here, and probably driving Anish a bit crazy, because I don't really recall any time ever that Anish with the white pieces is kind of out of his comfort zone right from the beginning. Usually he knows always what he's doing, but I'm not entirely sure if he's familiar with this territory. And we also don't know, maybe Jan is just bluffing and he's just showing like he's prepared, and in fact he sees this position first time in his life. But knowing that this is some kind of a Russian system with queen d3, I'm thinking that maybe Jan himself had looked at it from the white side. That's why he is kind of playing it so fast and so confidently from the black side. Bishop b4 check.
And we were talking about no development, and then suddenly black's pieces coming out with tempo after tempo. Anish there did slow down, and just an update on what our standings currently look like. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Levon Aronian, and Temur Rajabov all have 5.5 points. Jan is on 8th place, Levon at 9th, and Raja at 10th. So Peter, currently 3 players at the same point. 2 out of these 3 find themselves at the bottom half. So a very, very critical game for Jan. But of course, it's not just him and the others. Speaking about the Russian defense, you were talking about how Sergey is the one who started this whole theory with queen d3, the idea that Anish has just picked. Whenever you're ready, I want to jump into the game, Sergey Karyakin, because this position, I mean, can you break this down for us? What's going on here?
Yeah, this is one of those lines I think that you are taught in the childhood. And you are taught in the childhood from the black side, just don't do it. I mean, this is the typical position, like, no, you should not do it. Yeah, this is some opening trap. We all know this, but it's coming from knight f3, knight f6. And this variation, d4, knight c6, takes, queen takes d5, queen b6. On the other hand, I also know that from the white side, you know, when suddenly I'm sometimes confronted with this line in a simultaneous exhibition, and I never know exactly, is my opponent just experimenting or playing it by accident, or did he check everything for this simultaneous game with a supercomputer? And I'm never completely sure if I should enter this territory or not from white side. I did have win one of my simuls in Brussels, I think in September 2019, in the European Parliament, this position from the white side, and I was burning, a lot of time and energy in this game to make sure that I'm having things under control. Yeah, rook f1, bishop c5. I mean, the point is that, yeah, white's king is stuck in the center. Yes, it's true. On the other hand, also black has some very vulnerable f7 pawn. I mean, white wants to go some knight g5. One needs to watch out. Actually, okay, white has to watch out for some quick d6 followed by bishop e6. If black gets these 2 moves in, then it might be very, very unpleasant for white. Then the king on e2 will be stuck. But it's more about this direct approach. So I believe now the move knight g5 looks very tempting, when most probably I'm expecting black to answer it with knight d4 check. Then the king moves to d1. And then the big question, do you go knight e6, which looks like the most natural move, or are you able to play a move like queen g6, targeting the c2 pawn, giving up the f7 pawn? I mean, that would lead to some complete madness. And yeah, for example, if you would take with the knight, then queen takes c2 check, king e1, bishop b4 leads to checkmate right away. However, if I would take with the rook, then exactly the same mate would not appear. But after rook f7, I do believe that this queen takes c2 check, king e1, bishop b4 check, king f1, queen d1 check, king e1, king f2, queen e1 checkmate should happen as well. I mean, that's kind of the justification of this crazy move queen g6 that I mentioned. So yeah, knight g5 on the board, knight d4 check, blitzed out as well. And after king d1, however, black plays the move knight e6 because probably the move queen g6, I think, would be met by the beautiful queen takes f7 check. And I think this was exactly my game in the simultaneous, that when I discovered that after queen g6 I have queen takes f7, I was so relieved that, okay, I'm not going to be checkmated. Rook f7, bishop f7 wins for white. And now we see that the move knight e6 had to be played. White goes knight e4 and black blitzes d6 out. I mean, the big question is, we know that Shakriyan needs to win this game. I mean, he needs to come with an incredible comeback. I mean, not just winning this game, but he needs to win two, 3 games to have a chance to qualify. So he's willing to take risk, which means that probably objectively this line is not entirely correct, but he doesn't care. He just wants to give a chance to himself, and he creates a big mess.
A big mess where both players are blitzing out their moves. I mean, this is the kind of position where if you're not familiar with it, you're going to take some time. I mean, just take a look at the madness that's on the board. The king on d1, white is threatening ideas against the black king, but white's own king is so exposed. And now with the move rook d8, bishop d6 becomes a real threat. The queen and the king on the same file. But both players look very, very confident. But the first thing that comes to mind is, how is white fighting against the idea of bishop d6, opening up this d file? Is there a move like queen f5 or queen h5 trying to counterattack the f7 pawn, because I really want to get out of this file?
Yes, it's kind of understandable. Another move that seems very natural to me is something like bishop f4, a developing move also to defend the d6 pawn for the moment. And if you kind of have to take knight takes f4, then I feel like, okay, the f7 pawn there is a weakness. On the other hand, it might be just a illusion that this brings me anything, because I'm settling some queen f8 check, but you are taking bishop d6 just in time to cover the f8 square, and after knight takes d6, queen d6, you are the one who gives the first check, and I believe that whenever white gets a check, it looks bad. So I perfectly understand what you were mentioning, like you want to move the queen and target the f7 pawn. But how exactly, I mean, with queen h5 or queen f5, which one is more sympathetic?
It's so difficult to say, but just intuitively, I would want to say queen to h5, simply because queen f5 puts it on the bishop diagonal, which I can't even, I just don't want to create extra problems for white.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but also, I mean, queen h5, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, we are now hitting on f7, but also a move like you need very, very good nerves. Yeah, that you are, okay, black cannot sacrifice the exchange. Let's just quickly show, because then after takes, white will get a very, very important tempo back with bishop d3, also settling checkmate on h7. Besides, even the move queen d5 back might
queen
be also...
d5, Peter. Talking about nerves, in these kind of positions, you just want to trade off the queens. You have an extra material and you just want to get out of any mating ideas.
Yes, that's true. But on the other hand, after queen d5, you will definitely not trade. You will move the queen somewhere, and then we are again back to this, that we were afraid to have the queen and the king on the same file. So yeah, many questions, but okay, probably black will not go for the exchange sacrifice. Let's just quickly check what happens if I would grab the pawn with the bishop.
Let's give a check on f7 to start with.
Yes, so I go to the corner, that's all right, and I feel like you need to take this bishop, no? Because if this bishop moves, it might be unpleasant.
I was thinking about the option of bishop d2, but just to find out, I mean, what really happens after bishop d2?
Okay, bishop d2, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Can I grab this pawn on b2? I mean, let me grab it.
Why not, yeah?
Yeah, just to pose some more problems.
He goes for c3 though, so we don't really have to answer these questions, what really happens here. But yes, it was a wide position. Peter, c3 is very scary. He does vacate the c2 square for the king, which means that after bishop d6, he wants to play king c2 immediately.
Exactly, yeah. Bishop takes d6. I know that in one of these lines, the key move was cc and then king c2, but that was in some very early, very quick d6 ideas. Maybe that was kind of the the reason why Sergei remembered that c3 was somewhere a key move, so let me try to get it. But I mean, here it doesn't look, yeah, bishop takes d6. I mean, that's a completely different position. We also see the engine, but okay, I mean, humanly speaking, it's kind of very natural. You don't want to waste time to grab the pawn on f7. It was not really obvious where does it lead. You just want to secure your king. It's very much in Sergei's style. The only question is that does black have some tactics? Yeah, because if the knight from e6 would disappear, then black would immediately get a bishop e6 move, which would be very, very unpleasant. But for the moment, the knight does not seem to be able to move because of queen takes f7 check. And if that's the case, then probably the bishop from d6 has to move first. But where do you move? I mean, bishop e7? Yeah, maybe I'm just going to go bishop e7 now.
But also take a look at this, Peter. It's the first time that Mamedyarov has slowed down in the game. He's having a think right now. It looked like he was all in his preparation. And when usually that happens, even if you don't know what exactly to play against king c2, because you've prepared the line with an engine, you have this in your mind that it's not the most accurate way for white to play. So Shak probably also senses that there should be something for him in this position. He's slowed the pace down. He's thinking about it. We also see the eval bar has dropped for black here, which was not the case a few moves ago.
Yeah, and that's also exactly the reason why Shakriya slowed down, that he knows that this was not a computer move. It's not supposed to be the best move. And you know, it's one of those things that, because for some other moves, probably the engine was giving advantage for white. So how many moves do you check? Yeah, how many legal moves do you give your computer? Because end of the day, you don't know exactly that. Maybe c3 was a move which was not supposed to give advantage, but you don't think that this is a bad move, because actually, humanly speaking, it looks like a very high classy move. c3, king c2, white has now very nice construction. I mean, just give white few moves to stabilize, and white will be very, very ambitious in this position, because in long terms, white's bishop on c4, knight on e4 is wonderfully placed. It's more about short terms that right now, black probably can seize the momentum with some very precise, very, very energetic computer moves. But if you don't know them and you have been blitzing out everything so far, and then it's not so easy. You know, your brain is not yet in the game. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. Yeah, that if you already logically kind of got into this position, you understood why it happened, then it's much easier to continue. But if you just played because you remember that, okay, this is the whole idea you are supposed to play, then you are faced with a human touch like c3, king c2. It's very easy actually to not know how to continue this stuff.
All right, you were mentioning, let's take a look at some possible ideas and dangers that could exist in white's position. You were mentioning a move with the bishop. The knight on e6 can't move because the f7 pawn is hanging. Bishop d7 not possible because the bishop on d6 hangs. So bishop e7, it has a direct threat on the queen on d5. The only two moves that come to my mind is I would love to go queen b5, offering a queen trade, because if you take it, then my life is just so much easier. But I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to say that there's no trading here.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go queen c7, and then I will say that, you know what, my queen on c7 is wonderfully placed because I'm eyeing the c4 bishop. So any kind of bishop d7 or a6 kicking away the queen might be very, very effective. So I'm not a big fan of queen b5, but if not for queen b5, it means that because you cannot go now queen f5 due to knight d4 check, discover the attack. You have to go queen h5, exactly. And queen h5 is, again, the move that now, thanks to bishop e7, I might be able to play the move g6, winning a tempo.
Queen f3.
But now already, yeah, you will get your time to, yeah, you go queen f3.
This I'm happy with, Peter. If I get queen f3, you know, somewhere maybe I will also try and get in a knight f6 check. I'm not sure when exactly, but I think after queen f3, I feel a bit more in control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I'm really liking white's position with this c3 king c2. I'm curious to see what Shakriya will come up with, because humanly speaking, it's maybe actually queen c7 is a clever move. Maybe actually queen c7, keeping an eye, because also after queen b5, queen c7 was very clever. Eyeing this bishop on c4, protecting the weakness on f7 and getting ready for some sharp lines, maybe even somewhere like b5, bishop b7 development is what is required. So let me play queen c7.
I'm not even going to attempt to find a move for white here because first I think lots of ideas here. I think moving the bishop away, attacking the white queen, a move like queen c7, keeping all the threats on the board. What's clear is that Shak has been taken by surprise with Karyakin's approach. Sergey has managed to throw him off his preparation. We'll see how Shak handles this, Peter, because we've got so much action everywhere. Let's continue our tour. I think where do you want to jump to?
Yeah, well, just very, very quickly to the Magnus game, just to understand that we are not missing out on too much. It had been it's a fantastic pairing, Wesley, so Magnus Carlsen, but both players are in a comfort zone. They didn't really feel like, taking extra risk. It's now a night end game, and probably the game gonna be quite equalish. So let's jump back to the Anish Giri Yanya Pomrachi game, because I do see some craziness. White is attacking black's king and black is attacking white's king. I mean, it cannot really get more exciting than that. Who gets to whose king first? Yeah, I mean, one of the questions that does black already have a direct threat, or is white able to play g takes h5 and then create his own play on the g7 pawn, or does he have to already pay attention to some direct problems like rook takes? Yeah, exactly, because I mean, something like g takes h5, I wonder if rook takes b2, king b2, rook b7 check, king a1, queen a3, threatening mate on b2, and if you play, for example, I just made a random move like rook b1, then I have moves like bishop c4. Okay, you can still answer it with rook b3, but just an illustration that what a complete chaos can happen. Actually,
but Peter,
yes?
Looking at this chaos, I'm just wondering that this, just the line that you were looking at, because it's so interesting to see if these ideas actually work. Let's just bring that up one more time, what you were mentioning.
Yeah, you know what I wanted to mention, that those ideas with rook b2 actually after king a1 are also possible. And then white has actually missed out on g takes h5. So probably the reason why Anish was playing king a1 was not rook takes b2. He probably calculated that all these rook takes b2 sacrifices are still under control from white side, and he just wanted to be sure that he makes this prophylactic move. Maybe the danger was like after gh5, black has also this idea like queen a3, and after b3 some d3. Breaking the structure like this, and then white will have some problem on the bc square. I mean, for example, you move the pawn to c4, I might just double down the b5 with rook db7, and threatening rook takes b3 looks quite devastating. So probably that's the reason why Anish played the prophylactic king a1.
Wow, incredible. And after king a1, rook b2, you're saying doesn't work because white does capture the rook on b2?
I mean, I'm expecting Anish to have calculated it all. I mean, I have big faith in Anish, so I have to continue with queen a3. And okay, the only way to protect against queen b2 checkmate was, I think, rook b1 or queen takes d4. Queen takes d4 would be met by bishop c4.
Bishop c4 is...
Yeah, it's also not the end, by the way, because after bishop c4, white will go queen d8 check, and after king a7 will give a bishop e4 check, g6 will be met by bishop takes g6, and f takes g6, rook d7 check, and probably, I mean, white probably ends up winning because takes, king h6 runs into g5 checkmate all of a sudden, and if you are forced back to the 8th rank, then at least I have queen c8, king moves, queen b7 check, and then back to b2, back to base, protecting the a2 pawn. I mean,
what an amazing line, Peter. That's an amazing line.
Yeah, well, chess is full of amazing lines. You know, that's one of the easiest ways of losing all your time and losing the game by calculating all this, which probably has no meaning whatsoever for the game. But yeah, if I'm already in the commentary, then I will mention them.
We are lucky to have you to break these down for us. Okay, wow. So, okay, can we just have a look at rook b2, because it just went so fast and it looks like something. He's gone for d3 though. So
yeah, he went for d3.
it's not working. D3 also a very tempting move to blow open the position.
Exactly. I mean, the first reaction, the most natural reaction from white side would be to play c3, but I mean, it does feel like white is a bit slow. I mean, he really needs already g takes h5, and he's not getting this tempo. I mean, look at this now. For example, black doubles with rook db7. I'm hitting on the b2 pawn. It's clear that you cannot let this happen. You have to play the move rook b1. And then also rook takes b2 is possible because the queen eyes the g1 rook. I mean, this is really nasty. So white is not able to take rook b2 because of queen take g1 check. So after c3 rook db7, then maybe white is in a lot of trouble. I mean, if you cannot play rook b1 because of rook b2, then actually maybe you cannot play the move c3. And look at this, Anish has slowed down after the move d3. Maybe he has just felt like, you know, d3, c3 is in general terms in white's favor because you stabilize your weaknesses, but it runs into this devastating rook takes b2 idea after c3, rook db7, and rook b1, rook takes b2, just wins the game.
After d3, can white actually try and go queen c3, offering a queen trade?
Well, maybe, but actually he has taken c takes d3.
He's decided to take it.
Yeah, he decided to take it. It's not a happy move at all because after c takes d3, it's already clear that you will never really get your attack going from the white side. It's just to open up. Everything is move pan move, and it might be that these pawns will become some potential weaknesses because we are actually approaching some endgames. I mean, basically it will be black to decide if he wants to go for some endgame because he has the more active queen. But in general, I'm seeing some scenarios when these pawns might be real targets in endgames.
All right, well, for Anish, the result doesn't matter as much in the race to the qualification as much as it does for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is currently in, let me just confirm, he's currently on the 8th position. So definitely he's created his chances with the black pieces. We'll see how it goes. The eval bar also likes Jan's position. Peter, meanwhile, can we just jump to Hikaru's game against Jordan van Foreest? And here I have to say my first feeling is with black's knight on d3, white's king looking seemingly not so safe, although I do see there's a queen trade that's being offered. I feel black's doing well here.
Well, but hang on, is this now some kind of a repetition? At least Hikaru, it's already indication that Hikaru is not really believing that he can be any better. And look at this, yeah, it's threefold repetition.
And Hikaru shaking his head, probably disappointed that with the white pieces, he couldn't create better chances than what has happened in this game. Jordan has drawn this one. Let's move on. There's also been a draw in the Magnus Wesley game, as you were pointing out, a bit of a non-event there. But of course, when the two players meet, it's always very exciting. We've seen them play 2 finals in the tour so far, and both times it was Wesley who ruined first Magnus's birthday, and the second time, I think it was Valentine's Day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically Wesley is a professional to spoil Magnus's celebrations. Yeah,
he's the party pooper for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. So what do we have? I mean, we have some craziness. All right, but okay, this Anish Giri Jan Nepomniachtchi game is so exciting and so critical because first of all, can somebody defeat Anish Giri? That's the big question of the preliminaries right now. And the big question, another big question is Jan Nepomniachtchi getting a chance to qualify? And he already did win a black game against Shakhtar Mamedov today. And it seems like he's doing really good from the black side now. On the other hand, okay, one should also not underestimate white's position because with queen on g2 and rook on g1, white only needs g takes h5 and then all kinds of mating ideas against g7 pawn will appear. So in this regard, trading on d1 and then forcing white's look from g1 to d1 is also very, very natural. The big question is that do you include something first or do you just go for it? I mean, I'm expecting rook takes d1. Is there some? No, I don't see rook takes f3, queen c2 really achieving much because white has all kinds of possibilities defending. Yeah, I cannot take. So expecting rook takes d1, but Jan is taking his time. Is he considering some crazy moves like like rook a3 followed by rook takes a2, but they just don't seem to work? I mean, after bishop c4 check, there will be king b1, so you cannot give the tempo of g takes h5. I'm only wondering because usually Jan plays so fast, and now he's down to 5 minutes on the clock, that if rook d1 is kind of the only move, then he would just blitz it out. What is Jan thinking about?
Peter, we're always complaining when Jan is not thinking about something, and then we almost seem worried once he starts thinking, because then we feel that he's not really, is he feeling some kind of a danger in this position? But looking at what we have in front of us, almost feels like a pleasant choice for Jan to come up with an idea here, whether he trades on g4, whether he trades on d1, what he plays. Meanwhile, I want to also draw your attention to another very important game for our standings, which is Temur Rajabov versus Niels Grandilis, because these structures are just so dynamic. White has got these two central pawns, black has got a6, b5 on the flank. Now, usually it does feel that when white has got these two central pawns, he's the one who's the one pushing. But here with the c4 square and the bishop on g7 eyeing that diagonal, I think black has his own trumps regardless of what the evaluation bar says.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only awkward position of black's queen on a4, but if he manages to trade down the light square bishops, then also his queen on a4 will not really be such a big target. And then knight c4 or somewhere rook takes c5, spoiling the pawn structure. Yeah, Temur goes for e5, closing down the bishop, making sure that all kinds of rook takes c5s are not possible anymore. I mean, this is super sharp. I mean, but how do you do this? Yeah, it's also one of these things that if you prematurely, for example, I mean, it might be okay, but I mean, if prematurely you just go on for jump, white might go rook e2 and somewhere have some e6 idea breaking down black's king inside structure. So yeah, takes has happened.
Does black usually want to trade the queens in these positions with queen c4, or would he rather keep the queens on the board?
Yeah, well, I don't think that, general terms apply to this position. It's a very, very concrete position. Definitely, maybe actually queen c4 is a better move, especially because this knight c4, rook e2, followed by e6 break looks quite dangerous. So in this regard, if you can play the move queen c4, but queen c4, maybe I can answer it with queen a3, targeting the knight. And then your knight is not reaching to c4 anymore.
Well. And black will probably have to make the move knight b7.
Yeah, which is a little bit ugly, but okay, not the end of the world, because you are hitting my bishop as well. A super sharp position. Niels is down to 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. This is actually okay. It's lack of experience. It's the very first event for Niels, but if you want to be result-wise successful in this field, then somehow you have to speed up. But it's very easy to say. I mean, you are playing against the very best players in the world, so there is a lot of pressure on the position, and probably you are first trying to make sure that queen c4 on the board.
Because Peter, there was this feeling after knight c4, not the idea of rook e2, e6, and this queen on d3 becoming powerful, but besides that, even the queen on a4 felt extremely stuck. It would take so long for it to create any play or get it back into the game. I like this choice of trying to trade off the queens, and especially because after queen a3, you've got the move knight b7, luckily hitting the bishop on c5, so queen a6 can be met by the move knight takes c5.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so scary for Niels always that he's low on the clock, and these top guys are, always finding some way of disbalancing you, because one could argue, that you have the 10-second increment. If you are controlling the position, then you should be able to handle whatever happens. But these guys always find something, why you will have to burn the time, and then you run out with your last seconds, and eventually it can end up with some blunders. So yeah, it's just super tough finding a balance between playing fast and what happened in Sergei Karyakin, Shakri and Mamedov, I do see that the queens are traded off, but black got his bishop to b7, rook on c8 also targeting the king on c2, and yes, the bishop on h2 is kind of trapped, but actually it looks like thanks to these active pieces, black will I mean, also some knight d4 check, knight f3 isn't white just losing on the spot. I mean, it does feel very, very shaky.
So knight d4, you can't actually come with the king to the d file. You have to fall all the way back to b1 because king on the d file would mean knight f3 winning material. And now anyway, you go knight f3 and take a look at those pieces on the queen side. Rook a1, king b1, bishop c1. That looks like a semi-Fischer random startup position.
Yeah, and with this loose knight on e4, I mean, this looks almost lost. But hang on, what is happening in Anish's position? It's complete craziness, very, very wild. It looks like, you know, white just needs queen takes g6 now that there is the pin and white wins, but black to move. So can black play bishop takes f5, bishop f5, and then a3? Is that a resource? Because I'm forcing your bishop away, and then I'm using
g6? Is bishop g6 an option?
You can just play, yeah, you can just play bishop g6, and I have nothing here, yeah, because rook takes b2, we have also bishop c2 back.
Or bishop, yeah.
Check. Yeah, all right. This is bad news. But then after f5, what
I like f5, Peter. I like this move a lot because you see the bishop on d3 is the one that's defending the g6 pawn, and you just intercept it with this move f5. A really nice move by Anish. Although I can see the evaluation bar still hates white's position, but why is that?
Yeah, that's why suddenly I felt like this bishop f5 and Jan goes king f8. Ultra cool move, king f8.
Oh my God, these players really are out of the world. As Alan Pichot pointed out, they're not human. How do you make a move like king f8 here?
Well, I mean, probably this move isn't that difficult because after all, it's forced. Yeah, you play the move or you design. If the tactics with bishop f5 doesn't work, you know, then it's all. And now f take g6. The big question is, do you take? Yeah, now black can take on e6, and any check on the f file will be met by bishop f5. And g7 check will be met by king g8 back. So
but is it so simple, Peter? After queen f3, bishop f5, queen h5?
No, g1 rook is hanging.
g1 rook is hanging, of course.
That's a big tempo. And besides, also the e5 pawn is hanging, and that would be a fantastic tempo for black. Wow, I mean.
And look at Jan, he's stretching away. He knows he's close to it. Meanwhile, Sergei Karyakin, we're being told, we're getting an update that he lost his game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So the gamble of going into that opening really worked for him. But let's stick to this position because really anything can happen any moment. Anish Giri, he knows that he is in big danger right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it felt like, you know, this is a real prestige duel because this is the first round of the candidates which we resume. And we already know what happened in their very first game of the candidates, what happened. I mean, that was one of the most dramatic games. Anish coming up with some incredibly brilliant opening preparation, then Jan countering it over the board and so on. And this game also feels exactly in this spirit, you know, that these guys will never agree to a draw. They just want to fight it out.
And let's not forget, Peter, in the candidates, Anish is a point behind Jan and Maxime. So actually, if he's able to continue the form that he's been showing and win his game against Jan, he will catch up in the leaderboard in the candidates.
Exactly. I mean, this whole candidate is so tricky because people are talking about this, that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they are leading comfortably. No, there is this pack of you know, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and Alexander Grishchuk, Wang Hao, all with 50%. So if anyone ever wins the game and the other one, the leaders are losing something, there is also this incredible clash between Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, anything can look completely different right after the very first game, but that's another story. Right now we have this game, and it does seem like black finally has everything under control because this lovely bishop and this lovely pawn on e6. I mean, white is so important to have this pawn on e6 that white has no way of opening up the g file. Yeah? If the pawn would still be on f7 and white would now have the move like g takes f7, white would probably just crush through. But now that the pawn from f7 moved to e6, there are no ways for white to open files. Yeah, that's one of the most problematic things. The bishop will get back to f5. The king can calmly get back to g8. Black has a4, a3, and also queen takes e5 threats on the board. So I'm in fact not seeing any way for white to really continue the game. Rook d1 played. A3 blitzed out immediately.
Because anyway, rook d3 is no threat because you've got queen c1 mate, so the rook is tied down to the d file. If there's a check on f file, black can still fall back with the bishop to f5. So black just continues the march forward, breaking into Anish's queen side.
Yeah, so white probably will have to play queen f3 check, but then bishop f5, and then if you have to go for this terrible endgame with queen a3, that just hopelessly lost. Yeah,
and unfortunately, a takes b2, Peter, now is a checkmate threat. So you don't have time to bring in your queen with h5 anymore.
Yeah, and what? b3, queen takes e5,
queen
checkmate.
Queen b2, and that's it. Anish resigns because he sees it, he spots it immediately. And with that, Jan Nepomniachtchi has done what no player has done so far in the tournament. He is the first player to beat Anish Giri's in the Magnus Invitational so far.
Yeah, and winning 2 games with the black pieces against Shakhriar Mamedyarov and Anish Giri. Jan is on fire, and he's really now making sure that he gets that qualifying spot. Still, this was just step 1, or maybe it was step 2. It was step 2, but still, knowing how crazy everything is, this is still very far from guaranteed qualification.
And Peter, this is reminding me of Jan Nepomniachtchi's tweet early on. Maybe we'll try and bring that up at some point, where he did speak about going where no man has gone before. The space trip really seems to be working for Jan so far. And there we have it. Day 3, the final day of qualification. Jan Nepomniachtchi going for the stars there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe he just fooled everyone, yeah, because all the participants are trying to figure out what Jan really meant with this tweet, yeah. And while they are thinking about this, Jan is cashing in. I mean, definitely he has won 2 brilliant games. I mean, one technical game against Shakhriar, and now this completely crazy game. It was just sensational. I mean, we know how strongly Anish has played so far in the tournament. Beating him definitely is a very big victory for Jan. And what about this? This is a crazy fight between Alan Pichot and David Anton. Both players down to minutes. It does look like black is kind of dominating the position, despite that it looks like black's king is somewhat lofty and white is trying to create some mating threats. This knight on e3 just blocks down everything. However, maybe the game Temur Radjabov, Niels Grandelius is more important for the qualification. So let's jump in there. And Niels is down to 24 seconds.
Wow. And the queen on e4, can white actually try and push the d5 pawn already? Because the dream is to try and get the pawns going. But I see that black is eyeing the c2 square with his rook. Rook c2, b3 are the threats that you want to watch out for. And I have to say, if b3 comes in, especially with this queen e4, also taking control of the b1 square, things could get dangerous for white.
Yeah, I mean, this queen e4 is a very, very sneaky move, because you felt like, you just disbalanced black's queen from this lovely outpost on d5, then suddenly queen e4, and especially with little time on the clock, now Temur has some problems dealing with this, that how do I stop rook c2, how do I stop queen c2, how do I stop b3? I mean, all kinds of things, and Temur slowly catches up. I mean, he's also down to 40 seconds.
Can he take the pawn on a6? Is that an option? Or is rook a6, you trade on a6, b3 just very scary for white?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like white has to go rook e1, but black also has this extra move now, queen c2 with a tempo, and the trade of queens seems to benefit, yeah, queen c2 played, queen f4 is played, so Temur is relying on counterplay with e6. We saw that the engine bar does not like this move, but believe me, if you are down to your seconds, that's the only move which really concerns black, because it was clear if white trades the queens, then no matter if black has 20 seconds or 10 seconds, it's okay. Yeah, black tries to insist on trading the queens with queen f5, understandable. And okay, it's on one side very tempting to trade the queens by spoiling black's pawn structure. However, still I believe like white doesn't want to change the queens on general terms. The big question is not Temur also gambling? Will he try to gamble, or will he try to play according to position? Down to 20 seconds, very difficult to decide.
But if you don't want to trade the queens, then you're just walking into ideas like b3, and that's very scary for Temur. I think the queen on f4 was the most active square. In fact, I think Niels decided not to go for b3. He's come back, so he's saying if you go queen c2, he's okay with the repetition. And take a look at this. Niels is going for it. I like b3 now because e6 is just not as powerful with the queen on f5. Yes, it's attacked, but you can go queen f6 now.
Yeah, but if you have to go queen f6, then ef7 check. I mean, clearly white has not, the white knight will come to e5.
And that's the idea, king g7.
In blitzing, I believe that, this is now suddenly looking nice for white, but rook c2 is also about to come. Yeah, complete craziness. Yeah, rook a b8 played, making sure that the pawn on b3 is protected. Rook c2 ideas hang in the air. What a chaos, and the players are down to 20, 25, 30 seconds on the clock.
Completely crazy. Bishop b4 ideas were on the board. Queen d3 moving away from that double attack, and with that it loses control of the b2 square, so the pawn advances. Now rook c1 check is very, very scary. Peter, Temur in a bit of a trouble here.
Yeah, well, bit is maybe even not describing the situation correctly. This is especially down to 10 seconds. I mean, now black's play is so easy. Yeah, you are not in time to get to black's king, but black is coming. Rook c1, 5 seconds for Rajabov. Yeah, rook e5, trying to meet rook c1 check with rook e1, but this already means that white is getting to a defensive. Rook e1 back, and Niels will have some queen f5 move. Yeah. Will Niels try to go for some...
Knight e1 now. Knight e1 does defend the queen on d3. So queen f5, he could just ignore it then and play king f1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I saw that Niels took the b1 rook. Yeah, I'm not liking that he took the e1 rook, because exactly now the knight is joining maybe the party with knight d3 targeting the b2 pawn. This is practically now very, very good news for Sergei. I mean, sorry, for Temur, that his knight is coming. And rook b5, yeah. Black, but now also black cannot really go a5, a4. Yeah, this rook takes e1. Rook takes e1 was a terrible mistake, practically speaking, definitely.
Yeah, and a very subtle point that the knight on e1 is actually doing a fantastic job of, and now it finds its way on d3 anyways, where it wants to go to pick up the b2 pawn. I think if black goes queen d4, what white wants to do is place the knight on d3 and start attacking black's b2 pawn.
Yeah, but still I'm kind of happy that I took this d4 pawn, because now the queen has direct access to the b2 pawn. Yeah, now white will have to play the move knight d3. And the big question is, does black have then the move rook b3, maybe forcing the knight to capture, and then you are in some kind of a forever pin? Is that an issue? Or okay, maybe it's maybe also not entirely necessary, but it's yeah, just move like a5. That's why I like, that I captured on g3, very tricky. White is suddenly hinting at knight f4 ideas. Knight f4 played.
And knight e6 is a huge threat on the board, forking the queen. And if black takes with king f7, there's queen e6 check suddenly coming in, and the g6 pawn falls as well.
Yeah, but now Niels can go rook b6. Yeah, rook b6 played. He will sacrifice the rook and then put the pawn to a3, making sure that his pawn on b2 is protected. The pawn on a3 is protected by the bishop, and then white will not be able to block this. Yeah, just a3, and then you go back queen f6, queen takes f7, hitting the queen on a2. If you try to block the pawns with queen a2, rook b1, Niels is now winning. Wow,
that was actually incredibly handled by Niels, just down to seconds and finding this way. And take a look at this position. He has sacrificed that exchange, but these a3 b2 pawn are worth far more than that. Queen b3 played. Does black anyway continue with the idea of going queen f6 and picking up the pawn on f7, or does he want to? He's gone queen a7 with the direct threat of a2, but there's queen b2 check then.
Okay, he can also first move his king to a7. Yeah, one of these things with this pawn on f7 that maybe you even don't want to touch it, but now after h4, okay, queen f7 is a tempo, but I was not sure if I really wanted to take. Eventually, white might have some rook d1, rook d7 ideas, but okay, the pawns are too far advanced. They shouldn't really matter. But now white goes h5, breaking. No, h5, a2. I cannot play h5.
A2 is a big threat right now because you can't pick up the b2 pawn with the rook. It queens, and if queen b2, then the rook is hanging. So does he have to move the rook away now to d1, probably like you were mentioning, hoping that someday he can jump into d7? A very important point, he decides to sacrifice.
Hang on, yeah, rook takes b2. This is not draw. This is a theoretical draw. We completely forgot about this to mention. This is not dead draw position because it's a long corner. It's the long corner and you cannot win this position. Amazing, yeah, I mean, what a spot by Teimur Rajabov. Okay, it's a blitz game, who knows what will happen, but actually, I think it's kind of a theoretical draw.
So white can white actually trade queens here?
I'm not exactly, but you can just sit and wait. I don't think anyway black will not necessarily change the queens, but it's more about that you simply cannot win this position. Wow, what if Rajabov really saves the game thanks to this? That will be amazing.
So maybe the whole idea of actually picking up that f7 pawn, Peter, it comes down to that. What Niels had to do was reinforce his defense on the b2 pawn and not allow this sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, probably he believes that this is kind of winning. If I would have not been told by my father-in-law and fantastic Grandmaster Ashok Petrosyan that he already had a game like this. You know, he had a game like this and the game was adjourned. And then in the adjournment, they find out that actually it is a draw. So that's kind of a shocking development. But that was a game played with adjournment, and this is played on 10 seconds. It's a whole different world.
All right, queen e5, queen g3 is something he needs to be careful about and take this decision that we're talking about. Does he want to trade queens and try and hold that endgame? Like you mentioned, it's probably better to keep the queens on the board so that if black pushes any of the pawns, it gives white the chances to give a million checks on the board. Queen f3 defends the g3 pawn as well. And the question is, how is black improving? Maybe queen f5 here?
Yeah, queen f5, okay, it doesn't really change. White can just go back queen e2.
Well,
I will always sidestep. Besides, maybe white is tempted to give queen b7 checks, but I just want queen e2. I mean, I don't want to leave my guard, and I'm just playing king g2, king g1, and I'm waiting how you're gonna try to win it. Yeah, this is the Soviet chess tool.
Black will have to make the move g5. If black does make the move g5, the only thing is that white will have to take a call, because if you go h takes g5, then that would mean that the pawn on g5 is much better than the h1 wrong color square. So how would white react, or does it depend on the position when it happens?
Yeah, I think it depends on the position, but also after g5, you're already trading down one more pawn. It's, I mean, first of all, I don't know exactly how it is practically a draw. I only know that theoretically speaking, it's a draw. Otherwise, you already have to play the position, and then you will try to figure it out. I mean, there are so many possibilities from black side. I mean, you just cannot have answers to everything immediately. You have to go step by step. But simply, it's not possible to win this position. However, this game will be played forever. I think this game will be played forever because Niels is very, very disappointed that he's not winning this game, and he will try everything. I mean, he will play 150 moves this position.
And Rajabov saying he's ready for it, because take a look at him. He's just so calm, and he's also caught up on the clock. He probably knows the theoretical part as well and playing very confidently. Niels just a bit heartbreaking because he was the one who was pushing throughout and played an incredible game, and then rook b2, just a big miss.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget. I mean, it was down to his seconds. Yeah, basically you are making sure that your king is safe, that not that you run into some unpleasant check, and then exactly rook takes b2 comes, and that's what you had to pay attention to. I mean, this pawn on f7 was very, very distracting. Yeah, it was not really clear should you take it or not. And right now he's facing this problem that he might not be sure. Is it his mistake that he's not making progress? I mean, because it's quite shocking that this is kind of a theoretical draw. Yeah, it looks like you are piece up, and slowly you should be able to convert, but it's just impossible.
Queen b3 check now, just continuing to harass black's king.
Look at this. Actually, here after queen f5, computer suddenly showed equal, probably for the idea that you could have taken queen f5, g5, push the pawn to h5, and then go f4, king f3, g4, getting rid of black's f pawn, and then you get the wrong color. But it shows, you know, that Timur is not even looking for anything. He is just very happy that he got this position, which is kind of unbreakable structure. But actually, it's kind of a big miss. I mean, Timur had like more than 2 minutes.
Can you just show that idea to us, Peter? Can you just make the moves? And because I think it's
so takes. The point is that you have to fix this pawn on f5, because you cannot fix it with f4 immediately, because then black plays h5. So you have to make sure that you stop any kind of black playing h5, and then you want to go f4, king f3, g4, trading down the f5 pawn, and then you remain with the h6 pawn, which is the wrong corner pawn, and then you just march back with your king to h1. I mean, one of the things like you have to watch out is like not that you end up losing some pawn endgame. This is maybe one of the dangers. I mean, here, for example, exactly, maybe black is winning. So just an illustration, you know, that how tricky things are, that it looks like, okay, I'm gonna trade and everything, and then suddenly yes, but you are maybe losing because of some bishop sacrifice, and the pawn endgame is lost. So it's understandable that Timur just wants to rely on his defense, just general defense here.
And his general defense idea is just to keep the queens on the board, and he's not going to trade it. Though he is thinking now a little bit. Queen e4 is what I'm predicting that he wants to play.
Yeah, he's thinking, but since he was not thinking before queen takes f5 trade, it would have really surprised me if he would go for a queen trade, especially because he has seen that when did they start this position, move 54, and white already had the pawns like this. So actually, at some point before move 104, Niels will have to move his pawns, because otherwise it will be 50 move rule. So at the move 104, actually, if nothing changes, then the computer automatically will stop the game and declare it a draw.
And what move are we on right now?
81, so still 23 moves till the critical moment. And usually, if you are really professional, then just on move 98, you change the character of the position with h5 or something, just to make sure that you can make another 50 moves. I feel like there is a danger that even the next round will be over before this game finishes. You know, there is some danger for that.
We've got only about 5 minutes for liftoff of the other game, so we might be seeing that this one goes on. It might be a marathon. So with king h7, he sidesteps any queen b2 check that might pick up the bishop on b6. But it really doesn't help the position, because white always has this queen e7 ideas if you move your queen away from the 7th rank. You know, it just keeps bringing back that point of the f7 pawn. It was a dangerous looking pawn, but it was actually acting as a shield for black's own king.
Yeah, exactly. So it all started with this move queen a7, but the big question is, if this is really the point, then actually white could have already taken rook takes b2 in this position and forcing this this construction. So it was also first missed by Timur, and it actually also shows why the move queen f6 was a better move, to keep an eye on the b2 pawn, so that white will never be able to take rook takes b2. So it was already a big miss from Timur's side that he goes for h4. And after queen takes f7, he again could have taken rook takes b2. So this idea actually just kept on disappear. I mean, it was not on the agenda of any of the players. Okay, down to 20 seconds, and you don't know with all your heart rate And now rook takes b2, and unfortunately for black, he cannot play the move bishop g7 because of queen takes a3, so he had to take, and that's how we reach this position, which is played now already for very, very long time. Finally, h5, move 87, the move h5 had been played, so everybody keep an eye on move 50 rule after the move 87's h5. It's breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news.
All right, so h5 played. At least the thing is that he's made it clear that he doesn't want to trade off one more pawn. If you want to play for a win, you want to keep as many pawns on the board alive. Still hard to say where the chances are. Peter, what about a queen trade in this pawn structure? I think with this particular structure, you definitely want to avoid a queen trade.
Yeah, I mean, if white, all right, but just forget about queen. I mean, white should just not try to trade queens. I mean, if black is not able to make any progress, this construction is so successful defending, then okay, because all these queen trades are very, very tricky. It might be that it's a complete draw because you're going to play some f3, g4, but black will not let you play g takes h5. He will take h takes g4, and then you get this f takes g4, and then okay, you never know exactly if you will finally be able to trade off black's g6 pawn. And Temur just continues with his strategy. I mean, sooner or later we will have to abandon this game, unfortunately, because the next one is in 2 minutes.
Let's bring up the pairings. Maybe we can just have a quick look at the action that's coming up in less than 2 minutes as we lift off round 3 of our final day. And take a look at this. It's an all Dutch matchup. The last time we saw these two play a game, that was complete drama in the playoffs at the Vaikanze Tata Steel Masters. Jordan Van Fourest takes on his good friend Anish Giri. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has been very solid, Peter, so far. Hasn't lost a single game in the event. Alireza Firouzja will play Daniel Dubov. Magnus up against Levon. Levon, I think he is definitely going to try, but I mean, it's always very difficult to try anything against the world champion, but Levon is somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard, so very important for him at least to be stable in this round. David Anton playing Wesley. So Niels Grandelis, who is currently playing a marathon game, will play Alan Pichot, and Shak up against Raja. So Raja and Niels are the ones who are fighting right now. 2 big games coming up for them. And then we also have an all-Russian matchup. Nepo against Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, lot to look forward to. I mean, this game, Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian, this is always something special. And I think now maybe Magnus is already leading the tournament, yeah, because or did he just catch Anish? I mean, what's exactly the situation? I'm not really sure.
Magnus does lead. You're absolutely right, Peter, because he was half a point behind Anish, and Anish did lose his game. Magnus moves on to 9 out of 12 currently, while Anish is at 8.5. And then there's a big 1 point margin between 3rd and 4th place. They've got Wesley and Hikaru Nakamura both at 7.5. So Magnus and Anish still at the top of the table with quite a bit of margin.
Yeah, and look at this. Now we can quickly jump back to the Temur's game, because isn't this the moment that maybe white can take queen d5, king d5, g4? If that would be a possibility, because I'm starting gh and then it's a draw, and after a4, king g3, I'm now in time to go king take g4. I want to trade, and after king f6, I'm gonna go f4 and then h5, trading down the pawn. So maybe this is the moment, and also Temur has slowed down. I think he kind of senses the moment that this might be the chance to trade the queens, and and we see this line.
He finds it precisely as you pointed out, Peter. That is amazing. Every time you come up with these things, and I'm just wondering, why are you not the one who's playing here? I mean, the kind of messages that we all get that they want to see you in the tournament, you're always finding these lines before the players even play it on the board.
Thank you very much, everyone who wants to see me. I mean, definitely it's an incredible challenge. I would be honored to play, but I also know, the downside that when the clock is ticking, I mean, and you have a completely different heart rate, anything can happen. And sometimes your hand is making different moves than what your brain is dictating. So this is all very, very tricky.
I'm very happy with you not playing, Peter. Who am I going to commentate with?
Yeah, that's the other point, that I'm also enjoying so much to be commentating all this action, because it just, it feels like all this immense action, and the players, I feel like, credit to Temur and to Niels, they felt like, the other games are about to start. So they kind of just finished it in time. Yeah, they are kind of still playing it, but let's jump right into it. We already have one draw. Maxim Vachilagraf, Hikaru Nakamura featured that Berlin defense, the drawish line, but okay, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronyan, it's a Ragozin derby. Again, this Bishop F4 line, this is one of the most ambitious lines in the Ragozin from the white side, and we do see that Levon is not interested about all this theoretical debate with knight e4, rook c1, knight c6 position, all this craziness when white plays the move knight d2 and so on. So bishop f4, castles, e3, c5 had been played. I do recall that there was some reason, why people were saying that earlier, like knight e4, knight c6 should be, is kind of the best, but maybe Levon has checked it now recently with new computer and came up with some completely new ideas. So very, very interesting.
We've got two draws already.
But also Jan Nepomniachtchi, Sergei Karyakin game has already finished. So this Berlin actually should be banned. Yeah, maybe from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, one should just say that this one, not, please find another one, but enough is enough. I mean, we don't mind the draw, but that we are always seeing this exact draw. Okay, we are getting enough entertainment, so I'm not complaining, but I just find it a little bit amusing already that always we see, even, it's Sergei Karyakin, it's understandable, but also, Vachilagraf, Nakamura, it was Hikaru from the black side. I almost felt like, if Maxim from the black side would play the Berlin just to kind of ask Hikaru, do you really want to repeat? That would be already way too much.
But isn't this the Jan Nepomniachtchi line, as we were calling it, Peter? He's the one who started this trend?
Yeah, this line was there for forever, but in the tour, it was kind of Jan, the very first one, and in one of the tournaments, I think he had like 2 or 3 of these. That's why we started calling it Jan Nepomniachtchi variation, which looks so crazy because Jan is exactly known for his brilliant play and all this complete chaotic stuff, and then exactly that we are giving a name of Jan to a line which is like a draw. It feels completely illogical, but in this specific line, it really happened like this.
And it's funny, it almost feels like an unwritten rule when the players don't want to play the game, they just go into this Berlin and draw like this. You're absolutely on point, that given Jan's style of play, it is totally not sensible that this is the one line that gets named after him.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen him in the previous game against Anish Giri. Yeah, that's kind of the trademark chess that we know from him, that he's capable of beating anyone at any moment with the black pieces. And maybe he felt like, I won 2 games with the black color in a row. I'm now +1, so I need to calm down a little bit. And if I'm playing so well with the black pieces, then why should I go crazy against the Berlin Wall? Yeah, it's kind of also making sense.
All right, so let's do a quick opening tour, Peter. So we've had 2 draws so far already. Hikaru Nakamura against Maxim Vachilagraf and Jan Nepomniachtchi against Sergei Karyakin. Both ended in the exact same way in this line of the Berlin. A quick draw, we've seen that happen way too many times. Peter putting up a petition to just drop this line out of the tournament and ban it from the contract. We'll see if Chess24 ends up doing that. But for now, we've got action on the other boards. Peter, let's do a quick opening tour.
Yeah, now we are seeing the Dutch duel Jordan Van Forest against Anish Giri, and we are seeing a position where if you would have asked me the game Jordan Van Forest Anish Giri, then I would tell you that if Anish Giri is from the white side, it's perfectly logical. I would immediately believing that it's Anish from the white side, and all of a sudden he's from the black side, because I know that this is the typical Kramnik position. I do recall this very first game that was ever played in this line when Kramnik beat Vei, I think the young Vei in Vaikanze at I don't know exactly which year it was, but it was like a really strategical masterpiece by Vladimir Kramnik. And ever since, this line was considered to be slightly better and so much in the style of Anish. But seeing it that Anish is ready to play from the black side probably means that, objectively speaking, this is probably holdable. But I mean, it's slightly passive. And why does Anish really go for it against Jordan? I mean, what was the opening? D4, D5, Knight F3, Knight F6, G3. It happened like this. So they got to these lines, and Anish opted for this D takes C4, Knight A3, C5. So he didn't went for the more principled C3 line, which was the earlier the exclusive main line. So they are playing this line. Yeah. It usually happened also from the Reti move order with Knight F3, D5, G3, G6. We have seen many games like this. People are trading down everything, but the point is that White's bishop on G2 is so much more powerful than Black's bishop on C8. It's not so easy to develop this bishop. Besides, White is also the first to occupy the open C file, which is now much more important than the D file. So Anish makes sure that he is getting his pieces ready with Rook D8. F4 also very nice because you are kind of giving space to your king. You want to come closer. Yeah, this is some kind. Yeah, King F8, King F2 played. It's some kind of a grand, but not that dramatic. So
not that dramatic, and I think for Anish, he just wants to play a calm position after what has happened in the previous round, and somewhere just try to normalize the start of the first game he drew, second one he lost. And we do remember in the last event in the Opera Rapid, Anish was having these 2 great days at the preliminaries, and then the third day was extremely shaky for him. So I think he just wants to make sure that no such repetition of that happens. What is going on in the Levon Magnus game? This looks like a QGD, no?
Yeah, well, this Ragozin QGD structure and all these things, the typical knight D2 stuff, but it's not typical that the white bishop is on F4. Usually it's often arising from bishop on G5 and some H6, bishop H4 moves included, and white has a bishop on H4 in all these structures. So this is like a new dynamic in the position. We also do see that Magnus had already spent like 5-6 minutes up till this moment, so definitely caught off guard in this reaction. So the big news was that suddenly Levon played the most logical way. I mean, definitely.
Magnus looks very calm and easy. Take a look at him, Peter. He's just having a snack in the middle of the game right now. Definitely a sign of him feeling a lot at ease.
Yes, or maybe that he's just hungry, yeah, that he didn't really got a proper lunch, and there are still 3 more games to go. I mean, we never know exactly. That's why it's so nice to have all these interviews afterwards with the players, because then we suddenly get a chance to make some sense out of what we have seen
in the middle of a round.
Yeah, how the players behaved. And yeah, knight d2, knight b3, we are seeing this line now. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, queen d2 would be White's kind of idea, that I'm trading the queen because the knight protects the rook. And these kind of endgames are very tricky, but I do believe that exactly here Black seems to have a very nice version, because Black will have a real big tempo with knight e4 check. But actually this tempo is such thing that if you don't really have a follow-up and White gets f3, you might have a follow-up with knight b4. I know this. I just want to illustrate that if White is in time to kick the knight back, then this tempo doesn't mean anything. White can hope for advantage, but here Black seems to have knight b4, and then probably White relies on the move knight d4, so that after knight takes c5, we will have the move bishop d6. I mean, that's probably the justification behind Magnus's decision of going knight b3 immediately.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and we are seeing this line because Black had also no other choice. So yeah, takes, queen d2 played. Now you probably have to take as well, because okay, what do you do? Playing knight e4 queen takes c3, knight c3 doesn't feel right because the knight on c3 is not really doing much, and it's kind of tempting that after queen d2 you have to take with the king, and then I get an extra possibility to give a check. So very, very logical. We will see how it continues.
I think he is going to go for this option of taking on d2. I mean, you definitely want knight e4. You spoiled white's any chances if he had any dreams of going a castle on either side. He goes for this idea, and now knight e4, or even a move like a developing move with the bishop comes to mind. Does he need to rush with knight e4? Does something like bishop f5? Is that an option?
Yeah, but then I play f3. I mean, I felt like, you know, if I get the time to play f3 and lock down your knight, yeah, because okay, this knight e4 check activation is my big danger. My bishop anyway eyes the d6 square. I'm also planning some g4 advance, getting rook c1 or maybe bishop b5. I mean, white can easily end up being simply better in this endgame. That's why I feel like black has to play very energetically.
Right, especially because of the two bishops and an open position, and the d5 pawn can be weak. So even though the material balance is there, Levon needs to play precisely to completely equalize. And Magnus slightly smiling there. One of the partners of the event are Breakthrough Initiatives who are, they do a lot of research and a lot of contribution in life sciences and studies around outer space. And Peter, I was reading on this that 5 years ago, there was an open letter by Breakthrough Initiatives urging an investigation for intelligent life in space. And one of the first signees of that letter was none other than Magnus Carlsen.
Ah, really? Yeah, I didn't know this.
And 5 years after, here's Breakthrough Initiatives partnering up with the Champions Chess Tour, with the Magnus Carlsen Invitational.
Yeah, it's very nice to see all these developments. I mean, it also shows, you know, that chess is getting more and more attention, and I'm so happy because one of the biggest mistakes are to underestimate chess, because I think the chess is one of the most amazing things. And there is so much more into chess than what usually people think about. And now that there is the chance, you know, to go deeper, to show it, that what chess is really all about, it's not just making moves. I mean, you have to have some incredible preparation. You have the effect of the science. You have the scientists working on the repertoires. You have all this artificial intelligence, knowledge of the computers, everything that you have to implement in order to build the best. But you need the human touch, because without the human touch, just the artificial, the computer intelligence is not enough. I mean, all this, combining all this essence, it's sport, it's kind of art. You know, the chess players are sportsmen and artists all at the same time. So it's just so nice that finally also the whole world gets the chance of really understanding what's really at stake at chess.
Yeah, 100%. The power of chess, as you mentioned, is chess, art, sports, science seems to combine all of that. And when the Play Magnus group partnering up with partners like Meltwater, like Airthings, like Opera, like the Breakthrough Initiatives, I think it's just a validation of that, of just how the intellectual appeal of the sport, as well as how it brings the world together.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just fantastic to see all these developments. But right now I'm also very curious to see, because we reached this position. You remember it was one of the very natural things, like after the move knight b3, that we're gonna reach to this position. And how does black continue now? Because white is just one move away of playing f3 and getting a nice position. So the move knight b4 is very, very tempting. But and for the moment I was like struggling from white side to find the defense against knight c2. Then I was very happy to see that I have the move knight d4. Now that it happened, we can maybe take a closer look at it, because the pawn on c5 is hanging. So for example, a move like knight takes c5 will be met by bishop d6, but it's not the end, it's just the beginning of all these things, because knight b d3 check is coming. Now white will capture the knight, black captures back. White plays the move king e2, for example, and then black has the move rook d8. Very, very important move, hitting the bishop. And if you play bishop e7 or you have played bishop c7, I anyway have the chance of targeting this bishop. So it's not the end of the world. But first, Levon actually includes the move g5. But now white plays the move bishop c7. So what does black really achieve with g5? That's a big question.
All right, Peter, we'll come back to this game, but another game that has caught my eye is the one between two debutants, Niels Grandelis versus Alan Pichot. That looks like a very interesting opening. White has gotten h4, g5 in. Now, Niels had a big chance to win in the previous round where he missed this great defensive resource of rook takes b2 at the end. But he's creating his chances here as well. What is your evaluation of how the opening has gone so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's looking quite promising for White. I mean, the move bishop b4 surprises me. I mean, I don't really believe that it's in Black's interest to give up the dark square bishop. I mean, I understand that you are spoiling the structure, but also weakening all the dark squares, because let's just imagine Black takes on c3, b takes c3, Black plays the move knight e7, White will have this lovely move bishop e3 to c5, taking control of all the dark squares, and I don't really care if my pawn structure is damaged. I just see that this c5 square is so important. So I'm somewhat surprised that this move had been played. On the other hand, it's also understandable that Black wants to develop, and probably the idea of bishop b4 is not even connected to bishop takes c3, but just trying to get his knight out as quickly as possible. We do see that the engine bar suddenly jumps and says that, okay, now White is doing fantastically. I don't exactly see that why this one move is so decisive, but on general grounds, I'm not feeling so happy about this choice.
Right, so Alan Pichot is going to have some questions to answer. Now, the player who survived the scare against Niels is Temur Rajabov, who still needs to win a game to find himself safe for the qualification. Peter, if you can just go to that game, because I see he's playing against Shakhriyar. He's made the move queen e3. Now, it might appear that d4 wins a piece, but I think the point is that after d4, White has got this idea of knight e4.
Yeah, exactly. White has knight e4, and besides, if knight e4 would not be possible, there is also the tricky queen d2. Yeah, exactly, because d takes c3 would run into bishop h7, discover check, winning the queen. But knight e4 is good enough. One thing is for sure that Temur is not the type of guy who likes to be provoked to moves like d4, and I'm expecting a slightly different reaction. Also very interesting to see the players, how they will approach this game, because in general, I think the whole chess world knows that when Shakhriyar Mamedov plays with Temur Rajabov, then they usually play an uneventful draw in classical tournaments. But here, qualification spot at stake. They are basically also direct rivals of each other. And I believe that this is going to be a hard-fought game.
Definitely, they are teammates, but right now it is all about qualifying for the quarterfinals. I have to say that Shak, of course, is in a more difficult spot right now, especially after everything that happened yesterday. I think he still needs to win quite a few games in the remaining 3 rounds to make it into the quarters, and for Raja, a very important one. So queen e3 was answered by a5, the pawn on a7 was attacked. We saw that d4 doesn't work, and he falls back with the knight to e2. So is he trying to reroute the knight to f5? Is that the point?
Yes, well, but it will never really reach there, because when White plays the move knight g3, Black will definitely play g6, nicely taking control of the f5.
I think if you go knight d4, Black will also want to go c5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I'm slightly surprised by knight e2. Okay, so that's what Shakhriyar has in mind, but I'm not liking this. I mean, rook on f1 and rook on e1 are not really ready for any kind of opening up the game. But hang on now. I know no, c5 doesn't work. I was just curious, that it would have been so much more natural and logical to put the knight on a4, yeah, blocking the pawn, eyeing the c5 square. And if White anyway wants to go along with the agenda of playing c2, c4, then the knight on a4 makes much more sense. But for some reason, Shakhriyar maneuvered his knight to e2 and bishop d7, he played the move c4. Now Black played rook f8, queen f4 was played. Takes, king f8. Well, now it looks like a very, very solid position for Black. It seems like this game should end in a draw. So we can move on.
All right, let's move on and let's get an update on the Wesley So endgame. My first reaction on this looks like Wesley doesn't have too many problems. It looks like an equal position to me. The bar also says it's about that much, and here it kind of makes sense. I don't really see either of the sides being able to create any weaknesses. Very, very symmetrical position.
Yeah, very symmetrical. Okay, there are some direct issues, but it seems like, so this is what happened. King f8, knight f3 tempo. Rook went back to e8, basically not fearing knight g5. Knight g5 answered by rook e7. And basically the point is that black doesn't fear any kind of knight x f7s because, okay, giving up the two bishops, I mean the two pieces for the rook. In general terms, it's only dangerous if white directly hits black with the pin, but black is just close enough with all his pieces. Besides, I'm not even in time because you can sidestep, so any kind of sacrifices directly. It's more like, you know, white can play the move rook d2. That's what I wanted to illustrate. Black plays the move h6, and then you have a chance of taking on f7 and playing the move rook hd1. But then I just play the move king e7 and I'm starting to move away the rook. And if you give me a check, then I just move and I'm again starting to move away with the rook. So it's not really a danger. And
so
look
this
at,
ending.
let me just very quickly jump to this Niels Grandelius's position, because this is exactly what I've been talking about, and this is what Niels got. Yeah, black did not capture on c3, but still white got the c5 square, and the c5 square is really, really crucial in this position. I mean, now even moves like b4 might be possible, but yes, okay. So bishop takes b6, queen b6, and now how does Niels play the position? Does he play queen g3? Then probably black will try to play some b4, looking for some desperate counterplay. But this position is looking very, very good for white in many, many different ways.
But I think for it to really feel that it's good for white, you want to try and keep the queens on the board. But then, Peter, there is this direct idea of black of creating counterplay instantly with b4. And that's a little scary for white as well. I mean, moves like queen g3, attacking e5, very tempting, but then black has his chances as well. But if white has to trade in this position, then black has solved all problems. Well, not all, but quite a few of them.
Yes, some of them, but the problem is that the structure is very tricky. I mean, for example, takes, I can include h6 maybe, but also one of the ideas, you know, that I'm going to trade this bishop with bishop h3, eliminating the bishop from e6, and then whenever you castle, I will have the chance of invading on the 7th rank with rook d7. I think those are the things, you know, that scare me a lot. It might be that white will, I mean, black would have one idea to meet it with takes, and then some direct h6, making sure that you use the fact that you open up the rook without castles. So this is also one of the ideas. But look at this. Niels goes queen g3, not fearing b5, b4.
It's such a direct line that I'm very tempted, before we move on to the next game, Peter, to just have a look at what happens after b4. Because if you take a takes b4, queen b4 suddenly starts threatening the b2 pawn.
But maybe I just ignore. Sorry, I just take on e5.
And if queen b2, you say king d2, and then suddenly an idea of rook b1 is also in the air. The g7 pawn is attacked. Short castle, do you want to go? What happens after short castle here?
Well, after short castle, I'm already counting on h6, yeah, that I might be the one mating you first.
And I don't really see a way for black to defend this. There's a check on d8, but after bishop d3, everything's still under control. You can also move away with the king probably to e3. There's queen b6. This is very, very difficult. But if you can't go short castle, let's just back up and see what black can do if he doesn't go short castle there.
Yeah, because also your rook on b8 is kind of hanging. If you play rook d8 check, I anyway play bishop d3. And then my king can also go to e3. We see that this queen on e5 is such a lovely piece, yeah, dominating everything because it defends everything. It attacks the most important pawn, the g7 pawn. You are not able to castle due to this h6 idea. Then black's position seems almost ruined. So
what about
probably,
Peter? What about a move like bishop c4 there? Is that an option? I see that queen g3, black is still having a think right now whether he wants to go b4 or not. After bishop c4, I'm only relying on the trick of rook d3, and you just say you don't care and move away, but at least this gives me a check on b6.
Yeah, okay, give me one more check. I'm continuing my journey. I go to f3.
Journey to space, and after king f3, wow.
So knight is hanging as well. h6 is in the, I mean, your position is collapsing.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So
yeah, so probably actually you just have no right to give the e5 pawn. Probably you will have to protect, but it's very sad because it felt like, you know, this is the direct counterplay. If you have to move the queen back to c7, then white gets the momentum.
All right, we're going to see how Alan manages to handle this very difficult situation. Peter, let's go to Anish and Jordan's game. You did mention that the opening surprised you because Anish is going into a passive position. And I have to say, what I'm seeing in front of me, it really does look like Jordan has managed to create big pressure. That knight on e5 is such a stunning piece. The bishop on e8 it just seems absolutely dead. No squares at all. I love that white has taken the structure with b3, a4, killing the black's light squared bishop completely, not allowing it to come to b5, not to c6, not to d7. It almost feels like a bit of a zugzwang that Anish is going to end up getting into. All of white's pieces, that king on d4, bishop on f3, just beautifully placed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks like a model game. Usually these model games are played by Anish Giri in such positions. So yeah, seeing him on the defensive side, it's somewhat surprising. But on the other hand, if someone can really defend such position, it's probably the maestro from the opposite side. So I'm really curious to see how Anish will try to hold it, because I believe that he will probably hold it. It's also not so easy from white side to break through, but that's exactly when Anish is coming, you know, with his incredible slow little finesses, and then it provokes you to do something from the black side, and instead of doing something, probably it would have been more wiser just to sit and wait. I'm very curious. I mean, if Anish would be sitting from the white side against Jordan, I would say that it's almost no chance that Jordan would defend this against Anish. But now that we know that it's Anish sitting on the receiving end, I somehow have the feeling that he might be able to defend.
And that's quite interesting, because after you point out that, you know, all of white's pieces are so ideally placed, but yes, white needs to find a breakthrough. And where is that breakthrough? He's gone for bishop c6, a trade of the bishop. That is a very interesting decision by Jordan. I think he realized that this is the ideal position and something needs to be changed. You don't want to go for h3, g4 breaks, because after the trade, black is the one who gets an h pass pawn, which can be dangerous. After bishop c6, what's the point? If black trades on c6, knight c6, you can't fall back with the king, allowing white's king further to e5. So what happens if black just moves away with the knight here? Let's say a waiting move like knight c6, knight c8. What is the idea of trading this bad bishop that black had?
Well, actually, I also felt like, you know, if white wants to make any progress, then it should be the move bishop c6. And I also felt like it would be Anish's move from the white side. He has beaten me in some these night end games, you know, with some incredibly skillful play. So I have big respect for Anish in these positions from the pressing side. The big question is, how do you, because moving the knight to c8, I mean, also looks terrible, because you just don't feel like you can move this knight to passivity. Your king is kind of cut off. But yeah, I do see that basically wherever you move your knight, I cannot really make progress with king c4, because then you jump back. Yeah, that's kind of the justification of also the move knight c8. It can also be the move knight b7 or knight e4. Yeah, Anish goes knight e4.
I like knight e4. It's definitely more active. But now I'm just wondering, can white, because like you pointed out, king c4 is no threat, knight d6 check, making sure you don't get in with the king to b5, keeps everything under control. But what happens if instead of king c4, white starts to threaten a fork on d7 with either knight b8 or knight e5? I also like knight b8, Peter, because that might allow white to somewhere step in with the king to e5.
Yeah, so king e7 and then king e5, but then I might go knight c5 and I'm targeting your weak. Okay, you can still jump back with knight c6 check. And
knight
then
c6, knight d4.
knight d4, but then I play king e7 and you have to watch out for knight d7 checkmate. all of a sudden, yeah, we have seen all kinds of crazinesses already.
And maybe white has to actually here, white has to repeat with knight c6.
Exactly, yeah. So
I might have found the only way for white to fight for a draw.
You always have to watch out. Yeah, always have to watch out with this, because sometimes it's a decisive way of entering with the king, and sometimes you enter into some counterplay. Yeah, you always have to watch out. So knight e5 played. Yeah, this is much more natural, because also after king e7 I have the move knight c4. I mean, I'm not really seeing the defense. I mean, I think in the Legends tournament I lost a seemingly completely dead drawn endgame against Anish in this knight endgame. And it felt like, it's draw. He made all the natural moves, and suddenly, yes, I did make mistake, but I was lost, and I was like shocked that, okay, why did I deserve it? Sometimes in these night end games, you don't know exactly why you deserve it, but you just lose.
And I think the point is, let's just quickly show that position that you were pointing out with knight c4. Black can also attack white's pawn on b3 with a move like knight c5, but maybe white doesn't care. He just picks up the pawn anyway on b6 or on a5. But let's see this line with knight b6, Peter, and correct me if I'm wrong. After knight b3 check, you come in king c4, and black's the one who's going to lose the a5 pawn, which will be absolute disaster.
Exactly, because if you lose the a5 pawn, then okay, the a pawn is just way too powerful. But also in the game now after knight d2, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, does black really want to jump on knight f1 check and knight takes h2, trying to believe that he wants to have the h pawn? I mean, then knight f1 jumping back, taking on g3, and then running with the h pawn, but it does feel very, very slow.
But how is this line? Are you saying that white will go knight d7 now, or attack the knight on d2? What is white's move here?
Yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, that for example, the line with knight d7 check, isn't it very, very similar that we have discussed? So king e7, knight takes b6. If you take knight b3, king c4, actually it's just transposition, yeah?
Yeah, and I think black just looks very slow in trying to pick up these pawns, no, in that line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't believe that you can really go that way. I mean, it's just impossible. So you have to take. We're going to play the move king c4. The knight has to move somewhere. Okay, probably check. King b5, and this looks actually lost.
So knight f1 now, king a5, knight h2. The king moves to b5. It just looks like black is extremely slow.
Yeah, I mean, you really need the king on a7, but you are not even reaching there, because after king d8, I can even play the move king c6 if I want, and then I just push. Yeah, and this is on the board. So how will Anish try to defend this? And Jordan is on fire. Yeah, I mean, we have seen him winning some very important game against Daniel Dubov. If he beats Anish Giri, is he still fighting back in time, or is he not in time?
We're going to get a confirmation on that. We will have the standings after this round. Meanwhile, Rajabov and Shakhriyar have drawn their games. Wesley So, David Anton also ended in a draw. Ali Reza Firuza, Daniel Dubov draw as well. So lots of safe play in this round. And we see we are getting a confirmation that unfortunately, regardless of what happens in the game, Jordan Van Foreest cannot make it into the quarterfinals. It's too little too late.
Yeah, but it also shows that you see that the players, yeah, I mean, Jordan is also getting more and more experience. He gets used to the situation, and he's very, very dangerous. I mean, capable of beating any of these guys in this tournament. It's very nice to see that. I also see that the Niels Grandelus LMP show game basically went along the lines we have been discussing, and this looks very, very bad. But is black counting on some queen d4? Is that the move how he wants to stay in the game? Probably with some queen d4.
Oh wow, Peter, this is exactly what we were looking at. And we thought that after 8-6, white is completely winning because of the mate on g7. I don't see another move except queen d4, because f6 is impossible. The bishop on e6 is hanging. Looks like the only move to fight against queen g7.
Yes, but I mean, okay, the position is just so bad, because after queen d4, even any kind of endgame, queen g7 takes, and now we see 1, 2, 3, 4 pawn islands. White
One
has
of them
this
you can pick up.
lovely piece. I mean, the pawn on a6 is hanging, but I'm not even interested of that pawn. I mean, all kinds of ideas are there for white, getting king to e3, going f4, and just decisive attack also with f5. Black's pawn structure is just catastrophic, so I'm expecting Niels to win this game, and I also understand why Alan is taking time before queen d4, because it's such a sad endgame that you don't really believe that you have any chances of holding, but you don't have other move.
You don't have another move, and Niels also really up on the clock. So difficult situation for Alan. Peter, let's go back to the Anish endgame. It's really heating up. It is the position that we saw. Anish in big trouble here. So he decides to bring the king first over to the queen side so it can fight against the a pawn. Probably he wants to go king a5, king c7, king b8, trying to keep things under control, because I think if you go, king c6 is an option. And then after that, he wants to play knight f1 and collect the pawns. How is white going to improve this? Does he go knight c8, knight e7 check?
Can I play just the simple move king a6?
Which is why I was thinking that maybe black wants to go king c7, king b8.
Yeah, but if you go king c7, then I'm very comfortable playing king b5. I feel like if I I'm not worried of this. I mean, I just cannot believe that you have ever time to collect this. Yeah, takes a6, king b8, and I just gonna give a check. King b6, knight comes back to e5, then I go knight c6 check, and if this is not winning, then nothing. Yeah, that's how I would feel about this. I mean,
I feel that if I was playing, I would still not be so sure. But you're convinced that this is very easy and black's knight is just too far from defense?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, you have to justify your play by collecting, and okay, then finally the route of getting the knight to c7 is just there. I think that, you know, the idea from black is like, after king a5 you want to go king c6, making sure that you target the knight, and if white king moves to a6, you're gonna play the move knight b3, making sure that again you have some kind of a discomfort here from white side. And if you play a5, you can go knight c5 check, king a7, king b5. That would be kind of one defensive resource I was hoping for.
Peter, I'm going to quickly draw your attention to the Magnus Levon endgame as well. This one, we will come back to it, but can you tell us what's happening here? Magnus has this pawn on e6. It looks like it's going to end badly for Lev.
Yeah, well, I mean, my feeling is more like it's a draw, but I have very active pieces. Your king on b1 is stuck. You cannot really make use of the e pawn. If you take on a6, I take on f3, so that's not the idea. Somehow white would probably like to get king c1, king d1 in, but then also the question, first of all, I can just protect. But okay, this will be the critical test. Yeah, this king c1, king d1. But king c1, maybe I can take on a2, and after e7, I'm still in time to come back to e2. I feel that it's more drawish than a loss.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that after rook e2, especially, it cuts off the king, and with that, it does look like he's got everything under control, because rook h6, king f3 doesn't really lead anywhere, unfortunately, because white's the one who ends up losing the g4 pawn.
Yeah, my next prologue would have been, I would say that, I usually trust Levon very much in all these endgames. He's a true artist. He knows what he's doing. And then I looked at his clock, and he's down to 16 seconds. I mean, this certainly doesn't look like, Levon is full of confidence and knows exactly what he's doing, because then it would be at least 3-4 minutes on the clock, not 16 seconds. Yeah, Magnus goes king c1, that's the critical test. But I think it's very important if that black can take on a2. Yeah, black
9 seconds. He has to, because otherwise king d1 was anyways the follow-up. And now what is the point? Does he want to go b3, or what happens after b3? b3, e7 is the move that white can go for.
Yeah, well, e7, and then if b2, then I have king c2. So be careful. But what is happening? So e7, I can give a check. Then I can give a check, and if you move out with the king, I push b2, and what is it? e8 queen, b8 queen seems to be fine for black, because only queen e2 check, then I go king g3. I mean, complete madness. But no, Levon goes b2 immediately.
King c2.
King c2. So he wants to
He wants to go what, rook?
He just wants to give up his B pawn, yeah, but what exactly? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised of this, but according to computer, he's doing everything right. What happens after king c2?
On the board. And Levon now thinking about what he wants to do after king c2. Although I see the evaluation bar is saying that black is fine, so he has to give up the pawn and go rook e2 next. But then white has got rook f7, and then he marches back with the king to d1.
Yeah, and then I think Levon wants to rely on this king f2, king f1, that he is never in Zugzwang. He can just make the moves, but he has to watch out then for some f4 in the right moment. So
F4
actually with king on d1, king on f1, f4 will be winning. King e1, that's shouldering the white king just in time, and now coming back with king f2.
That's a very nice idea. That's a very, very nice idea, because if you don't play king e1, you can actually be in a lot of trouble once white gets king d1 and f4 in, especially down to seconds. And now after king f2, white can win the h6 pawn, but he loses both e7 and f3.
Yeah, Levon goes back rook e6. I mean, he wants to make sure that his king comes to e2, and then, but hang on, I mean, what is this? So king c2, king e2, rook f7, probably rook e3. Yeah, just cutting off the king. But we see engine bar says it's complete, do everything, but just one mistake. It's everything, very, very precise calculation is required, because rook f7, rook e3 now is kind of obligatory. If white gets king c3, he wins. So rook e3, and now white is in kind of Zugzwang. Maybe it's a mutual Zugzwang. If it would be black to move, it would be maybe a loss. Okay, you still have the move king e1, but it's very scary. Then I might be able to go for something.
Oh, this is an incredible defense that Levon has created, and especially the precision you're pointing out, Peter, because I think he could have actually not even gone king f2 after rook h7, because that would allow king to d1. If we can just quickly show that moment, because it looked like that would end the game on the spot, but would have probably ended up being a big, big mistake.
Sorry, which move?
Maybe after the game, let's just keep up with the game, because moves have been played. So king c1, king e1 played right now.
Yeah, king e1. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, Levon is an artist. I mean, we all know this. And now Magnus is trying to triangle. Yeah, this is like the famous pawn endgame. Also, you are trying to give the move. If black would now play the move carelessly, the king e2 move, then probably king c2. Okay, still black has the move king e1, but it's a little bit scary. It feels like, yeah, Levon anyway goes for it, no believing that, yeah, king e1 is good enough.
It's so move by move, because the important thing is that black can't allow white's king on the d file with a move like king f2. King d2 would actually end up winning the game. Rook on e3 has to be timed really well, not allowing the white king to go to c3.
Exactly, this would be the win, and then white's king is just coming. So Levon's defense is based on the fact that he never lets white king out. So yeah, Magnus goes rook h7.
And now king e2. Again, I think king f2, king d2 was a possibility, because king f3 runs into rook f7 check.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, always king e2, just locking down there. Yeah, now rook takes e7, and it's an elemental draw. I mean...
So does he go rook e3 now? Or he could also give a check on c7 first.
Yeah, many possibilities, but yeah, this rook e3 and then rook takes f3 looks straightforward, just not to give white any chances of playing this game. Rook takes f3 and then bringing the king e3 and finish.
Wow, what an instructive and really precise play by Levon Aronian, down to seconds. These rook pawn endings are always so tricky, and these guys are really up for it. Just shows how strong they are. Rook e5, king f3, king f4 finishes the game.
Yeah, it finishes the game. And look at this. We are seeing the end game that we have been talking about in this Jordan Fan Forest Anishgiri. We are seeing this. How did they... So what? Anish played your move. King takes e5, king c7 was played, and everything happened like we spoke. But after king b8, my line was knight d7 check, and Jordan played the move knight c4, king a7, knight d6. Okay, with knight e5, we would still see the transposition to our line. Knight d6, knight g4, knight c8, check, king a8, king b6.
So now all white has to do is get the knight to c7. So knight d6, knight b5 is the big threat on the board. Black can give a check on d5. What happens if black makes a move like knight e3 now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, somehow I'm not that happy with the knight on c8, but
let's just mark the idea, Peter, that white has. Black can't waste time trying to create any passes. Knight d6, knight b5, knight c7, a7 would win the game. So he goes knight f6. The idea is to give a check from d5 or from d7. A very, very important move. Time is absolutely key for black here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but okay, I mean, if black saves this position, then whenever I will have this night end games next time against Anish, I will think about it. Okay, Anish had the much worst one, you know. This will give me confidence, because often I'm thinking like, oh, this looks ugly, and I'm collapsing myself. But no, I will believe if this position is holdable, then basically any night end game should be holdable.
But maybe it really is. Maybe Anish has managed to create chances. I don't know where exactly white went wrong after king c7. Maybe we'll have a look at it once the game is over. But currently, I don't see white managing to create that setup he needs with the a pawn. I like knight d6, knight d5. You don't want to take the pawn on e2. Knight e2 would have lost instantly to the move king b6 and knight c7.
Yeah, but now hang on. Now maybe black is in a lot of trouble after all. He got tricked. Because now, and both players are down to 20 seconds. I mean, okay, how can you play perfectly this endgame? But now with the knight on d4 eyeing the e6 pawn, actually there are all kinds of dangers that white might combine the ideas of going towards the king side.
But knight c7 back now?
He comes back. Knight c7.
So king b6, knight d5, can white actually try to go with the king towards the pawns with a move like king c5?
Yes, king c5, okay, king a7 will happen. King b5 is played, but hang on now, knight c7 check. He cannot play king a5 or king b6 because it will be threefold repetition. So after knight c7 check, he has to go king c6, I believe. Okay, it's very scary for black, because knight takes a6, knight e6, going with knight f8, hunting down the pawns. Anish done the yeah, he goes knight c7 check, king c6. This looking very, very bad for black. But I mean, the whole endgame looked very bad, and black is still fighting and kicking. Knight b4 check, king d6, and what? Knight c2. Will black be able to? I mean, don't tell me that this is possible. I mean, maybe knight c2 is very, very important, because then knight f8 is met by knight d4 and no, knight a2. Yeah, this is another very, very nice move, because knight c3 and targeting the g3 pawn and also the e2 pawn on the way. Incredible.
Knight c3 is a huge threat on the board. Knight f8, knight c3. You either end up losing the g3 pawn or the e2 pawn. How and Jordan feeling it a little bit, you know, that he has messed it up big time, shaking his head right now. Anish knows this is his chance.
Yeah, there is a chance, like you can go knight c7 check, king b7, knight d5, stopping knight c3, and if black goes knight c1, you go knight c3 and say thank you, you know, I'm holding down, and Jordan goes for it. He needs to do this, because okay, at least you stop any kind. I mean, you have to protect your g3 pawn. That's the key pawn. But now, whenever your king starts to marching towards the h7 pawn, black will have some very direct attack against the knight on c3, and then black's knight seems to be ready. So maybe white will play the move e4, but that already looks quite lowish. Even though.
But what about king d5 here, Peter? King d5, and is there a threat of going king c4, trying to trap the black knight on c1?
Yeah, no, he goes e4. I mean, yeah, this is kind of the practical approach. I mean, just eliminating, and you are still hoping, but there is very little material. And the problem is that after knight e2, I can never move any of my pawns, because they are kind of hanging. Okay. But white has king e5 idea, then going g4 and then activating the knight. But it's still looking very lowish now.
So king e5 has to be played now, because you can't push the pawn, you can't move the knight away. After king e5, does black start bringing his own king to the king side?
Yeah, well, definitely black ones, but are you in time? Are you in time, or maybe can you just play king e5, h5, and then king f6 is met by h4? Maybe this king e5, h5 move just seals the game.
That is very nice, actually. Peter, can you just show it on the board? King e5 played, h5 here. That's a really nice idea. Can you just explain that to us?
Yeah, because it looks like it, yeah, and Anish plays it immediately. It looks like it weakens the g6 pawn, but after king f6, I have h5, h4, breaking the structure, and gh4, knight takes f4, and then black will be in time to go knight g2 and eliminating, and this is what we're gonna see. What a save by Anish, amazing stuff.
And he finds all the precise moves at the very, very end, and with that, knight g2, knight h4, unstoppable, and that's it.
That's it. Wow, what a fight. What a Dutch derby.
That was a gladiator level fight by Anish, and this is what it is with these players. Even when you're winning, you know, it's not over till it's over. They just find the very last resource of defense, and just so difficult to win a game of chess.
Yeah,
With that,
absolutely.
Peter, I think we've wrapped up all the games. Let's get our results up. All right, we're going to go into a quick break, actually, and we'll be right back with the results.
Thank you for taking the time to watch this short video on an extremely exciting project that I've been part of, and I hope that you will join in my journey to become a better attacking player by becoming a student of this course. Now, I've been working on a basically 29-30 hour video course on the art of the attack in chess. It's been a mammoth project for me. It's taken a lot out of me, but it's been so rewarding, and you can be rewarded as well by becoming a student of this course. Now, The Art of the Attack is one of the most famous chess books ever written. It's one of those books you have to have. Any grandmaster you talk to will tell you that this book is just the classic. It's a classic book on attacking. It was written by Vladimir Vukovic, who had a long life in chess, born in 1898 and died in 1975, a Croatian chess master who was a journalist, did various, but this is his Bible. And it really has been the main text on attacking chess throughout that time. This book tells you how to attack, tells you how to build attacks, when you should attack, how you should attack, how you should finish the attacks off, everything you need to do, defending, how to defend, how to look at your opponent's defensive strategies. Now, my aim as a grandmaster who creates videos and done my own videos, been in the game of creating videos for a long time, is to share the knowledge in that book with you in as fun and an educational way as I possibly can. So my way of doing that is by, of course, keeping as near to the text, but modernizing it and trying to get the key points across to you. Now, let's have a look at the contents very quickly. So the contents here is only 13 chapters, but each chapter is ginormous, and each chapter has so much video content that I've specifically done. And what I've done is I've taken the author's words, I've tried to be as close to them as I can, but giving my modern take on it and giving you the latest in attacking chess. I go through the history of chess, saying how it's evolved according to the author and up to modern days, how you can improve your game by learning and playing in the right way, and the things, really the main things I'm trying to get you to do is become a better attacking player. After all, if you're a better attacking player at your moment, you'll checkmate him, job done, and you'll feel very rewarded in the process. So we've got many different areas within this book. It basically focuses on nearly every area I can think of to do with attacking chess. So attacking uncastled kings, how you go about that, things to look out for, patterns, what areas to attack, typical sacrifices, everything really. It's just ginormous. The other thing I personally liked about it, being a professional and creating video content and basically collecting data, is the stuff, the sort of games that's included in this are fantastic. They are the best sort of games I've seen anywhere else in demonstrating points. So a lot of effort's gone into finding the right things, and I spent a lot of effort, you know, communicating that to you, and hopefully you'll become a student and join me, join yourself, treat yourself to this journey as well. Now, there's a range of different levels. It starts off quite basic, so this is kind of a book for everyone. Some of the patterns, checkmate patterns, right at the beginning, you can see just demonstrate standard formations that you will get. And as soon as you start to understand these patterns, it will develop into getting into more complicated ones. For example, we have stuff like this checkmate, very simple. And then as you go on, we even look at more atypical, not quite typical checkmates. They're all here. Everything is here. Let's have a look at the so-called Legals mate. And this is a famous one in this position, where if black plays something like g6, you can give up your queen to checkmate on d5. All the famous checkmates there, and I'm sure a lot of checkmates that you haven't heard of. Like I said, it's been a real pleasure. I've put my soul into this course. I've learnt a lot. I think it's even helped me become a better attacking player, even though that's what I'm known for. And I really hope it will do the same to you. I know it's big. I know it will take a lot of time, but you can dive in, dive out of the course, have a look at what you know, bits of the areas you want to look at, come back to it. And I really try to get it across to you in a way that will improve your game. So do go ahead, buy the course, join the party, become a student, and become a better attacking player.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom! Freedom!
Let's not just look at openings move by move, but let's try to understand a little something and look at a few typical structures that can arise out of a bunch of main openings. And hopefully, understanding these structures and the typical plans and the ideas will help you a little bit in your own practice. Laurent, what structures will we cover?
So first of all, we'll cover one very famous structure, Carlsbad structure, which can arise from the Queen's Gambit mainly, but from other openings as well, like the London system or the Caro-Kann.
So, fond childhood memories of the Carlsbad. Thank you. It's important for everyone to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. Then we'll have a look at some Ruy Lopez, actually, which is the classical line, not the Marshall or the Berlin, but this classical position where white plays d4 and sometimes even goes like with the pawn on d5, or even sometimes taking on c5. We'll see some nice game of Bobby Fischer here. And some nice cup of game after d5.
Here you will share your Russian upbringing with us. You have all the classical education in the Ruy Lopez. Some nice examples there, hopefully. Then we move on to the French structure, which I don't understand particularly well, but this position has always intrigued me. Who's better and why? What are the plans? Why?
Welcome back, and take a look at where we are going into the penultimate round of the qualifiers. Magnus Carlsen has overtaken Anish Giri on the leaderboard, something that he said he was looking at yesterday. He's at 9.5. Then we've got Anish at 9. To both Wesley and Hikaru Nakamura, teammates of the United States, at 8 points. Alireza, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 7.5, Jan at 7, and then a pack of 3 players at 6.5. Peter, anything can happen for these last 4 players, especially Jan, Levon, Sergey, and Temur.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also we have the pairing Daniel Dubov against Magnus Carlsen. Basically, it's the very last chance of Daniel Dubov to still fight back, because he's on -1 score. If he wins now against Magnus Carlsen, then he can go all crazy in the very last game. So also very, very important game for Daniel Dubov and of course for Magnus Carlsen. And what do we see? Is Rajabov just forcing a draw with white? Why is he doing that? Is he, I mean, he doesn't seem to be safe, no qualifying.
And Jan surprised as well at that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, it's perfect for Jan, because I think Jan, after this fantastic comeback, he's now kind of safe. But from Rajabov's side, I mean, he's just he's still in the dangerous zone. Why is he giving up his white color?
Jan Nepomniachtchi currently in 7th place, while Raja at 10th place with his final white. Agreeing for a quick draw here. Very surprising decision, Peter. But let's move on. We've got action everywhere and some very, very critical rounds, including the one Daniel Dubov versus Magnus Carlsen, where Daniel has to win for a qualification into the quarterfinals. We've seen him do it at the Athens Masters, where he sensationally knocked out the world champion in the quarterfinals. Can he do it again?
Yeah, I'm also looking at this game. Yeah, it's 5 move G3, this Meran with G3. It's one of your territories, no, Tanya?
Yes, the semi-Slav, and then replied with G3. It really just depends, and Magnus decided to accept the C4 sacrifice, and you just don't care about this. You just pretend like you haven't given up a pawn, you castle. Sometimes there are ideas with A4 and sometimes with E4, bishop F4, rook E1, queen C2. The other rook comes to D1. Yeah, maybe we can just show the basic plans here. You put your queen on C2, the rook E1, rook D1, bishop F4, which is why Magnus has made the move bishop to D6. It is going to be interesting to see how white responds. Bishop G5 is another way to play. You can always win this pawn with a move like knight D2, but going for the C4 pawn and winning the material again is never the idea of actually sacrificing this. It's more for the play in the center.
Yeah, exactly. I think that once white plays the move bishop G5 and gives up later on the bishop pair on F6 after something like H6, then already white starts positional approach. Then there is no need to go crazy because you give up the dark square bishop. But after H6, for example, just to illustrate now the differences, for example, white goes knight D2, cashes the pawn back, and then slowly starts squeezing the position. I think this is a very strategical idea. While after castles, if black would not have played the move bishop D6, black would have played the move bishop E7, then we get to those type of positions that Tanya already mentioned, that yeah, white goes E4 and then goes also A4 and so on, plays for compensation. But after Magnus playing the move bishop to D6, basically saying that I'm ready to meet E4 with E5 probably. And Daniel did take his time, opted for bishop G5. And now we see this line, H6, bishop takes F6 on the board already.
So knight takes F6, and Peter, as you're mentioning, white will go pick up that pawn. Now, whenever these two play, we've been seeing them play against each other so much in the tour. Athens Masters saw Daniel come on top, then Magnus got his revenge in the Opera Euro Rapid in the semi-finals. It was in the quarterfinals as well, when Magnus was the one who knocked out Daniel Dubov. And this particular match in the preliminaries, a very, very crucial one for Daniel especially. Magnus, of course, has already qualified for the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Peter, some other players in the struggle. Let's take a look at what is going on in the game. And Firouzja, Hikaru and Firouzja have already drawn their game. Now, Firouzja is looking like he's on his way into the knockout stages. This will be the first event of the tour where Firouzja will qualify to the knockouts.
Yes,
big
but I
news.
also think that after the Skilling Open, he didn't participate in any other event. That's also one of
Skilling Open. After Skilling Open, this is his second event of the tour.
Yeah, and one of the games, what is MVR doing? I mean, he's playing some chaotic stuff against Jordan Van Forest. I mean, he went for this ultra sharp line. So just to make sense out of everything that happened so far, is that this is the Caro-Kann with d5. Black plays the move c5, knight f3, knight c6, takes on c5. I do know this line actually. E6, bishop e3, knight e7, bishop b5, knight f5, and queen a4. Yeah, that's actually one of those traps, I think, in the whole line, that by starting with bishop b5, you make sure that actually black was ready to go knight f5, and it's very, very tempting. It's lovely, but now with queen a4 hitting the bishop on g4 and hitting the knight on c6, which is suddenly not defended. So takes, queen takes c6 check, king e7, queen b7 check. Okay, white first gets the seconds, the bonus 10 seconds, and goes for bishop g5 check quite quickly. f6, e takes f6. What is this? Is this some kind of a preparation? I mean, g takes f6, queen b7 check. Yeah, that's what it is all about. Yeah, queen b7 check.
So black has to fall back with the king, no? Because, or do you go? You can't go queen d7 because of bishop f6.
Yes, but if you go king e8, then probably Jordan wants bishop takes f6, hitting the queen, and after queen takes f6, queen takes a8 check, king moves out, and then finally white takes. But okay, it's not completely clear. I mean, white's king is in some kind of a danger. I don't know exactly. Maybe this is some kind of a brilliant preparation, or it's not preparation. Was it just a blunder of queen a4 and afterwards? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that why on earth did Jordan blitzed out bishop g5 check here? Yeah, I mean, couldn't he just capture back the bishop with g takes f3? Probably then black plays the move rook c8, and yeah, it's tricky because it looks like this king is very, very ugly, but white is not developed, and actually maybe it's more complicated than it looks. But we are getting the confirmation from Sotiris, from our producer, who says that the engine really believes in g takes f3 and says that there is just no compensation from black side. But for some reason, Jordan kind of blitzed out the move bishop g5, and the reason why I was not so happy about this bishop g5 check, that it was blitzed out too quickly. It's such a crazy, complicated position. Why don't you just spend some time? And we see these complications. These are now on the board. Queen b7, king e8, bishop f6, queen f6, queen takes a8, king f7. Now white has to take g takes f3, and I felt like, you know, there is enough play. At least I see all kinds of dangers to white's king on e1.
And Maxim keeps true to his style of just blitzing out moves. I mean, in such a complex position, but you can just never tell with him, is it preparation? Is it not preparation? Is he familiar with these ideas, or he's not? Because regardless of what happens in the opening, it's almost like he's on blitz mode, bullet mode sometimes, constantly. Peter, king f7, g takes f3 is the line that you're looking at. Black needs to make sure that white is not able to develop the knight on d2 and go long castle. So is queen e5 the way to continue, or does he move the knight to h4, threatening checks with the knight? Because I do feel bishop c5, queen b7 check, knight d2 just gives white the opportunity to develop.
Yeah, it's a very, very tricky position. I mean, yeah, g takes f3 on the board. I mean, black has so many options. I'm wondering if Maxim will blitz out something, or will he finally think like a human being? I mean, this is such a critical moment, no?
Very critical. Meanwhile, Anish Giri, Sergei Karyakin has ended in a draw. Of course, for Anish, that result is absolutely fine. While meanwhile, the Sergei Karyakin, he's currently on the 9th spot. going into this round. So it really just depends how the players do and what happens in the last round. Peter, the quick draws that have happened right now and the positions we see on the board, we're setting ourselves up for an absolutely wild last round.
Exactly, that's the kind of trick that don't be fooled like players are securing their position whatsoever. I mean, Sergei Karyakin and also Timur Radjabov didn't secure anything. I mean, they just make it sure that we will have even more dramas in the very last round. This is going to be epic. I'm even curious to see what are the pairings, but okay, we have enough very exciting games, so I want to stick to the games. And we do see now Queen E5 check, relatively quickly played by Maxim, King D1, Bishop takes D5. Now white goes Queen B7 check, and then white goes Rook E1 tempo, and white goes Knight D2. I'm slowly feeling myself much more secure than two moves before. So I give a check. Probably you kind of you play Knight E7, right? Or King F6?
I think Knight E7. King F6 just looks like inviting trouble at some point. Let's see what happens after Knight E7. Although, of course, it's sad to retreat with the knight. And now maybe a move like Queen to F5 here. You go Knight D2 and then Bishop F2 ideas.
Yeah. I mean, Rook E1, Queen sidesteps, I develop my knight. And it's important for me that you don't have Rook B8. So if you put your queen on F4, for example, then you will have Rook B8, but I will have Queen D7 attacking the pawn on E6. So that's why I was not really worried of this as well. So
Queen D7, yes.
Queen B7 check on the board. And what is Maxim up to now?
He needs to decide, because both moves has its own pros and cons. You go King F6, it does feel a little shaky for Black's king, but at least your knight on F5 remains active. And that might be something, Peter, because if Black can pick up the F2 pawn, then Knight E3 becomes a real threat on the board.
Yes, yeah, but I mean, I always have this Rook E1.
King F6.
I mean, I always have this Rook E1 tempo. I mean, this is, yeah, so King F6 is kind of more dynamic, but still. All right, let me stick to my plan. Rook E1, you're gonna go
Queen F4.
Queen F4, but hang on, Queen F4, so you are threatening Queen F3. Is that a big threat? Can I?
It's a threat.
Can I maybe include Queen D7, or that's too much, yeah?
Or
yeah,
Queen
okay,
C6.
just to illustrate what I'm talking, but maybe I can. Queen D7, you give Queen F3 check. Can I play the move Rook E2?
Wow.
Can I play the move Rook E2? I mean, I know that it looks super scary and super strange, but I don't see a good way of defending the E6 pawn, and Knight D2 will be a tempo. The reason why I could not play King C2, that I felt like Queen takes F2, Knight D2, Knight E3 check was just in, but then I can sacrifice it, Rook E3. No, this is even stronger maybe. But probably you play Bishop E3.
And none of that happened, Peter. Lots of crazy action here, but he decided to play the safer option with Knight E7. And we saw Queen B5 and White bringing the queen back into the defense.
Like this. Okay, this is maybe super clever. On the other hand, this Rook E1 was so tempting, but maybe there was somewhere something along the calculating lines that the players have discovered. Hang on. So yeah, this is probably the reason that after Rook E1, none of the aggressive moves, but maybe just Queen D6, keeping an eye on the E6 pawn, making sure that no Queen D7 moves will be possible, and then Rook B8 and Bishop takes F2 ideas are kind of a little bit unpleasant. So maybe that's the reason why Jordan has opted for this Queen E2, Bishop E3, Knight A3, Knight F5. All right, it's still very, very tricky, because one would love to play Knight C2 targeting the Bishop on E3, but White really has to watch out for some D5, D4 followed by Rook D8, and then White's king gets stuck on D1. I feel like maybe it's more tempting, but if I play King C2, then some Rook C8 move comes with Knight D4 idea, but still maybe this is safe. King C2, and then after Rook C8 to play a move like Rook A D1, and I don't really care, I just ignore the Knight D4 threat, because actually I'm not just exchange up, I'm exchange and pawn up. So I can basically just take, and even maybe not take on e5, but just play queen d3, and all of a sudden my king is perfectly safe. I'm hitting on h7, and there are no threats. Yeah, this is actually probably the direction white should try to go along. So after king c2, do you have some knight d4 check? Hang on, king c2, knight d4 check, but it shouldn't
Takes on
work.
d4 and rook c8.
Yeah, I wanted to go queen f5 check, but you can run away with king to a4 probably.
And if you start with rook c8 check, then do you go back to b1?
Then I might go back to b1 and play knight c2.
Knight
yeah.
c2.
Exactly. I mean, this I'm just covering everything, and yeah, slowly I should be able to untangle, but this means that probably knight d4 check immediately doesn't work. But if knight d4 check doesn't work, then I'm really very happy that I get rook d1 and then sacrifice on d4. That I would be really dreaming of from the white side. Maybe black will try to play some d4. I mean, rook c8, rook a d1, and then make the move d5, d4, giving up the c4 square, but trying to create some threats.
And even though I see the evaluation bar is giving white an advantage, I think this position is absolutely crazy completely. I mean, just one mistake and anything can happen. So very hard to say right now. Peter, Maxime currently has 7.5 points, and he's looking pretty good because he's looking pretty good on his way to the quarterfinals. He's currently on 6th place, half a point ahead of Jan Nepomniachtchi. We'll see what happens here, but the other player who needs to be very careful is Levon Aronian. Let's get a quick update on his game against David Anton. I'm seeing the position. Levon's final white in the qualifiers. He's playing against David. I'm sure he's looking at trying to create his chances. My first feeling here, and I see the evaluation bar as well confirming what I was going to say, that white is looking good, that bishop on e8 is targeting the a6 pawn, that bishop on b7 is way worse than white's bishop, the b4 pawn weakness, he fixes it with e4 on the center, knight f5 can be coming in. Someday you might even think about f4, but basically white has all the plans in the position, especially because of this a6, b4 weakness. And whenever black makes the move a5, then the b5 square gets weak as well.
Yes, but exactly after the move e4, and I'm not entirely happy about this move e4, because now if ever black knight reaches the c5 square, then actually black will have a wonderful position. The big question is, will black be in time? Because as we already spoke about, we also mentioned the pawn a6, b4 construction is weak. White has this powerful bishop which hits the pawn, and if black plays a5, then white will have this lovely b5 square for the bishop. That's true, but still the knight on g3 would love to, the knight from g3 wants to get to c4. I mean, that's really the ideal square. It's not about kingside attack. Now there are not enough pieces. The dark square bishop is really missing, but white would love to reroute his knight to c4. Probably that's also the other reason why Levon felt like, okay, I don't want to play the move e4 because it's slightly anti-positional, but at the same time I have to reinforce my pawn on d5, and this knight f5, knight e3, knight c4, targeting the d6 pawn. Let's also not forget about the weakness on d6, because all these combined are the real dangers. On the other hand, okay, black has, usually if you are getting this from a classical Spanish Ruy Lopez, then you have a very bad bishop on e7. And that's why we would be calling white position almost winning with a white bishop on e3, black bishop on e7. But without the dark square bishops, there is also a tendency that if black gets out, then he might be getting a normal position. So very precise calculation, move pair move play, combining the strategic ideas with move pair move calculation is required to really make sense of what's happening. But very quickly, an update on the Daniel Dubov Magnus Carlsen game, because we talked about that. Daniel Dubov needs to win, and it looks like he gambled a little bit too much. I mean, he does have some compensation. Magnus is 2 pawns up, and black has this powerful knight on d5, but thanks to the pawn structure and the knight on c4, yeah, Magnus just breaks with b5. I mean, he says, I don't want to be 2 pawns up. Let me just break out of this position and I should be better. I mean, Daniel is almost about to be eliminated from the tournament.
And I think the point is that if you go rook b5, he might even jump in with knight c3. Yes, I see the bishop on a. Also, bishop a6 is an option. With knight c3, bishop a6 as threats. I don't know about knight. Maybe we can just have a look at these lines, Peter. Bishop a6, rook c5 looks like the only move. And after rook c8 as well, white just puts. Black chess has solved all problems, can also take on c4, jump in with the knight to e3. So you can't really grab the b5 pawn. And if you have to go bishop d5 in that initial position that we're seeing on the live board, then black is very happy opening up that bishop on e6.
Yeah, I mean, this is not really looking good for Daniel. I mean, Daniel has to win, basically. I mean, still we don't know exactly, because if he wins the very last game with the black pieces, he is kind of getting back to 50%, and 50% might be the into some big sharing. I mean, we don't know exactly the tie breaks, but I mean, practically speaking, I think he does need a win, and we are getting the message that.
I'm looking at the Wesley So position right now. Has black just blundered a piece? What is happening after g4 here? What am I missing?
Wow, I mean, why
bishop g4 maybe bishop, but still.
Yeah, no, bishop takes g4 is bad news, because you will also have bishop. I mean, what has happened? So it was some very sharp line, and then takes, bishop f3, queen f6 looked kind of natural, and yeah, another move g4 seems to be putting an end also to Niels's hopes. Yeah, probably Niels still needed to win at least one game, probably even two, in order to have real chances. But this is now looking very bad.
And we are getting a confirmation from Sotras that g4 in fact does work. You see the bishop on f5 has got no squares. What happens after bishop g4 trying to get in queen f2? White simply picks up the bishop, and after queen f2 steps the king to h1, no checks. There are threats on e6. After e takes d5, you give a check, and king g7 or king h8, controlling the long diagonal, and that looks like game over.
Exactly. I mean, okay, black's king is much more vulnerable than white's, thanks to the powerful light square bishop, and g4 on the board. Yeah, that's it. I mean, this is the end.
Niels looking away.
This is the end to Niels.
Absolutely, Peter. He knows that it's gone wrong. You see him shaking his head. He's not even looking at his screen right now. And Wesley, very, very impressive.
Yeah, okay, but this is not really a surprise. Yeah, we are used to seeing him so impressive. We were like shocked on the first day when he so-called just scored 50%, losing 2 games from the white side. That like, what has happened to Wesley? Well, it has happened that he just needed some time to get his engine running. And
Wesley's consistency has been amazing throughout, not just this event, but throughout the tour so far. And g4 looks like it's a crushing move against Niels, and you can see the disappointment on Niels right now. Big miss. And all right, we are also getting an update, Peter, that Magnus, I'm seeing his position, his pawn is on a3, but after rook a5, which has just been played, it looks like it's going to fizzle out into a draw, no?
Yeah, and the reason of that is that if probably the move that Magnus, maybe he was counting on this, that rook c8 would run into rook d8 check, forcing the capture on d8, and then white gets his rook behind the pawn. That's why it is winning. So Magnus opted for rook.
Can you explain that, Peter? Peter, sorry, can you explain that? If after rook a8, if white doesn't go rook d8 and decides to go passively into trading the rook on a6 and putting his rook on a1, trying to defend like that, is that dangerous for white?
Yeah, I think that this is just lost. Yeah, because black's king is coming. There are way too many pawns. I don't know exactly which. Okay, probably just like this. And if white marches all the way to b2, then okay, black can play king f5, can also break the structure with g5, or just himself making sure that he will take care of white's pawns, march towards the h2 pawn and collect all these pawns. White is then doomed to passivity. Basically, that's the point, that you need to get your rook behind, and he gets it, and this is not that draw. Rook What a save by Daniel. So maybe practically he still has chances. If he wins the very last game with the black pieces, he might still have chances.
It's absolutely crazy. We are also being told that in the last round, we've got a great matchup coming up, which is going to be Sergei Karyakin taking on Temur Rajabov. The winner of that match would probably advance, but if they draw, it's a 50-50. Both of them might be out or both of them might be in. That's just how crazy the situation is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we also still have this completely crazy game between Jordan Van Forest and Maxim Vachier-Graf in progress. Actually, Jordan has played the move knight c2, not king c2. He went for knight c2 and run into this d4, but he has probably calculated, foreseen all these things that now he's running towards the king side. King e1, knight d4 takes, and king f1, making sure that he quickly gets rook e1 in, kicking away the bishop, and he also again gets chance of targeting black's vulnerable pawn on e6. So quite a nice reaction, and this we have been seeing about Jordan, that in all these complications, he somehow navigates himself very, very nicely, already on the absolute highest level. So this actually means that then Maxim, okay, he's right now in a very good position, but after losing this game, then still the last run might be a nerve-wracking affair also for Maxim. And what do we have? Levon's game is very important, and now looking at the bishop on a8, it seems like Levon is about to just win this game.
Absolutely, Peter. That bishop on a8 is just such a nightmare for black. Also, let's not forget the a6 weakness that exists in the position. White always has b4, kicking that knight on c5 out. And with that, it would mean the a6 pawn would fall, white dominating this strategic position. But the main point is this e4, d5 pawn structure, which has just killed black's bishop on light squared bishop.
Yeah, I think that here after e4, David Anton blundered because it was very difficult. I mean, we spoke about that the position looks difficult, but he tried to get his knight immediately towards c5, but now white got the chance of isolating the b4 pawn. And after e5, knight d7, there was queen a4. Very, very important move, because also eyeing the knight on d7 and also attacking the b4 pawn, and there is just no way of protecting. I think it was some kind of a hallucination by David Anton missing queen a4, because if you see it there, then you just know that it's game over immediately. And Levon is definitely going to convert this.
There's absolutely no compensation for black for the pawn. He's also going to lose the a6 pawn. So Peter, do you think that black at that moment had to make sure that white didn't get a5 in and probably go a5 himself before rerouting the knight to c5?
Yeah, probably. But I mean, okay, it's so difficult because everybody understands that a5 weakens the b5 square, and then you will not really be able to go knight b6, knight d7, maybe one, but you had to go a5. I mean, everything is better than this. But all right, we have enough action. What do we have? I mean, we still have this Maxim Vachier-Graf. I mean, this game with rook on e5, queen on d4, bishop on e3 still looks very, very sharp. But yes, look at this, very nice. My question wanted to be, can white play rook g1? Yes, he can. And it will lead to checkmate immediately. Bishop g1, queen takes e5, queen f2, checkmate. So basically activating the rook with rook g1, which is so tempting using the pin, would actually blunder into a very, very sneaky checkmate from Maxim. That's his point.
But black actually has set up a very tricky structure because he needs to be careful. There are always these threats like getting the queen to h4, moving the bishop away, attacking the white queen and threatening mate on f2. So maybe Maxim has managed to create some tricks here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, this is quite a scary position from white side, but okay, so far it seems like Jordan.
Sorry, Peter, isn't bishop g1 something to be worried about? You do have queen g, maybe bishop g1, you have queen g2.
No, but bishop g1, I also with happiness would go rook take g1, right. Yeah.
And rook e2, you take the rook back with the rook, and that probably white is the one who's trying there.
Exactly. I mean, then I'm kind of happy. But the big question is, yeah, white goes h4. That was also my move. I wanted to go h4 just to open some loft for my rook. Besides, I'm slowly preparing maybe rook h2, rook g2, maybe also some rook h3, rook g3 things. Because if he gets to h3, then I will have ideas like king g2 and then also get my king to h1 eventually. All kinds of ideas.
Also, this idea with h4, it takes away all threats like rook g5 check once you move your king to g2. It stops black's queen from coming to h4 and giving a check on h3. Creates space for white's rook. That's actually a very, very nice move, Peter. Very multi-purpose.
Yeah, very nice and also very, very effective, because if, for example, black plays the move bishop f4, then probably white even has the move like just queen f2. And if you give me a check, then I might just go king g2 and say, thank you very much, pawn on h4. There are no bothering checks with rook g5. And actually white suddenly consolidates immediately. So black has to probably maintain this battery, this bishop on e3, but then how does he make any progress, or how is he trying to scare white? Because white has a clear agenda, just developing the rook and winning the game.
Not really sure what is black's next move. Meanwhile, we are getting an update that after getting g4 and winning that piece, Wesley has won his game. And with that win, it means that he is definitely one of the quarterfinalists.
Yeah, I think, however, that wasn't really in any danger. I mean, Wesley with +3 was in a very safe position. I see some very interesting position. Ellen Pichot against Shakriya Mamedjalov, and it ends in a draw. Simply, after rook a6, king g7, Shakriya had to kind of agree to a draw. I mean, he did not have to. He could have played also king e3, but it's just that he's not in time to stop the f-pawn, and finally the rook has to be sacrificed for the pawn. And then it's just a draw. So a great save for Alan. The Magnus game seems to be ending in a draw as well. I mean, this is a theoretical drawn endgame, despite being 2 pawns down, but these are double pawns, so there is no intrigue here. So let's stick to the Jordan Fanfuers Maxim Vachier-Lagrave game, because this is, despite the engines saying that white is completely winning, I mean, we all know that practically speaking, this is still very, very tricky. Far from over. King g2, queen f5 played.
So black is there a threat after queen f5? Does he want to step away with the bishop anywhere, like bishop d4? Don't really see a direct idea here. Even if the bishop steps anywhere, the queen can simply move away, and white looks like he's very well coordinated.
Yes, that's true. I mean, black doesn't have any direct threat, but I think in this type of positions, it's very, very important to play on your opponent's nerves. And by not having a clear idea, not having a clear threat, but one of the tempting moves, like white would love to get his rook into the game, and if he gets the rook activated, it's all good. But when the rook goes to h3, then already something like bishop f4 might be very, very annoying, because then the rook gets stuck on h3. So basically finding a move is tricky, and Jordan goes for queen c4. I mean, it's definitely a move that requires very precise calculation, because it runs into some rook c5, rook c2 check ideas. But if white gets chance or time to get the rook to e2 and then go rook he1, then it's going to be game over. So it's a very, very ambitious move. The move queen c4, and is he basing his idea that after rook c5?
After rook c5?
He would go queen g4 maybe.
Because Peter, you have to go, because you can't even allow black to go queen g6 check. So that's something that needs to be taken care of as well.
Yeah, but now suddenly white king gets to h3, connect the rooks. There is a queen trade hanging there. The bishop on e3 is hanging. I mean, it does look like probably you have to play the move queen e5, but this is already looking bad. Then even I can play the move queen e4, forcing the trade of queens. Seems like Jordan is, as usual, very, very up to point in all these move per move calculations.
Meanwhile, Levon also looks like he is up to the task, still maintaining all his advantages and all his trumps. He's got that extra pawn, control over the c file. He can always go f3 and start picking up the a6 pawn. The queen on a2 looks like it could be trapped. Very bad position for David Anton here. Don't see him surviving this one.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's just a completely lost possession. I also feel I don't know exactly all the games of David Anton, but today doesn't seem to be his day. We do remember his very first game against Temur Rajabov, which went horribly wrong. Basically, with the white pieces losing in basically 20 moves. And such games actually set the tone for the whole day. Starting with a disastrous loss from the white side, you lose your confidence. He also didn't have a good tournament situation already. So it's all comes together. But yeah, this is quite uncharacteristic for him, because usually he always puts up such a resistance and he's such a fighter. But yeah, today is just somehow not his day.
All right, so we can call this as a Levon win. Meanwhile, let's just quickly get an update on the two G pawns that Magnus has, but are they good enough to create anything here? Rook F2, King G1 played, G6. Peter, is this any trouble for white at all, or is this just held without any problem?
No, this is just a dead draw. I mean, basically, any kind of double pawns are dead draw, but the G pawns are the worst possible. I mean, okay, a part of the side pawns, because the only idea for black is to go King H3, get the rook away and threaten checkmate. But then white will always give a check from behind, forcing the black king back to G4, and then you move again with your rook. And whenever black plays King F3, then you give another check from behind, and simply there are no ideas in the position. However, Tania is down to 20 seconds. He is, at least time-wise, showing a little bit of uncertainty. Look at Magnus's clock. He is up 14 minutes on his clock. Incredible. Yeah, rook E2, but nothing changes. I mean, just no threat from black side. Maybe Magnus wants to go G2 and then King G3. That's kind of his idea. That's why it's a good idea to activate the rook immediately, just to make sure that whenever black does something, then you are fine. If the king comes, then you always have a check from behind, and I don't see any chances for Magnus here.
All right, so we'll call this a draw for now. Let's go back to the exciting the other game, which was the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave one. After Queen C4, he decided to go H5, so not Rook C5, and check and King F6.
Exactly, H5 is a very, very nice move, because you have to play on your opponent's nerves, and you knew that he wanted to go Queen G4, King H3, so just stop that idea. But this is, of course, comes at a big loss of a tempo. Jordan goes immediately Queen C7 check, King F6, Queen D8 check, King F7. His queen is nicely activated there. Okay, I don't know exactly what this queen is doing there, but anyway, wants to go some Rook E2. But Rook E2 runs into Queen G6 check at the moment, so be careful.
Can he try and go Rook D1 to activate it from D7?
You want to give a checkmate, yeah?
I mean, I want to try.
And if I give a check?
Yeah, then I'm not giving a checkmate anytime soon, because unfortunately King F1 is Queen F2 and King H3 is Queen F5.
Exactly, yeah, that would be. And look at this, Jordan going back with Queen C7 check, King F6, like he's not entirely sure. Actually, I'm not.
Maybe now Rook D1, Peter, because you don't have Queen C2.
Yeah, that's a point. But still, this Rook D1 is a little bit shaky. I mean, of course, if it works, it's just brilliant. It puts an end to the game, but still.
Maybe Queen G6 here, Queen G6, and after King H3, you repeat, and after King F1, there's Queen G3, and if white doesn't mate black, black will mate white.
Yeah, but probably you give now the checkmate. Queen D8 check, because King F5 runs into Queen F8 check, and King G7 runs into Rook D7 check. So this seems to be very, very nicely timed Rook D1. But look at this. Yeah, Jordan is going down on the clock. Yeah, the Daniel Dubov game has finished in a draw. Levon has won, so no surprises there. And all eyes on this position, this crazy position. We see the engine bar says that this is plus 100. It's completely winning for white. But, I mean, with 1 minute on the clock, actually anything can still happen here. One of the moves, humanly, you would love to play Rook H3, Rook G3. I mean, just to activate this rook come from this side. But whenever you play Rook H3, probably black will try to trade and he goes Rook D1. Jordan goes Rook D1.
I like it, Peter, because it's got these ideas of mate. And of course, I think the key point was once you pointed out that queen c2 check is the dangerous check. After seeing queen c7 on the board, Jordan finds it that now the king is very safe on f1, queen g6, queen g3 doesn't work. Can you just show that line one more time? Queen g6 check, king f1, queen g3, queen d8, king f5, and you just give a check on f8. King g6 actually loses the queen on g3 with queen g8 check, and that's why black can't really develop threats on white's king.
Exactly, but have you seen that after rook
The
d1,
engine bar, of course, hates it.
dropped. Engine bar dropped. It's the show is just beginning for the engine.
This is just a narrative we've seen every time I suggest a move, it's played, the engine hates it.
No, I mean it's narrative. I mean this position and look at this: queen g6, king f1, bishop b6. Wow, it's definitely a wonderful move because it takes away the d8 square and the drama continues. I mean no guarantees who is better and why. That would
What
be the
happens
first
after queen
question.
c8? What happens after queen c8 threatening queen f8?
Yeah, that's a good move.
I mean, that's the only move that actually threatens a check. So that's the first one that we need to look at. And queen h8 is also an idea. He's still thinking after bishop b6. He needs to, I can't see the time, Peter. How much time does Jordan have?
Well, 20 seconds, now 18 seconds. He goes queen d6.
Also good. Queen f8 is a threat. As long as you have a queen f8 threat, I think white can be happy.
Yeah, he goes queen d6 just in case to keep an eye on the dc square as well. You know what I was thinking after queen c8, maybe to give the rook e5 to e1 check. And if you take with the king, I go queen gc check and start checking you. If you take rook e1, I give queen dc check. Definitely, it's probably not working, but those are the crazy things that you even have to take into account sometimes. Queen g7 paid, stopping queen f8. But now it feels like black is losing his coordination somehow. Queen d2.
And queen f4 is the idea. It also stops black from going queen b7 now because queen h6 check is going to come in. So can black make a move like rook f5 runs into queen c3 check? What about rook e3 here?
Yeah, rook e3 is a move. Probably I have queen g2, but then takes rook e2 check and taking on b2. It might not be such an easy technical task at all. Black goes queen g3.
Oh my god, allowing queen h6 check.
By the way, look at this. It's the very first game almost that I recall that Maxim is down to his last minute, yeah? Even Maxim felt like, and queen h6 check, the drama continues. Now king moves to e7 probably.
The drama definitely continues because look at the evaluation bar. It says that now there's nothing better than for white to give checks because king f7 can't. He's got, king f7 felt wrong because you don't want to allow rook d7. He's gone king e7, queen h7.
Yeah, now it seems like white has to give the perpetual check, yeah. White has to give the perpetual check. Just this bishop on b6 is what a cement. This bishop on b6 is the cement of the position. Just stabilizing everything, and yeah, it's heartbreaking for Jordan. It looked like, he was winning, but we talked about this. Practically speaking, with little time on the clock, with all these active pieces, with the weak king on f1, this was very, very far from over.
But that's too many heartbreaks, Peter. We saw what happened against Shak yesterday. We saw what happened today. It was with Rajabov where Jordan missed this idea of rook b2. His chance against Anish and now against MWL. It just shows what a high-class player he is and how strong he is that he's getting all these winning positions against these top guys, but at the end, missing it. And I think that just is a part of not having too much practice in this format. But if you look at his games and his quality of play and just the amount of points that he could have scored, he belongs right up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his play has been really very, very impressive. So many great games. Yesterday, this game against Levon Aronyan, okay, yeah, that was like a shocker. Instead of winning, falling into this 2 moves checkmate. Heartbreaking moment there, another heartbreak. But I mean, this one was very complicated. I mean, I don't think that Jordan, probably he felt like, yeah, I should be doing good, I should be winning, but it was never clear. And finally, down to his seconds, he lost control. I think the real psychological blow was this bishop b6, because it looked like the bishop was always on e3, and that was kind of the reason why this so many things that happened. I wanted to show that, yeah, this look on e1 was actually doing so great, because it looks passive, but actually it stops black's bishop to move. And all of a sudden here then black got this bishop b6 taking care of the d8 square, and it was not easy for Jordan to readjust to the situation, and finally the game ended with perpetual check.
And also exactly the point that you're making, very hard to point out which was the moment where white had a clear shot. I mean, it looked like he had things under control. We loved this move, h4, taking away the g5 square, opening up the rook, but perhaps he had to go rook h3 at some point. But hard to point out which was the moment where he was clearly winning, Peter.
Yeah, I would actually say that I was really impressed by Maxim's, this h5 move, seemingly just not that important, irrelevant move, h5, but actually this was kind of the practically most important move, because taking away the g4 square, that white is not able to fulfill his idea, like after queen c4, the natural move rook c5, queen g4, rook c2 seems like a very deadly check, but actually it leads nowhere after king h3, and finally white's king is perfectly safe. However, after h5, there was suddenly no human way of, clarifying the situation. This tension remained. And, well, without the engine, it's very, very difficult to see exactly that. We have seen that the engine bar was giving very, very big pluses for white. So certainly there was some computer kind of win, but humanly speaking, I would say that it was just very, very tricky.
Very tricky indeed. Well, some players playing it safe in the penultimate round, some went for it, hits and misses there. Let's take a look at what the results were in round 14. Let's bring them up. And there we have it. So only 2 decisive games, which actually just means an incredible setup for the final round. Wesley So and Levon Aronian, the only 2 winners of round 14. And the rest of the games ended in a draw. Let's get the current standings going into the very, very crucial last game, which will decide our quarterfinalists and tell us who it is who goes home. Now, Magnus Carlsen leads with 10 points, Anish Giri 9.5, Wesley So 9, a half-point gap between the first 4 places. Very secure, I think very secure for all these 4 spots, as well as for Alireza and Maxime now at 8 points. And then Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi at 7.5 each. If the qualifiers ended right now, this would be our top 8. And we would see some big heavyweights out of the quarterfinals: Sergei Karyakin, Temur Rajabov, Daniel Dubov, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I mean, these are the giants of our game. Just goes on to show what an incredible field this is. Peter, before we take a short break, just want to get your thoughts on the current standings and what are the shufflings that are possible right now?
Yeah, still many things are possible. I'm taking a look at the pairings and the pairings which kind of relevant for all this. Jan Nepomniachtchi plays with the white pieces against LMP Show. I mean, one could mean that this is a very nice pairing for Jan, but it's kind of tricky because he might feel that, he should try to win this game, but actually if he overpresses and loses, then anything can happen. So it's kind of a tricky mindset situation for Jan, being the clear favorite with the white pieces, but it's last round. Last rounds have their own rules. Sergei Karyakin, Temur Rajabov, I mean, we again know that they are very good friends. Sergei is working with Temur, everything, but this is a decisive game. Draw is not really a result which benefits any of the players, so we might see a complete all-in by both players there. Very, very special situation. Levon Aronian now in a relatively safe spot also because he plays against Niels Grandelius with the black pieces, and I feel like after Niels has just missed all his theoretical chances also of qualifying, I'm not sure that he will be able to show his best. I mean, it's kind of a very, very tough tournament. If you know that you are fighting for qualification, you get all these extra energies. Levon will be definitely very motivated now that he's on +1 score and seems to be on the way of qualifying. For Niels, it's now very, very tough. Those are actually the pairings that I'm definitely keeping an eye. And let's not forget that if suddenly there would be a tie with the 50%, then actually if Daniel Dubois wins his last game with the black pieces against David Anton, which seeing how difficult, tough day David Anton had today, it's not impossible, then maybe Daniel Dubois would still get into all these big ties. So lot to look forward to.
Just an incredible setup for our final game. What it promises is to be a mega entertaining round, lots at stake. And we've seen it happen previously on the tour that what we don't expect, the players we don't expect, they just seem to it just depends on the results, and a lot can change. Absolutely a crucial round coming up, Peter. We're going to take a short break. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom!
Let's not just look at openings move by move, but let's try to understand a little something and look at a few typical structures that can arise out of a bunch of main openings. And hopefully, understanding these structures and the typical plans and the ideas will help you a little bit in your own practice. Laurent, what structures will we cover?
So first of all, we'll cover one very famous structure, Carlsbad structure, which can arise from the Queen's Gambit mainly, but from other openings as well, like the London system or the Caro-Kann.
Yes, fond childhood memories of the Carlsbad. Thank you. It's important for everyone to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. Then we'll have a look at some Ruy Lopez, actually, which is the classical line, not the Marshall or the Berlin, but this classical position where white plays d4 and sometimes even goes like with the pawn on d5, or even sometimes taking on c5. We'll see some nice game of Bobby Fischer here, and some nice cup of game after d5.
Here you will share your Russian upbringing with us. You have all the classical education in the Ruy Lopez. Some nice examples there, hopefully. Then we move on to the French structure, which I don't understand particularly well, but this position has always intrigued me. Who's better and why? What are the plans? Why can white hope for an advantage? Is a space advantage such a big deal? And the French structure can of course arise mainly via the French after moves like knight c3, knight d2 or e5, but we also have a small detour into the Caro-Kann, which is very similar but not quite the same. I've always been intrigued by this
because the bishop can go out here, bishop f5, and it's of course assist times for black, but it's not. Life is not that simple, as we will see. And the last topic will be the symmetrical positions, which can arise basically from different move order, like the French exchange French or Petrov, which I'm showing right now, or even the Berlin Rook e1, where we will see an unfinished masterpiece from the current world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Right. Symmetrical positions here, we mean these positions where either side is missing an e-pawn that are very common in today's practice. So this series is not intending to cover every pawn structure imaginable, but we hope we show some that are instructive and relevant, and we hope that you'll enjoy it. Maybe even learn something.
Then queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive.
Play live online against the world's top chess players while they stream their thoughts live. As a Chess24 Premium member, seize the chance to have your moment of fame. Get a peek inside their lives with question and answer sessions, in-depth teaching, analysis and interviews. The Champions Chess Tour, with countless accompanying events, is happening now. Tune in on Chess24. Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
This is what it's come down to, the final round of the qualifiers. It will be decided after this who our quarterfinalists are. Let's bring up the stand. At the action that's about to start in less than a minute. These are our pairings. Maxime will take on Anish Giri. Alireza, Jordan Van Foreest, Magnus Hikaru. Hikaru is the only player who's been undefeated in the qualifiers throughout. And this is the last time that you will be seeing all 16 participants together on the screen. We will be down to 8 after this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And the situation is such that we have this incredible pairing, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura in the very last round. Usually we would be going crazy for this pairing, but knowing that all this craziness is happening with the qualification, it's kind of, what? And Magnus goes, King don't do this, don't do this.
And Hikaru laughs, and King E7.
King E7 finally, and now King E2 draw. King E2, King E7 draw or what?
Hikaru, Peter, he can't stop. Both, it's I have to say, it's kind of nice to see these two players having a laugh like this. We've seen them fight it out, and we've seen them, who can forget the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour final? We've seen some epic battles between the two. This one is it's just a joke.
Well, I mean, can you imagine? We have been asking for a new draw, yeah, instead of the Berlin stuff. And look at this, the Berlin position had already happened 2 times in Alireza Firuza, Jordan Van Foreest. I mean, Alireza just wanted to make sure that he qualifies. We see one draw there. We see another draw, Shakriya Mamedyev against Wesley, so reaching the same end game. And now, is this called bomb cloud? Yeah, it was something like of a bomb cloud business, this King E2, King E7 stuff. I mean, please definitely don't try it at home. I mean, guys, just forget about it. No, I know that Setu was mentioning that he really covered it in his Chessable course. I mean, okay, guys, but no, just don't do this.
I love it. Bong Cloud countered by an anti, not even an anti, another Bong Cloud by Black. Just amazing to see the two players laugh this one off. And but of course, the action is elsewhere. So Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen are our first 2 quarterfinalists. Let's take a look at what's happening on this board.
yeah, this is some super sharp pause between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alain Pichot, and this is what I've been talking about, that it's quite clear, you know, that Jan Nepomniachtchi will feel that he has to try to win this game, but actually looking at the tournament standing, it's not entirely clear if he needs to go into any of these complications, but he decided to go for some crazy wild complications. He has blitzed out the move Queen B3. I'm expecting that this move Queen B3 should be kind of a prepared novelty, because this doesn't look like a natural move, and it doesn't look like you come up with it by blitzing it out. So let's take a look how Alain Pichot will react to it. And besides also there is the other very, very important game, Sergei Karyakin, Teimur Radjabov. This had been a anti-Sveshnikov. I mean, it's the nicest E5, good old days. I was playing this from the white and from the black side in many, many games. Wow, H6, this is kind of a new move, because I think knight F6, knight G5, castles F4, those were our debates like 17, 18 years ago. I had it myself against Radjabov and also against Kramnik and so on. This was debated heavily back then, but now Teimur goes for H6, losing the tempo, but making sure that none of those knight G5 moves will really happen. Knight D5, knight F6, A3, castles C3, very, very standard, and knight D7, seemingly a very surprising move, but it's also in the spirit. This knight D7, knight B6 idea does exist. However, combined with H6, it looks a bit slow. I mean, isn't white getting some pleasant position? But usually it was kind of common knowledge that if white captures on B6 and black captures back with the pawn, black has a very, very solid structure. So this is just a big complex, but I would not be daring to say that white got any advantage here.
Very complex, and as complex as our current standings are, because it really just depends. And before we go any further, we do have Magnus in our Oslo studio, so let's hear what the world champion has to say.
No, it's okay. It was a little bit annoying when Wesley played for a draw against me. Like, it was so annoying that I made a mistake at some point and almost lost. But I guess apart from that, 15 rounds is a lot. So I understand that some people wanna take a break sometimes. As for myself, I mean, I've massively enjoyed playing here. So I just wanna, I just wanna play and have some fun.
And I mean, Magnus, what about that score? You're ending up on 10.5 out of 15. I mean, that's a record, no doubt, in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. How do you feel about your score?
Oh, it's obviously really, really good. Today was probably a day of some wasted chances against Aronian and especially Dubov. So it could have been even better today, but I think overall, I am obviously thrilled about the score, and I think overall it was pretty fair as well when considering the positions that I had.
And Magnus, this is the 4th Meltwater Champions Chess Tour event, the 4th time you've topped the preliminary groups. Well, unless Anish wins, I think. And are you going to do anything differently to the last 3 events?
Beat Wesley so. I do really hope that I mean, not that I don't want Dubov to qualify, but I really, really want to play somebody else.
I can understand that. Right now, I guess it's Jan Nepomniachtchi in 8th place. That would be super cool, Magnus, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would mean twice against Dubov and once against Nepomniachtchi, I think, in the first round. No, he was in the second round. It was Giri in the first event. Certainly would be interesting. Yeah.
All right. Well, Magnus, we have been talking about so much your chess form so far in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. How are you feeling about your intuition? How is it feeling now so far in this tournament?
I feel like it's okay. I think I think I just need to change gears a little bit when it comes to the quarterfinals, because so far it's been fairly sort of just play by ear, and as I said earlier, I think I need to up my game a little bit for the knockouts, and so that's what I will be striving to do. But in terms of warm up, this was as good as it gets.
And final question, Magnus. You promised the return of the vest. Will you bring it back in the knockout stages?
Yes, I will. I will bring it. If not tomorrow, then the day after.
Definitely looking forward to it. So Magnus, good luck in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. Well, I guess Magnus Carlsen will also now keep an eye on Anish Giri's game, because if Anish wins against Maxim, then actually Anish will be the winner of the preliminaries.
Yeah,
Yes.
because of their head-to-head score.
Yeah.
Anish beat
The world champion in a good mood there. He is going to top the qualifiers, but the story doesn't end there. We've seen him do that time and time over again. But like he mentioned, the one thing he needs to change is beat Wesley So if he wants to win an event here. Peter, we were discussing this while on the interview, that what if after King E7, Magnus had declined the repetition?
Yeah, well, or also if Hikaru kind of after King E2 says that, you know what, Magnus, I mean, are you really doing this to me? Let me just play Bishop C5 and let me beat you in 20 moves. I mean, it's very, I mean, now it's amusing that it ended like this. I think both players are kind of really relieved because it's very stylish, but there was a certain risk. Yeah, also after King E7, now if White plays the move D4, basically black is probably lost, because this tempo will be so decisive. If for example you play a middle gambit with ED Queen D4 with the kings on the board, then it's clear that White is the one who is benefiting. However, if your opponent is gentleman enough to answer the move King E2 with King E7, then you have no right to play any other move than to play King E1. I mean, that's kind of the ethic of it. And then already King E8, it's clear that, yeah, the players have no choice than to keep on repeating or start playing the no castle chess, which the players had no intention to do.
I love it. We've seen some epic rivalry there. This was a refreshing change from that. But let's move on to the other action, Peter. Let's do a quick tour of what's happening, especially on the critical boards.
Yeah, one of the very important games was actually the Maxim Vasilyev Anish Giri game, which finished just in a draw. It means that Magnus has won the preliminaries, because if Anish would have catch Magnus, then because of the direct encounter, Anish would have taken the #1 spot. So now Magnus, I think, can be really happy that he managed to win the preliminaries. And okay, also fantastic event by Anish. But yeah, having had the chance of winning the preliminaries, probably there will be some kind of a disappointment in Anish. But okay, if you look at what he has performed in this tournament, he shouldn't be. But you know, usually chess players are really maximalists, and if you really had a chance to win it, then you want. I think wow, and this is beautiful, and Janja Pomjaci is winning, and yeah, Alan Pichot has just resigned. What a stunning novelty by Janja Pomjaci. Maybe he has said it, you know, I was hiding my preparation, but this is all about the qualification. If I'm playing the event, I decided to play, I want to qualify, I want to try my best to win the event. And then he goes on to play this stunning novelty Queen B3. We don't know exactly the objective evaluation of it, but look at this, what did he come up with? Bishop D7, bishop takes B4, rook B8. Now black is basically pinned, he will lose the piece, but this was not Jan's intention. He goes bishop takes F8, sacrificing the queen, rook takes B3, bishop D6, making sure that he gets the dark squared bishop, and much more importantly also that black's king is stuck in the center. Black will not be able to castle. Queen A5, A takes B3, bishop takes a4, b takes a4, queen takes a4, knight, bishop a3 played. Very, very important bishop a3 because Jan still makes sure that after knight f5, he's in control with his knight, so he's not worried of knight f5 probably. He would actually trade and then invade with the rook, try to play rook hd1 and threaten rook d8 checkmate. So black might be able to activate the rook, but it runs into rook d8 checkmate at the end. Just very quickly to illustrate. Of course, black does not have to fall for it, but just a very nice illustration. It's white who gives the first checkmate. So Alan decided to run out with his king towards the queen side with king d7, but actually it just ran into some incredible danger. Rook takes e4. Yeah, rook d8 was a terrible mistake because rook d8 allowed the stunning. No, it's not. I saw, yeah, rook d3. And after rook d3, now that the rook is not anymore on d1, actually white sets up a brilliant devilish trap. Black goes knight f5 and then white goes knight takes e6, boom. And what it means, white attacks the queen. And if you take queen takes e4, white takes rook takes d8 check, only move is king b7, which is met by knight c5, forking the queen and winning the game. What a stylish way of making sure that you qualify by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Just amazing. Jan saving the best for the last. That was an incredible line and an incredible last game by him, which sees him through, Peter, which means that Daniel Dubov is out of the quarterfinals, and it comes down to one spot between Levon Aronian, Sergei Karyakin, and Temur Rajabov. Only one of them will qualify and make it. The game of the round is definitely Sergei playing Raja, because that is where all the results and everything depends on. Two very solid players taking a very strategic approach, not going wild, not doing crazy stuff on the board. Meanwhile, Levon's game has finished already, and that's ended in a draw.
Yeah, Levon draws, which means actually that his qualification is not yet guaranteed, because the game Sergei Karyakin, Temur Rajabov, if some of them wins, he catches Levon Aronian, and we don't know exactly who will be the one who catches, so we cannot speculate about any tiebreak scenario. So actually, Levon really has to root for the Karyakin-Rajabov game to end in a draw. But these two players also know that draw will bring them nothing. So all our eyes are on the game Sergei Karyakin, Temur Rajabov. They know that if they draw, they are both out. So basically, they have to go all in.
So if this game ends in a draw, that means Levon goes through, and if it wins, it comes to tie breaks. And the tie breaks are, the first tie break is direct encounter, the result in that, and if that ended in a draw, then it is number of wins.
Exactly, and I have the feeling that all the games between these players ended in a draw, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm just having this feeling, and then the number of wins might be a crucial criteria. These things you just never know exactly how it goes. No, we are getting the message that Levon is 8th no matter what. Okay, this is a big news, because that case then Levon is guaranteed a spot. Wow. I mean, wow, that's at least our calculation. I mean, that's what I was told. Maybe it's not true. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems like it. So
that is a confirmation, and you're absolutely right. So actually, that means that Levon's the one who qualifies. The calculations are all done. Dubov is out, and regardless of what happens in Sergei and Temur's game, it doesn't matter, Peter. That kind of takes the fire out of stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of amazing. Yeah, because how many dramas we had in other tournaments. I had the feeling, that...
Peter, let's go to Oslo. We've got Jan with us there. We'll be right back.
And finally, we really enjoyed your tweets this morning about space. Is space a subject that really fascinates you?
Well, did you ever watch Star Wars or Star Trek?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so this is actually the quote from Star Trek. It's like, with my small touch, so I changed it years to 5 rounds. So this was you know, some kind of I don't know, a fun tweet. So since they have, let's say, space team, then space, stuff here, then maybe I thought that it would be smart. Of course, not as smart as Anish, but it would be smart to use some quotes from well-known franchises.
I feel a bit silly now. I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, also actually this no man or something like this. Yeah, we was before the first round also from the Star Trek. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, I remember one thing. So not only space and Star Wars and Star Trek occupying you, we had a fantastic image yesterday, Jan, when your cat jumped onto your chair.
Actually, this costed me the game probably, because I think I was already pressing so hard against Magnus.
Really?
Clearly, it was like some huge edge for me, but yeah, was no way to focus anymore. Yeah, so I just I don't know, pushed all the pawns and calculated some lines and collapsed it at the very end.
So you're going to keep
since I did all right today, cat won't be punished.
Very good. So you're still keeping your cat close then when you're playing here?
Well, if I just try to close the door to this room, it will be like it will, yell all the time. Yeah, so it's just better to play in silence, but with some slight probability of someone jumping on my head.
Well,
so I think the silence is more important.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Small improvement comparing to the previous event, because previously it was together cat and dog here, and it was like complete madness. So both of course both of them deserve and need a lot of attention, and it was like too much at the day 3, because my girlfriend she went to city, and I was almost home alone with my let's say friends, smaller friends.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and now it's cat solo, because so the doggo is currently in other place, so this maybe helped me in the end.
Fantastic. Now, finally, Jan, tomorrow it looks as though you're going to face Hikaru Nakamura in the quarterfinals. What's your reaction to that?
I don't really care whom to play with. Any opponent is strong, especially for me.
Fantastic. We wish you the best of luck. We're so happy to see you qualify, Jan. Thank you for joining us. Jan Nepomniachtchi and his cat and Star Trek and Star Wars. I love it.
The moral of the story: don't play chess and leave your cat and dog unattended, because they'll fight like cats and dogs.
So Jan Nepomniachtchi will face Hikaru Nakamura in the quarterfinals, while Magnus Carlsen will take on Levon Aronian. We do know that much. Levon has secured 8th place currently, but we still have the games on, Peter. I have to say that Sergey and Temur are not aware that actually they do not have a shot at qualifying anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is very, very good news for all of us, because it guarantees that both of them believe, that they have to try to win their game, and then they have a chance of qualifying. And this is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, we see a very big strategical battle. Also, we see that Karjakin is up on the clock. Usually, I would say that Karjakin is an incredible expert in all these structures, which is like resembling the Italian defense. I mean, the Italian opening, because this whole structure, he feels it. And Rajabov goes knight f4. It was one of those moves that I was considering, but I said no, I just don't want it, because this knight f4 is too committal. But on the other hand, it's a little bit different than in all the Italians, because after bishop takes f4, e takes f4, the bishop on f6 opens up immediately on the long diagonal. So the logical concept from white side would be to put the knight on f3. But maybe black has some dynamics, because usually this type of structures with e takes f4, if white gets a nice knight on f3 and then goes d4 and then later prepares e5, can be really, really ugly for black. But probably Rajabov feels that he gets enough dynamics for it. So very interesting strategical position. One of the more natural moves, strategically speaking, would have been the move bishop g5, trading down the bad bishop. However, I believe that the point was that after bishop takes g5, h takes g5, black is faced with the problem that b takes c5 b takes c5, queen b6 forces the change of queens, and after queen takes b6, rook b6, the pawn on d6 is very, very vulnerable, and the move like bishop c6 finally will be answered by knight f3, hitting the g5 pawn. Oops. Hitting the g5 pawn, and there is no way of protecting because the bishop on c4 pins the king on g8. So that was kind of the reason why black was not able to get the desired bishop g5, the trade-off of bad bishop for good bishop. But actually in these structures, it's not even obvious that this bishop on e3 is really that good, because thanks to this powerful pawn chain b6, c5, d6, e5, this bishop also doesn't really have so much perspective. Sergei plays the non-committal rook a2, a very flexible move, making sure that if he needs to double on the b file, he's ready. If he needs to support his a4 pawn with rook b1, he's also ready. And also getting out of the pin, eventually if he's taking on f4, that also might be very important. So multi-purpose move, putting the ball back on Timur's court, because Timur is down to 5 minutes. He needs to find the plan, and he needs to find some active plan. But does he have an active plan here at all?
That's actually a very, very interesting analysis and a breakdown of the position. I especially liked the line that you showed us. If black goes with the thematic idea of trying to trade off the bishop and how difficult those endgames can be. Let's just have the final position that you had, Peter, on that. Bishop g5 is the kind of move that you really want to make, trying to get rid of your bad bishop, but arriving into this endgame and f6 not possible. I think this is a very, very beautiful line, which shows why bishop g5 wasn't possible. Now, knight f4 usually in these kind of positions is not something that we want to go for, especially when we have to take back with the pawn. Very often in these openings, we see black go knight h5, knight g6, and only then go knight f4, or get knight f4 in when you can trade it and have a piece there. But I think the whole point did rely on the bishop on f6, pinning the rook on a1. And in all these lines that you were looking at, I was thinking that after knight f3, perhaps black can also take on b4 in that moment. And we do have more players with us in the studio. So let's go to Kaya and Anish.
We think it's quite clear, Levon, you have qualified for the quarterfinals. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Now I can relax, because this has been a stressful tournament.
I can imagine. I mean, yesterday was a very tough day for you. A lot better today. So what changed around for you today?
Yes, I think today I was more solid. I was not thinking for too long. And I was, okay, I also got lucky a little bit today against Magnus, because I played badly at some point in that game. But generally it was kind of a solid effort considering the nerves.
And now you're going to face Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals. He's the winner of the preliminaries. And Anish, you're the only one to beat Magnus in the preliminaries here, to beat him in the game. So what's the tip for Levon now?
Wow, no, I think Levon, I mean, I'm not in a position to give Levon any tips. I'm happy to see, Levon, I have a feeling that he has had many bad days in these tournaments, but he always ends up qualifying one way or the other. And I think it's quite impressive, especially in that last moment, when there is the nerves and the tension. So yeah, I'm happy to see for him he qualified, but okay, you got the punishment tomorrow, Magnus. So
And you have experience from that, Anish, because I know you faced Magnus in the quarterfinals from the first tournament, Skilling Open.
Yes. No, it is true. It's like the good news and the bad news. Yeah, like the joke. Like, what is you want to hear the good news? The good news, you qualified. And the bad news, you play Magnus tomorrow. But yeah, I think Magnus is beatable. Even I managed. So I think Levon, even I managed, you can also manage. Yeah.
No, but you've been an inspiration. You've been playing so wonderfully that I will definitely study your games to get some inspiration for tomorrow.
Ah.
Beautiful. I never had such beautiful talk with Levon before. I hope this is recorded. I'll clip it and play it. When I'm feeling bad, I'll play it. Levon, I hope you are inspiration.
You know, I'm only joking, Anish. I mean.
It was very sincere.
You didn't have to ruin it. It could be that one interview, the one of you, when you are being friendly to me. One and only. But you ruined it in the end.
Well, actually, on that note, though, Levon, I'll ask you first. So during these online tournaments that you're playing now, do you keep in touch with any of the players? I know many of you are close friends as well, or are you just keeping to yourself and your family?
No, I'm keeping to myself. We're competing here, and it's actually probably the most stressful tournament you can play, because it's online, and you're always shaking because you might misplace the mouse, and all these thoughts go through my head. So I am extremely serious, but it doesn't really improve my play, I guess. I should take it easier sometimes.
Well, how about you, Anish? Are you only talking to the other players on Twitter, or are you keeping in touch with someone?
Yeah, I'm talking to other chess players, but my friends. I mean, Jordan is one of my friends, so we were in touch with him. I'm in some WhatsApp groups where there are some players, but yeah, mostly I stick to to my trustees, and we speak all the time about chess, about new ideas, about preparation. And in that sense, here, now that Jordan played, we were in touch for sure. But of course, still, when you play the opponent, you always try to surprise him. And for example, I had no idea what was going to come today against Jordan, and he surprised me in the opening. So yeah, there's always room in chess to surprise people.
And so finally, heading into quarterfinals, you've both been in all the tournaments so far. You played many quarterfinals, many knockout stages. So Anish, I'll ask you first, what is sort of the focus now going into quarterfinals, how to solve that the best possible way?
Yes, as I said, I have booked my hotel and stuff, so it will be quite convenient if I'm going to get kicked out. But of course, as a competitor, you are trying to do your best, so I'm looking forward. I'm happy to have qualified, and I will try to put pressure, and play good chess. We'll see. These events are quite tiring, I guess. I think these 3 days must have been tiring. So I hope I'll rest well. Also, you have to prepare. There is no rest day. It's always like compromise. Either you are going to prepare too much or rest too much. So I'll try to find the balance and strike tomorrow.
Yeah. How about you, Levon?
After such stressful day, I'm definitely going to rest. But I know more or less what Magnus likes doing against me, so I will make sure to repeat, and repeat instead of focusing on finding something new. I've learned it the hard way in this tournament. I keep forgetting my lines.
So Bishop F4 will be repeated finally, yes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. 2 happy players qualified for the knockout stage. Levon Aronian, he didn't even know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't want to fed in false information.
Now, David.
Oh dear. Let's hope this is a draw so we don't have to worry about tiebreak rules. But
it's looking good for Karyakin, is it?
Yeah, it's looking good for Karyakin.
And there we have it, the players getting ready for the quarterfinals, but we still have action on some of the boards. And listening to Levon and Anish talk, the one thing that came to my mind was just the day that Levon had yesterday, day 2 of the preliminaries. He was on half out of 4, and that final game against Jordan van Foreest is completely lost. Jordan playing that move Queen F5, walking into a mate in 2, and that's just exactly the luck that Levon needed, because even if he would have survived that game with a draw, he wouldn't find himself today in the quarters. And as Lev's tweet was all about luck, let's see if we can get what Lev had said before day 3, last day of the prelims, trust the process and the luck. And it did come down to that, the 1 point that was gifted to him by Jordan, and Levon finds himself in the final 8. And I see we are being joined. Peter, you're back. There is this action going on against Raja and Sergey. And I have to say it's a little heartbreaking, because look at the position. Both players really fighting it out, keeping all the pressure, all the tension on the board. It's truly a classical strategic masterpiece that we're witnessing, but neither of them are aware that it's actually for nothing. It's a little sad.
Yeah, it is. I perfectly agree. And while we were listening to the interviews, I didn't hear the interview, so I was focusing at the position, I was also thinking about that. What happens after this G5, Knight F1, D5? Yeah, the move D5 caught my attention as well, because suddenly we see this wonderful diagonal, the queen from C7 eyeing the king on H2, and immediately when you see such possibilities, you tend to think like, hey, what's happening? Can I break with the move D5? And after e takes D5, Radjabov goes on to play E4, trying to break through, because the king on H2 is vulnerable. I mean, white is not really able to take D takes E4, because that would run into at least a knight takes D5 discover check. Then the
also
queen moves back.
And knight C3.
And knight C3, forking white's rook. So basically that's just not a possibility. After E5, E4, it's up to Sergei to come up with a move. I mean, knight G3 looks like a very, very natural move. I mean, just not to lose tempo for bringing the king back, but instead jumping with the knight. However, you still remain pinned, yeah? So this is a very, very sharp position. I do see that the engine bar likes white's position, but this is all very tricky. Is there maybe a chance like playing D6? Is that a move? Knight, it catches my attention. Queen takes D6, I will have another tempo move. B takes C5. After B takes C5, I will maybe have some Queen B6, but I mean, Queen B6 being the point that I'm also hitting the
C. Take on B6 and take on C3, or are you? And then Bishop C5 is hanging. So Bishop C3.
Yeah, because at the moment the bishop is hanging, so you cannot take on D3. But yeah, you have all kinds of bishop takes C3. I mean, it's just an illustration that what a crazy wild position it is. And the player's down to 2 minutes. I mean, Radjabov has already less than 2 minutes, and Sergei is catching him. I mean, what a dramatic situation. Sergei goes B takes C5. Wow, yeah, because he has D6, but knight takes D5 check, and then C takes B6 forking. Wow, this is just lovely. I mean, king G1, and if the same line like knight takes C3, then white has C takes B6, forking himself, black's queen and rook. What a stunning move by Sergei.
Amazing. So B takes C5, black can still continue with the move B takes C5 and keep all the threats on the board. The one thing that strikes me is that we were talking about what a strategic struggle this has been so far, both sides trying to keep chances alive and not trading off too many pieces, and then suddenly it just blows up into a position where we see just action all over the board. Take a look at that queen eyeing the white king on H2, white spawns on C5, D5 currently, the B6 pawn hanging. After queen B6, can black continue with this line that we were looking at? Queen takes B6, and he's gone for B takes C5, Peter. If black trades the queens now, and after rook B6, the bishop on F6 is attacked, you go bishop takes C6, C3.
Yeah, but here we get a clearly improved version, because the pawn on D5 is still alive. Yeah, in there I forced it with D6, and then the pawn was already off the board. So sure. actually Sergei had a very, very, I mean, this B takes C5 was a stunner.
Let's just take a look at what might happen if this line continues, because it does feel like a forced sequence of moves here. I don't know if bishop E5 is something that's an option, but I think queen B6 feels like the natural line we need to look at. And now with the bishop attacked on F6, we can't take on D3, so bishop takes C3. And how is white continuing here? Because bishop C5, I think it's met by rook C8, and then you might not have chance to take on E4.
Yeah, I just want to take D4 because, okay, I'm pawn up and I have lovely pawn structure as well. I solved all these problems here, and if black has to play bishop D8, which Timur has played, this basically indicates that black is in a lot of trouble, and also down to 20 seconds. The idea B takes C5 was definitely missed by Timur.
And also the point is that now he can just fall back with the rook. He's gone rook h6 as well, because if black takes on d3, bishop c5 picks up one of the two rooks, as well as threats like bishop d4, rook h8.
Yeah, so knight d3 takes, bishop takes c5, and the rook is hanging, the other rook is hanging. Besides, also the knight on f1 covers any kind of d2s. Yeah, king g7 played, and then bishop takes c5, another very, very stylish, brutal move. I mean, Sergei is winning.
5 seconds for Raja. 4. He needs to make a move. He goes rook to e8 with just 3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but it's usually I'm also very, very excited about all this clock situation. But looking at the position, you know, it's clear that White is winning this, and I kind of feel like, you know, Sergey, after having a terrible start, fighting back, showing why he's Sergey Karyakin. I mean, just a brilliant player, and then finally not being able to qualify. That's kind of sad. But what a brutal performance by Sergey.
Absolutely. And this is the first time that he's playing in such a format, and it did take him a little while. He had a shaky start on day 1, but day 2 and day 3, we've been seeing the Sergey that we know, and just how strong he is, but it's not been enough. And you're completely right, Peter, that when you see players like Sergey and Raja not make it into the quarterfinals, it is a bit sad. But at the end of the day, just look at the field. It just shows how strong the star cast for this event has been.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like, first of all, now Temu will resign. I mean, after bishop b5, there's just no reason to continue. 2 or 3 pawns down and the hopeless position. Exactly. I mean, we all know that whenever somebody, I mean, 8 players qualify, but always we have some incredible heavyweights, incredible names who are not making.
Look at that. Just the disappointment and on Raja's face. But I think once he knows that there was no chance of qualifying, maybe there will be some solace.
Exactly. Probably at this moment, Sergey is very, very happy that, wow, I have a chance. And it will be a very, very bitter moment for him when he realizes that due to the tie breaks, he has no chance after all.
We've got one last game remaining. We've got 5 draws so far. Jan Nepomniachtchi winning a brilliant game, definitely the game of the round, with some stunning opening preparation and a study-like finish at the very end. Sergey Karyakin wins against Temur Rajabov, but it's just too late for the Russian Grandmaster. Let's take a look at what's happening on the Daniel Dubov board.
Yeah, Daniel Dubov is putting the pressure throughout the game with the black pieces. David Anton is hanging in there, and knights, you know, looking like the worst has passed for White. I mean, White has more or less stabilized. Black is in some very annoying pin. I mean, this knight and the rook are pinned. That's actually the reason why Black is, in my opinion, not really better, because any other construction, I mean, if it would not be for the pin, then one could say that White's king on f2 and White's king side is really too weak. But due to this pin, I mean, how do you unpin yourself? So Daniel is trying to do some magic, but also rook d6 doesn't really tell me how he wants to solve this pin issue. Rook e2 played. And in fact, Black has to watch out. I mean, White will have some queen d4 rook. Yeah, Black wants to go queen d7. Now Black is threatening to move the knight. I was a little bit surprised that White did not put the rook on d2, because that's what I had in front of my eyes, that what happens if I just double on the d file, how you ever gonna move. But David Anton goes for queen e4, provoking now rook e6. But why do you provoke it? Also queen a7 check a possibility. I mean,
probably after rook e6 he will go queen to d4, but then you trade and you give a queen check and you step out of the pin. Definitely a strange decision by David to just allow Black to get out of this d file pin so easily. Were there ideas, Peter, if you just back down a little bit, instead of queen e4, queen d7 was played, rook d2. Was David considering the move queen a7? Is that what he didn't like? But then there's queen d4 anyway.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding. First of all, if I want to go rook d2, I go rook d2 immediately after rook d6. I mean, just instead of rook e2, just pin.
Maybe a mouse slip.
But no, I think that the point is that Daniel prepared some trick like knight f6. That's the point, you know. That's the Daniel, you know, very, very creative, very tricky, because I always looked at knight c3, and knight c3 never worked because the white queen just takes the knight. But knight f6, and this explains that why David Anton has played rook e2, queen d7, and now opted for queen e4, queen a7 check played. All right, now at least we understand what's really happening.
That's actually a very nice idea. Rook d2, even after queen d7 would have run into knight f6 with the knight e4 trick. Queen d4 offering a queen trade. Black could trade and go knight takes b4.
Yes, I mean, okay, then I will use this knight f5 check, yeah? So takes, I'm gonna give the check. King g7, knight f5 check, and then take on b4. Do I do this? Yeah.
And after rook b6, you go rook a8.
Yeah, but I mean, still a bit, yeah, it's very, very drawish, but it's still somewhat awkward and dangerous because you do have this, I managed to damage your pawn structure, but suddenly your king will be more active. We might be reaching some annoying
on the
rook
board,
endgame.
Peter, on the board. Because let's just take a look at this endgame. A knight b4 has been played. Let's see a takes b4 and this idea that you were talking about after rook d4. No, after knight f5. Rook e8 check, king g7. Knight f5, takes on f5. A takes b4. And I'm wondering exactly what you said about king g6, but maybe he can start with the move rook b6. You have to go rook a8, trying to win the a pawn if black wins the b4 pawn. And now king g6 with these ideas. It looks like white has got these weaknesses on the board, which might be difficult to defend. So in any case, white decided to not go for the knight f5 trick and pick up the knight immediately. I think this... But now can't black pick up b4 and go rook g4? You've still got rook a5. Let's just show that as well.
I have rook a5. Yeah, this is very, very important. If you go rook b5, I have h4. And if you go rook g4, I have rook a5. So making sure that I'm not losing my g5 pawn. I mean, I was slightly worried. I'm expecting a move like rook d6 here. I mean, just to make sure that white will not be able to liquidate. You know, I always have, for example, after rook a5, straddling b5, I might make the move rook b6. Then I'm going to go king g7. I will try to play h6. Whenever you put your pawn to h4, then maybe I can try to take, and then your pawn on h4 might be weak. Yeah, rook d6 on the board.
Also, rook b5. Rook b5 was a big threat in that position because you might end up getting two pawns on the king side as well. This line that you were pointing out with rook b6, with rook a5, rook b6, black can also be threatening rook b5.
Yeah, okay, I have to watch out for it because not that suddenly in some pawn endgame the king will be very fast. Mm-hmm. This is still a tricky question. Of course, we have some race and maybe you are winning the race, I don't know, but I had to point it out that it's tricky. However, David Anton decides that, you know, I anyway cannot force matters there. Let me first make sure that my king is getting closer to my pawn so that I can play the move h4. And he will rely on this rook a5 defense, but still a bit nerve-wracking. I mean, it's not those type of dead draw endgames. I mean, it looks like very drawish, but still a little bit tricky. h4 played, so white got at least his construction, but the big question is after h6, how do you react? Because you don't want to go gh6 because then black will have a very, very active king. And we see that why this f pawn is so important, because whenever, for example, takes, one could argue that the white rook goes to a5, cuts the black king, but black has also this idea f5, and then king h5, and the pawn on h4 will be vulnerable. So gh6 is a no-go, absolutely. It might be just a losing move. So white has to keep his pawn on g5, making sure that black's king is not going to be activated. David Anton goes rook c2, but very, very scary stuff.
Rook c2. Now does black want to take on g5 and create a weakness? Hg5 is rook d5 an option, because you can't really step up with the king to g4. Rook d4 would win a pawn immediately.
But hang on, you also have rook d3 check, no? I mean, rook d3 check, and you have to come back with the king, otherwise I'm going to give rook d4 check. But
on the board,
if you come back there, rook d4, and it's game over. It's kind of game over. Then he had but it all doesn't matter. I mean, that's why I was very, very afraid of this endgame. I mean, it's very tricky. It looks drawish and so on, but the chances that you might make a mistake are very, very high with little time on the clock. It's not those type of endgames that you routinely can simply save.
King f2 played, and now you're pointing out rook d4. Now that the king has stepped away from the h4 pawn defense, actually just wins the pawn on the spot. Does white have any ideas around rook c6, or you just pick up the h4 pawn anyway?
Yeah, okay, he
g5.
AG, rook d5, but I think it was just a matter of taste because everything is very, very good.
So white is going to pick up the a6 pawn and give up the g5 pawn, but this 2 versus 1 has got no chances to hold. He goes rook c5, but it's very hard to believe that this actually works. I mean, black can just trade and go king f8.
Yeah, looks like it should be just a win. Yeah, just takes, king f8, and the far passer decides. Yeah, takes, king f8 on the board. So king e3, king e7, king d4, king d7. It's not important that white is more active because
e5, Peter, but it's still so slow.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because finally you have to come to the a pawn, and then I'm collecting and also getting to the g5 pawn. It's just over. It is just over. King e4 played.
Also another pity not to have Daniel in the quarterfinals because he's also such a creative player, and we've of course seen him do great things throughout the tour. Another player who's going to be missed from the knockouts.
Yeah, that's true, but we have Ali Reza. Yeah, let's not forget that we have a newcomer, Ali Reza, in the knockout stage, and it's very, very nice to have him. We already have seen how he missed out in the Skilling Open. He was there. He was even leading the field with +3 2 runs before the end. Nobody have even had this scenario in front of his eyes that Ali Reza would not qualify, and then we know what happened. So it's very nice to have him. And as you said, yeah, those guys are just super, super strong. Yeah, and Daniel Dubov wins the game. A great finish for him, but it's also not enough to catch the guys who qualified.
Yeah, and you can see it in the players that even after winning, just no joy at all because they know it's the end of the road. And with that, that's a wrap of 15 rounds of the qualifiers. Peter, it feels like we've been doing this for such a long time that we've gotten over an entire tournament, but actually the tournament just begins as we go into the knockout stages. The preliminaries come to an end, the final round results. We had 5 draws and 3 wins. Daniel Dubov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Sergei Karyakin scoring wins, but it only mattered for Jan because Sergei and Daniel Dubov found themselves out of the standings. The reason that Levon actually beat Sergei Karyakin in the preliminaries and the tiebreak was direct encounter and then number of wins, which means Levon edged out Sergei in the tiebreak.
Yeah, it's...
We've got our brackets in front of us, Peter, as well. So Magnus Carlsen takes on Levon Aronian in the quarterfinals. Jan Nepomniachtchi will be playing Hikaru Nakamura. Wesley So against Alireza Firouzja. MVL playing Anish Giri. Peter, this is an incredible matchup. I mean, each one of them just is going to be a confirmed thriller. Especially take a look at Wesley So against Alireza. I mean, that's a matchup that I think we're all super excited about. Wesley So has been just such a brilliant performer in the entire tour. He's won 2 out of the 3 tournaments so far. He's playing against Alireza, who we've all been waiting for him to make it into the knockouts. Their styles of play as well. We haven't seen this matchup so often. Going to be a very exciting one. Let's bring up the final standings of the qualifiers one more time. Magnus Carlsen finds himself at the top of the table. It is very, very important because this actually means going into the knockouts, he's the one who gets to pick colors throughout the knockout stages for the Blitz as well as the Armageddon. Most importantly, if any of the matches go into an Armageddon, Magnus gets to decide if he wants to play black or white. Anish Giri, a very, very brilliant performance by the Dutch Grandmaster as well. Not only finishing on a heavy 10 points, but also doing it on his way beating a certain Magnus Carlsen. Wesley, so at 9.5, what can be said about Wesley? Just incredible play throughout. Hikaru Nakamura, the only player to be undefeated throughout the event. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja at 8.5, and Maxime as well. And Levon edging out Sergei Karyakin. We've always seen this happen, that there are 2 players or 3 players at the same point in these very, very last bits of the top 8, and then it's heartbreak for someone or the other.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it has to be. I also feel like, in the last last round and last 2 rounds, we didn't have that kind of a drama that we are used to. However, what we have witnessed on the first 2 days, these incredible, intense, crazy fights. We were just stunned by almost all of the games. Now it was kind of a smoother ride at the end. There was not so much drama, but we have witnessed some spectacular chess, and Magnus Carlsen winning his 4th preliminary events. Just unbelievable performance, because we are always talking about that, Magnus didn't manage to win yet the tournament. Yes, that's true, but he has won all the preliminaries, which means that he won all the 15 rounds qualification. Yeah, there was one time only 12 players, but it's a fantastic performance by Magnus. I'm also sure that now he feels that, I'm playing good. This is my tournament. It's the time that I turn the tables and also win the knockout event. But it's a very, very tough road, and I think in order to do that, you first have to forget about the result and just focus on your very, very next opponent. He will face Levon Aronyan, a very, very tough pairing there for both of them. Playing against Levon is not easy, but if you know that you are playing against Magnus, it's probably even more difficult. I'm also looking forward to this Vestiso Alireza Firouzja matchup. As you mentioned, we haven't seen these players play so many games against each other, so that's clearly a very special highlight as well.
Highlights all around in the quarterfinals coming up. And yes, we've seen Magnus win the preliminaries in all the tournaments so far of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but he still failed to win an event. And the winner of this major, of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, gets a guaranteed spot in the September final. So a lot at stake. And you are 100% right, Peter, that whatever's happened in these last 15 rounds and these last 3 days needs to be left behind, not just because it goes into the quarterfinals, but because the format completely changes. Take a look at the format with which the players are going to be fighting against each other. We are going to be witnessing 2 sets. Each set consists of a mini match of 4 rapid games played with a time control of 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. In case there's a tie after the 2 sets, we will then witness a playoff, and that would be 2 games of blitz, and with 5 minutes and a 3-second increment. If that's a tie as well, we go into Armageddon. And we've seen the standings in the playoffs. Magnus Carlsen will decide what color he wants, then Anish Giri, because of the way the standings have finished at. It's also about tour points. Congratulations to all our 8 quarterfinalists. But it's just started right now. Now begins the real fight, so to say. Magnus Carlsen, let's just bring up the bracket one more time. Magnus Carlsen takes on Levon Aronyan, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru. Now, Jan mentioned in his interview with Kaya about his thoughts of this matchup that he just doesn't care, that everybody's a tough opponent in this field. So it really doesn't matter who he's playing against. Hikaru has completely changed from the performance that we saw in the Opera Rapid. We, of course, know what Hikaru is capable of, and he's back. He's clearly back, not losing a single game in the preliminaries. We've spoken about Wesley Alireza and even MVL against Anish. Anish has been super impressive in the preliminary stages. Maxime, a little shaky, but he needs to find his ground. I think for Lev, it's after what happened on day 2, he's just happy to find himself in the knockout stages, and lots of excitement coming up tomorrow. It's been a fantastic 3 days so far. A big shout out. Of course, none of this is possible without our partners, Airthings, Opera, and our viewers who join us on Twitch, who join us on YouTube, on our social media channels. Thank you so much for being a part of all of this. And if you're enjoying all the action that's happened and all that's coming up, do consider going premium. That way you support the tour, you support everything that Chess24 brings you. We're going to call it a night. It's a wrap up from us, and we will be back with all the quarterfinal action tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you back with us. Good night.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom!